Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place under Kenya Kwanza, and one of the sad and but a reality that each Kenyans must come to terms to is that the war on graft may be completely lost. Well, the Deputy President Gachagua walks scot-free over the 7.3 billion graft case as the Director of Prosecution withdraws that case in the pretext that there is no enough evidence to prosecute it. Well, this could be the Kenya we are living with, regardless of the hardships and the pains that Kenyans are faced with every passing day. The billions that get lost always don't have enough evidence to be prosecuted. But that petty offender, always there is enough evidence to get them jailed. Well, let's look at this keenly, and you can tell us what you feel and think about the whole thing. In my opinion, it marks a very sad day for this country that we are never serious about the war on graft, regardless of the outcry of Kenyans and their pains out there. Of course, I want also to look at what are the dangers of the judiciary going to bed with the executive. Is it the beginning of the end of arbitration by the judiciary in Kenya seeking justice? Let's also look at it keenly. And of course, there are squatters, evictions, outcries out there. The land grabbers and the land claimers are rampant now. The small man, the one that has nothing and no one to defend, is the victim of all this. Let's look at it keenly and be able to chart the way forward. I want to appreciate everybody for making time to join us in the discourse tonight. I want to invite everybody into the discussion, and let's do what is needful in order for us to make this country great by allowing ourselves to ventilate and to discuss openly what needs to be addressed in terms of either correcting or making right what is wrong, or learning how to live with what is wrong, since that could be one of the options we are left with as a people. I want to appreciate kila mmoja. Asante sana kwa kuchukua muda wako kujiunga nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Naomba tu mahala popote ulipo, endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, ili wote tukamakinike pamoja tunapojumuika na kusemesana kwa masuala ya kina yanayohusu nchi hii. Nchi hii inakaa kana kwamba iko hatarini kwa sababu vita dhidi ya corruption ama ufisadi ni kama tushavipoteza. Sijui unaonaje mahala ulipo. Nikipenda kumshukuru Margaret Achola, karibu sana kwa show. Kuna Maria Kache, karibu kwa show. Kuna Fatma Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu kwa show. Roda Shira, karibu sana. Nashukuru. Kuna Njue Njagi, karibu kwa show. Gitonga, na kushukuru sana, karibu kwa show. Maskini wa USA, hello to you. Asante sana na kusabai. Nashukuru kwa kuwa unapata nafasi ya kujiunga nasi. Asante Yufin karibu sana kwa show. The link to use to get into the studio is in the comment section, na unaweza tukujiunga na studio kupitia YouTube. Kwa hivyo kama unatufuata kwa Facebook, tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unaingia kupitia YouTube. Channel zingine zote zimefungiwa. Hiyo link haifiki kwa Facebook na haifiki kwa Twitter. We are live right now on my Facebook profile as well as YouTube Mtembei TV and Mtembei TV Twitter channel. Please follow from wherever you are, and don't watch alone. Make sure that you are bringing in as many as possible into the discourse tonight. I want to appreciate everybody for your faithful followership, faithful support, and your continued availability every time we come on air. We always find you there, and you make this show count by always following and participating. Asante sana na kushukuru, na naomba tu tuendelee kwa pamoja tunapoangazia masuala tofauti yanayohusu nchi yetu na jinsi tutakavyoyatatua, kwa sababu wakati umefika ambapo hatuwezi kuvumilia tena. Lazima tuambiane ukweli, na huo ukweli ndio utakaotuweka huru. Kwa hivyo mahala pote ulipo, karibu sana. Hakikisha unamkaribisha mwenzako ili wote tuke na kumakinika katika kutekeleza yote ambayo tunapaswa kuyatekeleza. Usiogope, ni muhimu kuambiana ukweli ili kusikuwe na yeyote ambaye ambaye atasalia nyuma kwa mambo ya kuendeleza nchi, na katika kuhakikisha kwamba our conversation is geared towards the betterment of our well-being. I really want to look forward to having a great time by reason of our engagement and serious participation and reflection. Wakati umefika kila mmoja achague, kwa kuwa tusipowajibika basi tutapoteza vita zetu kabisa kabisa na nchi itatokomea. JVMM, why not set free all prisoners? This is crazy. Well, good suggestion there. Mi naona hakuna ofenda yeyote hapa nchini, na sheria haina maana, na corruption haiko Kenya. Okay, corruption haiko Kenya kwa sababu hakuna evidence kwa kesi zozote ambazo zinahusu wakubwa. Ama hii ndio ile tuliambiwa oh God have mercy, kwamba ni cha muhimu ni kutafuta serikali kwanza, alafu ushapata hiyo serikali utaitumia kutatua matatizo yako. So hivi ndio Kenya Kwanza inataka kutuendeleza, kwa kutumia serikali kutatua matatizo yao, ama ni kipi cha muhimu ambacho kinahusu kesi hizi? Mnakuaje mnaingia katika serikalini na cha kwanza ni kuclear everybody that had any graft charges and any form of case, as long as they are pro-government. The judiciary of this country, do you still have a conscience? Do you still love this country and want to do what is right? Or you simply want to be there to milk the remaining part of this country and leave it as a shell? I feel very sad when people charged with responsibility don't take their responsibility serious enough, with an understanding that the future of this country lies in their hands. If we play games, we will not have a country to defend, we will not have a country to belong to. So I pray that as we go about this conversation, somebody's conscience is going to be pricked, and at least they will come out clean and be able to handle what is required the right way. Well, there's another developing story which I believe we'll be able to sort. Let me see how that plays out. There are some disgruntled parties in Azimio that are threatening to exit. I don't know what you feel about the same also. Let us ensure that we also look at it keenly and be able to chart the way forward. But wanasema hasira za mkisi, furaha za mvuvi, ama vita za panzi, furaha ya kunguru. Kuna wale ambao wangependa Azimio ikuwe dismantled and scattered so that they are free to have a free field to do whatever they want to do. And so if Azimio is not careful, they may play right into the hands of what their opponents wants to have. Let's listen to video even as we proceed with the conversation. Nashukuru, tuendelee kujiunga pamoja tafadhali mahala pote ulipo. Hii ni Mtembei TV.
Bado the incident is still fresh, huyo mtu awawe, na ninasema awawe. That is the proper interpretation of the law. Article number 24 of this constitution inasema ya kwamba certain rights can be limited. These are rights which can be limited, and right to life is one right which can be limited. Hatuwezi allow few individuals waendelee ambao ni wakorofi waendelee kudisturb watu wengi in the society. That one is not protected in the law. Lazima population ya watu ikiwa 100%, if 3% ndio wana disturb kwa kuua watu, we eliminate 3% by killing to save 97%. Tumeelewana kufikia hapo? Nani anasema hii katiba hairuhusu mtu kuua? Inaruhusu. Article number 24, the limitation clause. Sawa sawa? Article 51 of the UN Charter, ya kwamba mtu akikomita crime hapa, ameua mtu, anafuatwa under hot pursuit na pia awawe. It is there. Why are we interpreting the law to favor criminals and to disadvantage good people in the society? That one I will not allow. Nikiwa OCS bondeni hapa, mtu akiwawa ni
out of Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party, saying there is too much deceit within the rank and file of the Orange Democratic Movement. This is after the two ODM MPs were sworn in to take up the lucrative Parliamentary Service Commission membership. Jubilee lawmakers say there was an agreement that one of the three positions be reserved for the opposition coalition would go to Jubilee, but ODM has shortchanged them. And TV's senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Muredi has the lowdown for us.
The glue that kept the opposition coalition together, that is the Azimio One Kenya, is fast wearing off, with constituent political parties raising the alarm over what the big brother ODM is up to. A section of Jubilee MPs earlier Thursday called a press conference to accuse the big party within the Azimio One Kenya coalition ODM of shortchanging it in the constitution of the Parliamentary Service Commission. The coalition had 3 slots.
We would not want the position of Jubilee Party to be taken by any other political party. So if the political parties, there is some disagreement within our partners, and our brothers would urge them to sort out and actually come up with one name for ODM, one name for Wiper, and one name for Jubilee Party.
The Jubilee Party, as part of Azimio, is entitled to nominate one commissioner to the Parliamentary Service Commission. If you look at even the numbers numerically, after ODM, Jubilee is the second largest party.
A last-minute change in the Senate Wednesday evening saw Jubilee Isiolo Senator Fatuma Dulo's name dropped from the list and replaced with ODM's Nyamira Senator Okongo Mogeni. Earlier, Jubilee's Sirisia MP John Waluke was also shortchanged despite assurances from Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta of his candidacy.
We all empathized with Honorable John Waluke. And when he was given the letter, it was our wish that he should be given the nomination slot, pending his release. It was our prayer. It didn't happen. He was shortchanged. Up to now, we're asking ourselves, how did Waluke miss the list?
Even as we speak, some of our Jubilee honorable members are very disgruntled on how ODM handled the distribution of committees.
They're not going to be flower girls or flower boys of anybody.
We were not coerced to join ODM in Azimio. We joined willingly, and if they mistreat Jubilee members, we leave them willingly, because you have experienced firsthand the conmanship, the politics of deceit, and political banditry by our brothers in Azimio party.
We are also announcing that very soon we'll be convening a BG, the parliamentary group of BG, of Jubilee, to discuss this and all other issues pertaining to the party's interest.
However, their cries to the Speaker fell on deaf ears as he processed the matter on the floor of the House, dealing Jubilee a blow.
Honorable members, I've taken the liberty to peruse the Azimio La Umoja One coalition agreement, faulty as it may be, to help me navigate this issue. I have noted that the agreement makes absolutely no mention of the sharing of positions in the commission.
And I would really not want to get into the politics of the Azimio coalition, and this has nothing to do with the politics within the Azimio coalition. It is a decision that has been made collectively by Senate, where the Honorable Fatuma Dulo sits.
The list is amended in the Senate, including Okongo Omogeni's name, sailed through, paving way for their swearing in this evening. Kennedy Muredi, NTV.
Well, that is the storm brewing in Azimio as Jubilee feel shortchanged. But there is more that meets the eye. So let's also look at it keenly and be able to judge the matters accordingly. Wale wote ambao mngependa kujiunga nami katika studio, tafadhali tumia hiyo link. Karibuni tuanze kusemezana. Nashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana. Tufikishe hiyo namba, kuna nini? Tufikishe hiyo namba kama 200 hivi ili tuanze masuala yetu kwa kina. Ningependa tu kuwakumbusha kwamba tutaendelea na huo mchango wa kusaidia dada Pamela Ofula katika dialysis treatment ya babake ambaye anaumwa, and then there are those who requested that we extend it to today, and so the contribution is still open. I'll soon be sharing the number, those so that nobody's locked out. And please, let's keep it sound and be able to do what is rightful, even as we proceed with the contribution. So updates so far, we have gotten 800 from Kelvin Otieno, and then 500 from Lillian Obura. So let's keep sharing into easing the pain and the stress of our own sister Pamela Ofula. Like I had noted, Pamela Ofula is a daughter to Anne Ofula, the late news anchor of KBC. Those of you are old timers, you remember her, a beautiful, tall, and wonderful soul that we grew interacting with on our screens, and we feel attached to that big family in terms of learning a lot from their beautiful souls. And so I would also invite us as Mtembei TV family to be an extension of what eases their pain by assisting into ensuring that the dialysis program is not interfered with even as they proceed. Like I said, their family accounts is depleted, the insurance is depleted, and so they are relying on well wishers to be able to sustain that. And that is as they need 7,000 for every session, and they have 2 sessions per week. So tafadhali, kama una shilingi yako 1, 2, 3, tafadhali tuma kwa hii namba, alafu tutashukuru. I'm being given updates on how the money is, reaching her. I don't want you to send it to me. You send directly to her, and then she will update me on who has sent, and I'll be able to give a public announcement here. Asante sana. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo tunapoanza mjadala wetu usiku wa leo, na tuangazie kwa kina the Graft case against the Deputy President Gachagua is dropped. The Judiciary going to bed with the executive. How dangerous is that? Squatters, evictions, outcries. Watu wanalia Machakos and elsewhere kuhusu evictions. Wewe haya mambo unayaona vipi? Alafu kuna hii masuala mengine ya Azimio. Viongozi wanalia kwamba ODM, the big brother, is bullying the rest of the parties in sharing slots within parliamentary committees. I don't know what your take is, but that is something that also came up with Alex's submission last time. I think we can't be an alternative government if we are not doing what the constitution requires us to do. Na sijui pia unaonaje ile madai ya yule askari anapoongelesha wengine kwa kusema kwamba the freedoms we have are limited in the sense that when they are affecting other people, we can get some limits. And one of it is exterminate the offender who wants to do away or disturb the peace of the majority. I don't know what you feel and think about the whole thing. Nataka tuongee kwa kina ili tutekeleze ya maswala vizuri. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio unaipata tu kwa YouTube. So kama uja ingia ama unafuata matangazo haya kwingine kule, ukitaka hiyo link unaipata kwa YouTube. Hapo ndipo inapatikana. Other platforms ni kama zimeweka limitation, we can't post directly on their channel. So please, if you want to get into the studio, the link to use is on YouTube. So subscribe to Mtembei TV YouTube, turn on the notification bell, and then from there, let's get in here and discuss whatever and how we can navigate out of this. Have we lost the war on graft completely, or there is still hope? And if there is hope, where is that hope? What are the dangers of the judiciary going to bed with the executive? Will we still have a country and be able to arbitrate differences or conflicts in our midst if we continue with the style of Kenya Kwanza, having a start off that is looking very, very disturbing, in the sense that they are going easy on Graft. All cases are dropping. The DPP seems to have lost almost everything, and hii ndio jinsi anapaswa kufanya kazi ama kuna shida fulani? Na kama kuna hiyo shida iko wapi? Mbona asitoke wazi aseme shida ni hii na hii? Kwa sababu this accusation and counter accusation is not helping much. Let's get talking. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on forward. Yes, Yufin, How are you today?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well, I'm well. Karibu, karibu.
Asante. Eh, hii Kenya yetu, Mungu aturehemu tu. Sijui kama tuko na hiyo nini na hiyo confidence ya kumarch, revolutionize. They pick Gachagua off the hook. Hiyo ilikuwa ina yani we knew it was going to happen, so haijatushangaza. And war on graft, I don't think it's there. It will only be there for those who are on the opposite side. If you don't support the government, then you'll be at a crossroad. But as long as you're with the government, you are good to go, because the judiciary is in bed with the executive, so you don't expect anything. In fact, the executive will even dictate how the kind of punishment people will be getting. So it's very bad. It's a very bad thing. Kenya, we were used as an example in East Africa. I think in Africa, because Kenya we were not third world actually. Kenya was a middle. We were not developed, but we were not third world. We were middle income. So I don't know. We have a pilot who has taken the plane off the track. Now the track is just going downhill. So we don't know what's going to happen, but we know it's not a good thing. Everywhere there's confusion. You go to this eviction, people are crying and they don't care. Kiambu County, is it in Rongai, where people were crying because the mama mbogas, their stalls have been demolished, and they're told, I don't know the field, they're going to bring containers, I don't know for what. But now they have nowhere to go. They've started crying about their rights. So who will be there to fight for you? The same mama mbogas were the hustlers who wanted to take dynasties home. You know, Bernard, it's good to be a dynasty because you are used to the wealth and the money. So you don't even have the appetite to get more. At least you can help. Very few people who are dynasties can be greedy. But if you give someone who purports to be a hustler, they just want it for themselves. Someone with a hustler mentality, even if they are rich, they'll still want more. They won't even think of others. It will be them first. So we were warned. The hustlers were warned, but they didn't listen. And there was a time that former senator, now the government, the governor, Hosea James Orengo, said that the government eats its own children. That hustlers are eating hustlers now. So we don't know who is going to stand against who, because it's hustler versus hustler. Because when people start crying haki yetu na even 3 months haijaisha, tuko pabaya. We are not where we are heading to. It's not a good place. We are really, really in a bad situation. And now it's everyone for themselves. The hustlers should now know that it's them to defend themselves, because the same people who lied to them that were hustlers are actually millionaires and billionaires. So they have nothing to lose. They'll continue amassing whatever they can get. If the person up there, war against graft start with the person up. So if the person who is up there is not even, very well that he can't do that, doesn't even touch on that, supports the DPP in all that he does, because if DPP can tell us that he was coerced by the former government, how sure are we that he is not coerced right now? And how competent is he? Where is the integrity? Why can't he just resign and then let other people do the job? Why is he still there in the first place? Kenya, it's us for ourselves. I see that the MPs, they said they are going to go on strike because the court threw away the CDF fund. I'm just wondering, what's the importance of the CDF fund? Why don't they just take that money and then give it to education, and then find a way on how education can be free so that they don't have to struggle for the CDF fund? Because I believe there is money, because Moses Kuria said that they don't have problem with money. They have money, but the problem is the SMEs down there are not organized. That should tell you he's there, he's the Minister for Trade, and he's there and he's saying the SMEs are not organized. Just should tell you, hustlers were singing hatupangwingwi, know that mtakuja kupangwa vizuri tena sana. He's coming for you. Mtapangwa. So mlikuwa mnaimba hampangwingwi, na sasa ndo mtapangwa vizuri sana. Because he said there is money, but the people down there are not organized. So he'll come to organize you. That is kupangwa. So Bernard, I don't know where we are heading to in this our country, but we knew it was gonna be bad, but we didn't expect it to be this bad. You can expect something to go wrong, but you don't expect it to go to an extent that now you don't even understand it. Thank you.
Asante sana Eugene, we appreciate that. A good start and a good moment for us to think deeply. Our country requires urgent attention. Kuna nani huyu Philemona Samoe anasema Bernard, I'm in Qatar. What's going on in our country Kenya? Like you see, all graft judges are being dropped. The judiciary seems to be in bed with the executive. MPs going for for what? They say the strike. What difference does it make? Do they even work for us? They are not nurses. They don't provide any service. They are not teachers. They are not. They can go for strike whenever they want to. Who cares? Uh, all they want is to control the money. CDF is illegal. They are the lawmakers. They should make it legal, not for them to protest for the same. These are the kind of jokings that I find very fascinating in our country. That people who are charged with the responsibility to provide leadership need to be led, and they need seriously to be shown the way. So that makes the whole thing a joke and not anything serious. So far, we are yet to have a parliament that is really parliament. We seem to have a ceremonial parliament that is used as a rubber stamp to, or ratify things that are, funny in the sense that nothing serious coming from what is happening. So tuendelee kujitahidi na kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. Naendelea tu kuwahimiza, tafadhali tumie hiyo namba ya Pamela Ofula, tuma mchango wako, msaidie tusaidie dada yetu katika matibabu ya babake, anahitaji dialysis mara 2 kwa wiki, na hiyo ina cost 7,000 per session. Wako babaya in the sense that their cash is depleted and mzee still needs medical attention. So ukiona hiyo namba ya Pamela Ofula, tafadhali tuma mchango wako ule unaoweza. Naamini kwamba Mtembei TV tuko wakarimu na tuko tayari kusaidiana katika kuhakikisha kwamba mmoja wetu hataumia peke yake, lakini tutashiriki katika huo uchungu ama katika hilo tatizo, ili tufanye nini? Turahisishe mambo. So if you get that number, please make use of it. I also want to appreciate those of you who have subscribed to my new channel. Our new channel on the Sound Candid Talk is dedicated to talk shows that are interrogating leaders and opinion shapers within the country. So if you talk shows and you want to follow them, please make sure you subscribe to that channel. It will not be mixed like this one, where we share everything together, so it becomes mix and match that you can't follow one specific line. The Sound Candid Talk is dedicated to talk shows between me and my team and other leaders. Like we released the first video today, a conversation between Bishop Silas Kanali and Bishop Emeritus Mzee wa Kazi, Bishop Boniface Adoyo. Very rich guy in terms of experience and leadership. Is seasoned and aged enough to be able to show us the way. If you missed that conversation, it's still around there, so make sure that you follow through. Hiyo ni channel itakuwa kali sana, kwa sababu inakupatia uhondo jinsi ulivyo na itakuelimisha kwa njia ambayo haina haraka. Kwa hivyo watu wote ambao mnapenda ukweli na mnapenda maongezi ambayo inachangia kukukuza wewe na kukuhakikishia kwamba unaelewa kile kinachojiri na jinsi utakavyokitatua, bas make sure you are a subscriber. I want to combine all that together. I just don't want you to be confused. So we are doing the fundraising. This is the final day as we raise funds to help out with Pamela Ofula's dad's dialysis treatment. And then we continue with the subscription. Jana succeed kupata almost 60 subscribers. Today nataka tupaya 100. So kama uja subscribe, I'll be sharing the subscription link. Nataka tu tujitahidi leo tuongeza hao 100. I believe that within the next 7 days we'll have reached the threshold of the 1,000 subscribers. So kama unapenda kipindi hiki na ungependa tukaguze hiyo channel nyingine, tafadhali nisaidie. You get me subscribers, serious subscribers, people who love right information and good thinkers who want to enjoy the thinking and the reasoning of both the elderly and the young. Tomorrow after this show, I will be leaving earlier. I have another session to go and talk to another elderly preacher, wale wakonge wa injili. I will be going to shoot the conversation so that we bring it again on that particular channel. Kuna wazee ambao wana siri ya inji hii, na hiyo siri tungependa kuijua. Kwa hivyo ungependa, kama uja subscribe, please subscribe. Sound Candid Talk ndio jina ya channel. Link nimeshare kwa comment section. Just click on it, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, alafu rudi kwa show, tuendelee kujadili kwa kina masuala yanayokumba nchi hii. Deputy President Gachagua off the hook, over 7.3 billion graft case. Hey, 7.3. Yani hakuna makosa. Judiciary going to bed with executive. What is dangerous about it? Squatters crying out for eviction after Kenya Kwanza swore and vowed there will be no evictions. Hakuna Mkenya atakuwa displaced. Hakuna Mkenya atabomolewa nyumba. Hao madynasty ndio walitufanya hii mambo yote. Saa hii imekuwa story tofauti. Mungu saidia Kenya. My Redeemer lives. Habari ile?
Nzuri sana Bernard.
Yes, karibu.
Thanks, it's my first show what tuna chat to inbox.
Asante sana kwa kufika huku, karibu mawili matatu.
Sisi tunashangaa na hii dunia inaenda wapi? Hii Kenya iliuzwa ama ni nini? This is not the country I knew. We need to do something, Bernard. Wenye tulizaliwa 1980s, we can know what we went through. Ile dictatorship, moja akipita mahali lazima mtafunga shule muende kwa barabara. But this one is now more worse. It's like out of frying pan into the fire. Now we are asking, is this the way or what? Yani ni kama Mungu ametusahau ama. Sometimes I compare my country like Israelites. Walikuwa vichwa ngumu. That's why they died in the wilderness. Sasa it's like Kenya, we are in that situation. What is happening, Bernard? What are we going to do? Sasa na Gachagua anatembea. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I'm just afraid of my generation. I'm just praying hard because there is one person from sitaki kutaja ni wapi. Alisema there is nowhere Luos will ever lead in this country. Then I asked myself, nimezaa mtoto Mjaluo, that means I'm wasting my school fees. If this tribe cannot lead, where am I? Where am I going? Why am I wasting my school fees? Direct, and he's a police officer. Siwezi nikamunini hapa. In fact, tuliachana. Hivyo tu na life ikaendelea mbele. So, we need to pray hard, Bernard. Kenya iko mahali pabaya kabisa. Naona, Kenya iko mahali pabaya. Mabaya kabisa. Even some pastors, nili block by the way. Nili block everybody because they were against we ameingia kwa siasa sana na huyu mtu anafanya kazi. Sasa mtu anafanya kazi mzuri, watu wanakufa njaa, Bernard. Ndio nimeona Kiambu wameanza is it Githurai? People are on the road. Haki yetu. Ile manifestation ya Ruto imewaweka wapi? Kwenye bahari. Meli nazama, mawimbi yamezidi. Where are we heading to? It's time to wake up Jesus. Unajua wanafunzi wa Yesu walikuwa kwenye meli. Wakati mawimbi yalikuwa mazidi, ilibidi wamwamshe Yesu, wamwambie Yesu tunazama, tusaidie. Sasa it's a high time Kenyans waache ukabila. When I see Gachagua ametolewa, Aisha Juma, even I don't know what to say, even I can't name them, whatever is happening. And whatever some prophecies are saying about kuna video nime-upload hapa, I don't know if you can look for Benda Nyongesa. There is something she has said about Kenya. Na ametoa hizo mambo na maona mara karibu 5. Kenya iko katika hali ya hatari. Watu wasifurahie. Na tuache ukabila, tuweke uadui kando. We work together to redeem our country. That's all what I can say. Wacha nisikize kutoka kwa watu wengine so that nisiblock mtu. But I'm so worried and I'm so disgusted. I'm tired. Wenye tuko Gulf tunatuma pesa Kenya zitoshi. Tunaingia kwa madeni. It's like tunaosha choo bure. Sasa I'm wondering next year, am I going to Kenya or I will remain in this country? Nasitaki kukaa kwa Mwarabu. I need to go to my country. Ninarudi Kenya na nini surely. You finebo ongea hapo.
Okay, asante my Redeemer lives. Thank you so much for that passionate appeal. We trust Wakenya wanatusikiliza. Matatizo tunayo tena ni mengi, lakini suluhisho litapatikana. Hilo suluhisho litatokana na kila Mkenya kuwajibika. Let's take responsibility kubadilisha nchi yetu tuifanye bora. Kama viongozi hawafai, tunapaswa kuwatimua. Huo ndio msimamo wangu. Sitaki mtu yeyote awe kwa ofisi kama ajui kazi yake na kama hafanyi kazi ambayo itasaidia maisha ya Wakenya. Kenyans need to get angry with their leaders and be able to get them to do the right thing or kick them out. So sio masuala ya bembeleza, sio masuala ya tafadhali. Ni muhimu wananchi wajue haki zao, alafu wasisimamie hizo haki zao. Lakini hii wanataka tuamini kwamba hao ndio wenyewe na mpende msipende watatawala, watatenda vile wanataka. Hiyo haikubaliki katika kizazi hiki. You feel you can go ahead.
Wah, hii Kenya haki. Unajua hata ukifanya kazi ni kama hata ufanyi, so alafu hata ile kidogo yenye utatumwa home pia bado watachukua tu, na itabidi wakati mwingine inabidi utume, unaona. So sisi hatujui tuko wapi, but unaona wakati mwingine mtu anatamani tu, unajua ukiwa nje unatamani nyumbani. Watu wenye wako nyumbani wanatamani watoke nje. Sasa ukitamani nyumbani, ukitamani kurudi, sasa mambo ndo hayo. Maajabu ya Musa. Hatujui sisi tuelekea wapi sasa. Alafu hii mambo ya Azimio, Bernard. Mimi niliona hiyo kitu akiniliudhika. And then kuna huyu mama, sijui MP wa Laikipia, Laikipia West ama where. Huyu Sara. Sijui jina la Raila lilitokea wapi hapo, mali walikuwa wanang'ang'ania, akasema wanagombania sijui maviti sijui mavio. Akasema sijui ODM na Raila ni makono. Unajua hiyo kitu iliniudhi sana juu sijui jina la Raila linatokea wapi hapo. Juu hao watu ni kama walijiunga tu na Azimio, but bado wako na chuki ingine hapo. So sijui juu ukiona mtu ana debate na aseme eti ODM na leader wake Raila, unajua I make sense. Na tena inaudhi tu sana. And then the place where this person comes from is a place where you know very well. You mention the name of Raila, say Raila is bad, even where he doesn't come in, people will just say, oh yes, we told you. And then they come and tell us what. And then Sabina Chege comes and says, they gave different names. So the party, the Jubilee, is the one that confused the rest. So why are they blaming ODM and Raila? They can blame ODM, yes. Why do they bring the name of Raila up? I can see Raila is working outside Kenya. He's not even there in the parliament, in those committees or anywhere around there. Why should he have to come in? Is Raila the one who is clearing those people in the members of the Senate? It doesn't make sense. Hii Kenya yetu ikienda sana, Bernard, tupewe yetu. Tupewe yetu, watu wabaki na yao. Tukae na Kenya yetu, tuweke Raila yetu, mganga wetu, mbaya wetu, juu sisi wenyewe tuwajua uzuri wake. Tumuweke akae rais wetu, wabaki na rais wao. Kwani shida iko wapi? Unajua kuna vitu zingine hazifai. Seriously hazifai. Hazifai kabisa. They should know they should tame their mouth. They should. They should. We can't take it. We've taken it enough. Na tumechoka, Bernard, tumechoka. Me personally, I'm tired. Tumechoka. And I believe many wamechoka kama mimi. So, these people, kama mtu anataka kutoka Azimio, atoke tu aende, hatuna shida. Na Kenya tunataka yetu ikiumana. tupewe yetu, tukae na yetu. I think we can thrive with our own. Thank you.
So asante sana Yufit, we appreciate that. Raila seems to be the best scapegoat for everybody. But we continue to honor and respect him. He has determined and led. My Redeemer said that no Luo can lead this country. Raila has led this country. There are no giant, serious advancement that have taken in this country without the fingerprints of one Raila Amolo Odinga. He has contributed to the advancement and progress of this country more than any Kenyan, dead or alive. And anybody who believes in the truth and knows the truth cannot dispute that. And that means the leading of the world is with people who know what leadership is. Look at the leadership that Obama provided to the United States and continues to listen to his heart. One thing I love about Obama is he speaks, you hear his voice, but you feel his heart. He takes leadership to be a heart issue. His sense of responsibility, it's exhibited. That is what leadership is. Si story tunapewa hapa ya mshenea ya kuzungushwa akili na kuchezewa. So as Kenyans of goodwill, let's not lose hope. Wakati umefika kila mmoja awajibike. Watu wa Jubilee, unajua sisi katika Azimio kuna masuala mengine, kuna UDA malls ndani ya Azimio ambao wangependa sana kusambaratisha Azimio ili UDA survive. UDA is, I have said, they are the minority and they're the weakest part of governance. And so they will look for how to weaken the other side so that maybe that could help them survive what is against, what they are up against. But in my opinion, they don't have what it takes. They may not survive the storm. And that's why they are jumping on anything and holding on anything. As at now, lazima wajipange, tena wajipange vizuri sana. Kwa sababu vile wanaendelea kutengeneza maadui, hapo ndipo kuchanganyikiwa kwao kunaendelea. Kwa sababu if you are the minority, you need to reach out to others, become the majority. But if you think you can buy everybody and everyone, you will be shocked. You'll be shocked at the 11th hour. So let's not despair. And then leadership is with a leader. And the leader is somebody whose influence impacts the whole nation. It is not the one who has a title and is not the one who has the office. It's who can speak and the country quakes. Who can speak and the country moves. That's what leadership is. Kama huwezi kujaza Nyayo Stadium tusisumbuane, tuambiane ukweli. Uongozi wako una dosari, okay? Kwa sababu kiongozi ni yule anafuatwa na wengi, okay? Baba akisema saa hii si 11 o'clock in the night, akisema kesho saa 12 tukutanye Nyayo Stadium, it will be full by 2 a.m. So we should not be debating who is the leader of this great country. Let's not confuse ourselves. And then those people who think they can blame Raila for their mess, that is not it. Let them eat their humble pie and accept we have a leader in one, Raila Amolo Odinga, who they cannot dispute. And he has held 3 different regimes to account and succeeded in making things happen with or without the presidency. So let's do what is required and tell Kenyans what is true. Naomba tu tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana wale wote ambao mnajiunga nasi katika Mtembei TV. na ningependa kuwakumbusha kwamba hiyo contribution tunayofanya kusaidia babake Pamela Ofula inaendelea. Namba na share kwa comments, tafadhali tumia hiyo namba vizuri. Mafisi wote tafadhali msisumbue dada yetu na hiyo namba. Hiyo namba nimepeana tu kwa sababu ya msaada wa kusaidia kusaidia babake Pamela Ofula, kwa sababu anahitaji dialysis mara 2 kwa wiki na it's costing 7,000 each session and it's taken a toll on the family savings. So wanahitaji well wishers wasaidia. So tafadhali tuwapatie afueni at least 2-3 weeks wapate hiyo hela, and then we trust everything will be fine. Secondly, Sound Candid Talk, a new channel ambayo tumelaunch. Nataka tafadhali msubscribe. Kama huja subscribe, wewe sio rafiki yangu. Tafadhali jitahidi usubscribe na turn on the notification bell. Kuna mambo mazito ambayo tunazungumza kwa hiyo channel ambayo naamini yatasaidia katika kuendeleza hii nchi na kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya atadanganywa. So keen in-depth analysis of issues and discussion with leaders who matter. So usikose kusubscribe. Jana tulipata watu kama 60, nataka leo tupata 100. We should get that 1,000 subscribers within 7 days. So please help me out. Don't just watch things happening. Let us be part of what makes things happen. Naomba tucheze video moja hapa, alafu tusonge mbele na conversation yetu katika mjadala wa leo. A reminder,
sasa niko na message ya wase watatu hapa. Niko na message ya deputy president, niko na message ya mayouth mtaani, na niko na message actually ya mapolisi. Tafadhalini sikizeni hapa. Youth man wamekuwa wezi sana, sasa hivi wanadunga watu visu mchana. Ya, ukiwa pale hivyo sijui Koja, global roundabout pale, Kasarani, Pango, kumeharibika wasee. Yani Toyota ukitembea ukiwa solo inabidi ujiogope, unaogopa tu, yani ukisikia tu mzee na ndudhi ama mabozo wawili ama watatu wanakutembelea, wanatembea karibu na wewe, unasikia tu ni aje leta nini. Ukisuba kidogo hivi ati huwezi toa phone, unapigwa ridhe ama unadungwa makisu hapo na phone yako inaenda. Sasa hivi wenye tunabonga hivi wase 65 people, these are breadwinners, wako Kenyatta sasa hivi wananasiwa. Okay, na out of that 65, 17 gone. Hao breadwinners wamededi bana. So yes, extrajudicial killings si fiti, hiyo ni ukweli. Lakini ukisuppress DCI, usuppress mapolisi, usuppress kikosi gani ya usalama manzi. Sasa hawa 7 wenye mmewasuppress hivi ama polisi, hawa singekuwa na run around, ma flying squad wangekuwa wamesha fly around, ama boys hiyo wangekuwa nanuka huko mochari. Mmefanyaje? Mmedispandizi vitu. Sasa maboys wamejitawala man. Wanaua wase, wanajua hakuna kitu itafanywa, na kama ndafanywa zindashikwa pale hivyo niende kwa chief, ama ndapelekwa kwa ile station fulani hapo kuna rogue officer ndamjenga yake, hata ndiye alinipatia bunde na nitatoka tu tena. So manze wase, who is paying the price? Who is paying the price? Kenyans are the ones paying the price bana. Na hii kitu manze na niuma, mimi nachukia sana wase. Yani we boy, sasa boy rende gang manze, me lose your conduct bana. Kuna ile conduct unaweza iba lakini you cannot kill. Sasa ni kama tu ni cult sasa wasi. Hawa kwa cult wanaua na wanamwaga damu. Wanamwaga damu na wanaiba. Sasa ukiiba alafu uwe. Hiyo inamaanisha ni kama mti ya matunda umekata. Umekata mti ya matunda, kesho nini? Mr. President, hii kitu kiendelea hivi, this unlawlessness, sababu ya kukalia mapolisi, kuatishia kila mara wawezi do job. Sasa saa hii mayutu wameanza kujitawala, sio ti wapi. Hata Kakamega naambiwa kuna mayutu wamejitokeza, wanajita sijui Msumbichi. Sasa Msumbichi sijui wao mbichi ya wapi. Huko Kisii kumetokea rende, Mombasa kumetokea rende, na umiza wase bana. These things were not there just in the previous government. Saizi merudi mbaya. Please Rigiji, you need to revisit whatever you did, yeah? ama polisi wapatiwe nguvu zao, warudishwe kwa ground, wapatiwe resources, ama boys watatumaliza bana, wanaharibu economy. We are losing parents, we are losing breadwinners.
File after the anti-corruption court dropped Graft charges implicating him.
Easy after the anti-corruption court granted prayers to drop the 7.4 billion shillings graft case facing the second in command for lack of evidence. Senior Principal Magistrate Victor Wamukile, while dropping the charges, however, warned Gachagua and his co-accused that they could be rearrested if new evidence is found. And as our senior political affairs reporter Apollo Kamau reports, the heat has been turned to the DPP, with the civil society organizations saying that he should be charged for abuse of state machinery. Have a look.
Despite his notable absence in court due to state engagements, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's 2 years of hell, as he described it after the infamous 21st July Friday arrest, his speedy trip to DCI headquarters and court battles is now a closed file after the anti-corruption court dropped graft charges implicating him as a beneficiary of corrupt proceeds amounting to 7.4 billion shillings, but with a rider to Gachagua and his 9 co-accused persons.
There being no objection to the substantive application by the prosecution to have the matter withdrawn under Section 87A of the Criminal Procedure Code, the application is hereby granted. Now, the accused persons are hereby warned and informed that they may be rearrested in future and on the same or similar charges.
After the verdict, Gachagua's co-accused who were in court, among them Nyeri Senator Wahome Wamatinga, celebrated the outcome, saying they have been vindicated after 3 years of harassment by President Uhuru Kenyatta's regime.
It is tormenting, it is traumatizing for our families, it is dehumanizing for our business, it has ruined us, and we actually, as we stand today, could not go to any bank and access any finances because we are the unwanted class of people. That should never happen to any other Kenyan moving forward.
However, not all welcomed the verdict, with the Kenya Human Rights Commission threatening to go to court to sue the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nudin Haji, for abuse of office.
It is so interesting that most of
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for continuing to follow our broadcast and to participate into the discourse of what we are looking at. Kuna wale ambao wanaudhika na hiyo tape lakini naomba tuvumiliane. Ni vizuri tuelewe kwa kina ni jambo gani ambalo tunakumbana nalo ili tupate suluhisho ambalo linafaa. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnachangia katika mjadala wetu. Naomba tusonge mbele na tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali, tuendelee kukaribishana. Usitazame peke yako na usifuate peke yako. Make sure that you invite, especially those of you who follow us on Facebook. It's important that you understand you can only join into the studio via YouTube. The other parts of the platforms have been kind of affected. So make sure that you are a subscriber to Mtembei TV YouTube channel. That is where you will get the link to use to get in the studio, alafu uchangie mawili matatu kwa maswala haya. Hilo swala la insecurity is a very serious matter. Everybody needs to be careful. Let us not lose lives unnecessarily. But the warning is out there. If you participate in the crime, you have decided to cut your life short. Kuna watu ambao hawatavumilia maswala kama hayo. Make sure that you do what is right because it is right. Naomba tumsikilize my Redeemer lives again as we continue with the talk. Naomba tumsikilize my Redeemer lives again.
Bernard, hey, this is too much pepper in the soup. We can't swallow. Hey, and they are celebrating, surely. Hey, what? My God. Yesu ashuka atembee katika nchi ya Kenya. Asitumane haki. You should not send. Bernard, milioni zimeenda. Na mjue Uhuru nani? Oh, tulikuwa tumezoea Uhuru vibaya. Sasa Uhuru alikoma kwa mdomo. Si arudi akae kwa kiti basi. Bernard, umeona ile clip yenye Raila ameitwa president. I don't know which country. President Raila. Sijui kama umeona ako ka clip kama kako kwa TikTok. Paka Ruto anaibika. Because he's not recognized. Alikalia kiti ya wenyewe surely. Huyu mtu alinyakua. Sincerely speaking, this man hata sijuangi. Hiyo jina hata ni kubwa. Ni nzito kwa ulimi yako kuita President Ruto. In fact, I don't like watching that man. Umai kula kitu yenye unataka kutapika na unaiforce uimeza. That's how that man is. Mutomba hakuna kuvaa metomba. Wameongeza taxes. AMF sahi wamecongratulate Kenya vile wamefanyia wa Kenya. They're bringing more along. Now this man was on the platform misquote verses that ukikopa when you are a slave. So is he making us to be enslaved or is worsening us to be slaves, more slaves? You know we are going to be more slaves than even Israelites in Egypt. It is more worse. You know. Another thing, there is this issue of kuna kitu nimeona tena hapo. Yaani serikali nani Kuria. Mara nataka kwenda kubomoa Ukambani. Yaani hao watu wamedharau hizi kabila zingine. I think this is just a revengeful mission. Hao watu wako kwa hiyo nini? Sijui ajaribu Kakamega atajua ajui. Aulize Moi. Moi aliokolewa na bodaboda ya baiskeli. I don't know, it was in 2002. Wakati wa Kibaki tosha. So Ruto asijaribu people asira za watu tumeweka kwa tumbo by the way. Mimi seriously nikapewa tu Ruto kwa kona mahali na nimgeuze inzi. Nammaliza na msiaga. Because I'm tired of this man. Sincerely speaking. Na msiaga kabisa apotee. Nikiwa na uwezo. Ama nigeuka hata nyuki. Naambianga Mungu so nigeuze nyuki ningie startups. Niume kila Gachagua. Niume Ruto. Yani nikiwauma hivyo ni sumu direct wanakufa wanaondoka. That's because whatever they are doing, ukiangalia na mambo ya Biblia, the way bishops were walking with the Bibles, juzi mwana Gachagua amepepa 10 million cash money kwa kanisa. Na hebu angalieni Turukana vile watu wanakufa Bernard. Surely for God's sake, hata kama uko na roho ya unyama. Ukambani watu wanakufa. Gatundu, people are dying. Watoto wanapewa changaka million, but people are carrying money in the church. Ndio hizi pesa zenyu, I think Gachagua alienda kuhonga mabishops wamfungie ndio kesi tupiliwe mbali. I think hizo maombi imefika. Sijui ni kwa Mungu ama ni kwa shetani ya maombi imefanya kazi. Because the God I'm serving, I can't see if he can support such nonsense. Anasema hata sadaka zenyu sitazipokea. Ukisoma Mika 3 hapo. Hata na sadaka zenyu msiniletee maana sitazipokea. Maana ni vitu ambavyo vimechakaa, vitu vimeoza. Sadaka ambazo zimetiwa unajisi wameua watu. This money is not good money. When I see a bishop saying that Ruto is doing good work, muuaji. And I told some people, celebrate now but tomorrow You will start crying and lamenting. Unasikianga tumutalia mukisiaga meno. This is what is happening, and I can see people are lamenting now. Bernard, where are we going? A common person cannot even eat ugali in a day. Hata tu apate kilo moja. Nakumbuka kuna njaa walio wanaitanga sabalala. I remember it was 12 years hizo miaka sabalala. Ilikuwa Wakamba waliletwa Western. Unapewa mkamba mmoja na unga. I don't know Bernard kama unakumbuka hiyo story. During Moi's regime. Sasa niambieni saa hii njaa ni nani watachukua mwingine aweke mwingine. Kila mahali kila mtu sufuria imetoboka kwake. Paka zimekwama ndani ya meko. Nobody is cooking. I think tunatafuta kuni mbichi tunaweka kwa meko waone moshi wafikirie tunapika, but no. We are just warm in the houses. We have nothing to put on the table. People badala warudi kwa magoti. Kuna ule pastor mwenye alikuwa anasema jana akiita watu wakuja wa intercede because of the government. Nobody is there to be seen. And that is what is happening in Kenya. The moment these people walikaribisha this mabishop watujui misingi ya madhabahu yao ni gani, that's when wali invent the devil worshiping system in Kenya. Now what they do, Ruto kila alifanya alitangulia akakamata anga za makanisa. Alipokamata anga za makanisa katika ulimwengu wa kiroho, na unajua money is everything. Ukiangalia kwa Biblia pesa ilimfanya Samsoni akakosa nguvu zake kwa sababu ya hela. 30 Delila Delila akamsaliti nani? Samsoni. Hizo pesa zilimfanya mwana wa Mungu akasulubiwa msalabani. Sasa hizi pesa zimebeba laana. Zini pesa ambazo zimelaaniwa. Tunaona mpaka Yuda Iskariote alifanya nini? Alikufa kifo cha hata hakuna mwenye alitaka kuzika mwili wake. And this is what happened to Kenya. They crucified Jesus. Walikataa haki wakamwachilia Barnabas. Sasa saa hizi wanasema laiti tungelijua. Hatungelimruhusu mwizi tukamsulubisha yule ambaye hakuwa na hatia. Na ndio hiyo Ruto alifanya, alienda kwa makanisa, enda kwao. I have a friend from Sugoi, and alinipea siri za Ruto, hivi neighbor, in and out. What hawajui Ruto? That lady told me everything about Ruto's background na vile ametesa watu kwao Sugoi. Hata juzi mliona mama alikuwa matown. Hata Ruto alifikiria kuwatafuta, hakufikiria. Wamekwama na walikuja kumuona na mkokotino na mle. Do you know how people are upstairs? I don't know it's abnormality or how. I don't know how they are thinking. The thinking capacity sijilienda wapi. I think people, Mungu nafaa apasue akili za watu, amwaga akili mpya. Atoi akili yenye tuko naye aweka akili nyingine ya watu kuona mbele. Tusione tu hapa jumepewa 200. Angalia after here. Next years, 5 years, where will I be? Kenya economy ni mbaya, mafuta imepanda, everything. Ukipigia madhe simu anakuambia huko hata sukari tulisahau. Na unajua uko na watoto wanataka kukula. Some of us we are single mothers. Niambie kuna mwanaume sasa atataka kunioa, atapeleka nini kwetu? Hata paka atapeleka kweli hata mahari. Budget imepanda juu. Hatutapata wanaume wengine wetu, tutabaki kuwa single hivi mpaka mwisho. Because nobody is ready to engage in the marriage. Ataki mzigo. No job, no nothing. Wanaume wanateseka huku nje. Wanawake sasa tutabaki tutaenda kwa barabara kufanya kazi za umalaya. That's why unaona watu wengi wanakufia Saudi. We had hopes in Raila. Mimi nilikuwa nimefurahi sana nikirudi Kenya. I knew I was going to get something, job. Mimi haja yangu nipate kazi because I have some certificates. I'm not here to clean chozi kusoma nioshe. I had some hopes. Nikijua Raila akiingia, I'll have something to do in my country to build my economy. By the way, Bernard, we are suffering in these Gulf countries. Wacha zile mama agent wanalipa serikali pesa wanafanya. We are suffering. But now it is like we are going to suffer more. Because I remember my boss early January, not January, last year, kabla nani wa launch, Azimio. Raila enda Kasarani asema anasimama. He told me, do you know you African countries, you are rich? Nikamwambia, how? We thought you are the one because you have money. Akasema, you have everything, you have the resources. But the problem in African countries, especially Kenya, you are leaders. Nikamwambia no, we are going to have this round, we are choosing another leader. Akasema there is nothing is going to happen like that. There is no leader who's going to lead you. Exactly kweli aliniambia, and I've seen it. Hata juzi nilimkuta niwaambia, you told me something. Na ni Mwarabu. Hata jui Kenya wanaenda aje ndio afike. These people knew the weakness, they know the weakness of our country. Tunaona wana mistreat wasichana kutoka Kenya. They know Kenya, the weakness of Kenya is money. Wakikuja wamwagia hawa watu marials zigeuke mamilioni na madola. Mutalia kwa streets, haki yetu. Nobody is there to listen to you, Bernard. Sasa mimi nashindwa, Bernard, tunachenga ama tunabomoa? Hata kama surely hii nchi tumeipigania kwa miaka. Zile enzi za Moi, hata afadhali za Moi sasa. Unajua Moi alikuwa na huruma kiasi. Moi alituletea maziwa, mimi nilikunywa maziwa ya Moi. Niliimba. Moi ni simba ya Kenya. Niliimba. Juu nilikuwa najua after that kuna ka packet ka maziwa somewhere. Lakini saa hii watu wanaimba Ruto, hawana unga, hawana midomo imekauka, hata kumfikia round hii sijui. And I'm really asking, is this Rachel and the Rigaji's wife wameokoka kweli? They call themselves, which Bible are they reading? From what Genesis to Revelation, do they read the Bible and understand the Bible? Kama ni kweli ni watumishi wa Mungu, huyo Rachel naonanga ameinama kabisa paka watu wanasema, hey, we need somebody from religious who can lead our country. Muganga, unajua better the devil you know than the angel doesn't know. Is this lady, mbona hakuambia bwana yake whatever you are doing is not good? We know what they did. They fasted for Raila to die. Tunajua hizo siri zote, hakuna kitu. Mapastors walilipwa pesa waende wafunge Raila akufe. And they did before government, the group mwingine sijui, I don't know this man, sijui alilewa kwanza ndo wakatoa judgment, I don't know. Because it's very shameful to the world. To the world, exactly, it's very shameful. Kenya tuko na mazao. Ebu kujeni hizi nchi za Waarabu, Bernard. You know Kenya is a blessed country. Hawa watu wananunua maji, wanalipia sewage, chakula, michanga haiwezi kamesha hata nyasi peke yake. But our country wananunua lantana. Lantana ni kitu ya kununua, Bernard, huko wananunua. They buy. But Kenya, we are misusing our resources because we have selfish leaders. Sasa Kuria anaongea ni kama ananyongwa na chura kwa koti. You can't atuwabemberezi. Huyu Kuria mko sure watu wako normal stairs? Are they normal abnormal? If I may ask, inafaa waende mentor medhare wachunguzwe. Kuja Rigathi cannot do anything without kutaja Raila. Raila, everywhere Raila, wakilala Raila. Hai, kwani Raila ilikuwa basi ya kuwapeleka wapi? If I may ask. Ami ilikuwa basi imekwama kwa mlima, inafaa iwapeleke penye wanachelewa, ndio that's why wakiamuka ni Raila. Jesus Christ. This man has done much to our country. In fact, hata kwa hii media tungekuwa tunajitangaza hivi. I remember those days ulikuwa unataka kupigia mtu wako simu, unaenda kwa boot center. Our center, sisi sokoni yetu ni pale center ukiteremka Shisiru. Sasa hapo ndo unaenda uweke tupeni, upigie mtu. Kitambo mtu apate message hata kama ulikufa ukazikwa, ndio anapata message ndio akuja. But now we have freedom of speech, kuna internet, kuna nini, we get messages within a second. We want to kill it. Aya, ile message ya ule kijana Museveni alisema, sijui kama wa Kenya, you must think, message ikikuja kwa Twitter msione ni ujinga. There is something cooking. Huku chini kuna moto na waka, moshi ni kulipuka ijalipuka. Alisema Uhuru, hii katiba yetu ni mbaya. Kwa nini aliretire? It was too early for him to go for retire. Watu wakanyamazishwa, wakazubaishwa. Mumeona Kenya kimefanyika, huyu sijui ni nani, huyu I don't know which this guy, sijui ni Somali, sijui ni Al-Shabaab, I don't know. Akasema they want to change the katiba. Wanataka change katiba. Hao walisema wataki kuharibu pesa. Why are they misusing our resources? This is our taxes. Hizi ni pesa zetu zingeenda kwa mfuko. Nikikumbuka NYS nilichota mafi kwa mitaro. Lakini Waiguru walikula pesa na Ruto. In the name of sako. Hizo pesa zilienda Bernard. Until now, we don't know where that money went. Tulitoka zero. Na building penye zilibaki hapo ndo ziliishia. We didn't accomplish what we had started. Biblia, ati nikiweka Biblia chini, unajua this man, wacha niwaambieni Biblia ni mbaya. Kama uninua Biblia kwa ukweli, Biblia ni mbaya. Na Biblia huleta laana. At the appointed time, you will see what this Bible, uliona confusion hata Rigathi Gachagua, swearing in walikuwa confused elements. Because they went on the pulpit wakamwagiwa mafuta. Ule pastor aliomwagia mafuta, unajua ndiye amewakaranga, ndiye amewalaani. Ile anointing oil waliwekea kwa pulpit. Hao ndiye amewalaani. Huko anasema ati Raila na mganga. Afadhali huyo mganga. Unajua mganga ako na huruma hata mlevi. Unajua ukikaa na mlevi na mwizi wako na huruma, wanaweza hawataacha ulale njaa. Lakini hao wenye wanaitwa mapastors na mabishop, you will die when they are looking at you. Hao ndio watu wenye wako na roho chafu na wameharibu Kenya. Even Muslims wanasema afadhali Waislamu. Wanasema kama ndio Kristo, mtu anasema afadhali niende kwa Uislamu. Because of the behaviors. Watoto wetu sijui hata ukirudi utaambia nini mtoto, utamwambia somo kwa hivi. Jua already wanajua. Watoto wa siku hizi si kama kitambo. This is CBC education. They know everything. Unajua sisi enzi zetu kitambo shikanisha rada ulikuwa umeingia secondary. Dushikanisha what is going on. But for this now generation, wanaanza kuonyeshwa mambo when they are still young. So they know everything. Mtoto wangu nakumbuka akiwa 2 years. NASA ingekuwa NASA. Mbio area acha chakula. Sasa ungeuliza mtoto anaenda kudance nini? Anaenda kudance wimbo ya Raila nje NASA. Adanzi ishe hiyo msafari ishe ndiye arudi. That is 2 years boy. Niambie sasa, na mimi nilikuwa najua NASA nikiwa miaka 2. Mimi kura za Moi nimeanza kuzifuatilia I think in 2002 when Raila said Kibaki tosha. Hapo ndio nianza kujua kuna siasa hii dunia, but I never knew about politics. Because mimi ilikuwa life goes on. That's all. Lakini nyinyi kama kuna Mkristo yote akaapa, kina Mama Selina tuombe. Bernard, it's a high time we pray. Faith and action. Mama akienda Pumwani, aendangi tu acha nilale nitazaa mtoto, la anaumwa analia, ikifika masaa ya kusukuma anaambua mama sukuma, na Mungu anaongoza pumzi, anapiga nduru, wata use all means, hata kama ni kumchapa mama sukuma usiue mtoto, cause wanatetea hiki kiumbe. So for us tusikae tu ndaye God shuku tufanyie, no. Mungu anataka watu ambao wanajisaidia. Sukuma mtoto anguke chini. Huyu mtoto amekoma kwa tumbo, tunataka kulea mtoto tumsherekee. We don't want kuzubaa, maana tukizubaa mtoto atakufia kwa tumbo, na either wewe ukufa na huyo mtoto ama mtoto akuua ama ubaki tasa. Mambo ni sasa, tuangalie what do we want. We need to push this baby.
Thank you, Maridi. That's a good one, and I believe everybody's getting the information. There's one of my friends here who I want to bring to the screen. I think it's for the first time, and I believe he has a message for us to hear. So let us do what is right, and the rest of us tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. I'm happy we are now crossing the 200 line. Let's do that, and ukiendelea namna hiyo, mchango wetu wa dada wetu Afula unaendelea. Subscribers wa Sound Candid Talk, tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo, na usubscribe peke yako. Ukisha subscribe, imiza watu wawili watatu wa subscribe. If we make another 100 subscribers today, we'll have done well. Please, let's do that. This is my very good friend. I don't know how to introduce him, but I will bring him so that you see him and hear him. Michael himself. Daddy, Michael, are you there? Yeah, are you still there, Michael? Okay, I think on hitilafu ya mitambo akirejea tutamleta. Is one very important person that we need to see and hear. Those of you who have seen him before, you will be shocked when you see him. And those who have not seen him, when you see him, probably you may collapse. That's why I needed to prepare you before we bring him. As soon as he comes, we will bring him forth. Well, thank you, everybody. Father Darius, karibu sana. I greet you. Thank you for continuing to follow and participate into our programming. Thank you for inviting somebody to join into the discourse. Please, let's ensure that we do what is right. I support my Redeemer lives in the agitation that Kenyans must do something about their situation. Naendelea kuwahimiza kwamba jukumu ama kusudi la serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni kufanya Wakenya wakubali hali ilivyo na waishi katika magoti yao for the rest of their life. That must not be taken lying down. Lazima tusimame, tuhakikishe kwamba kuna mtu anatake advantage ya Wakenya, haswa huyo mtu akipewa nafasi ya uongozi. You don't become a leader to enslave people, you become a leader to free people so that people can be better because you are a better leader. So if Kenya Kwanza has no better leadership, watimuliwe. I support that, watimuliwe. And that is at all levels. Kuanzia kwa MCA, kwa governor, au watu wote. Kama mtu afanyi kazi aliyopewa, atimuliwe. Tusikue Wakenya ambao ni wajinga, eti tumekubali lazima mtu akae kwa ofisi miaka 5. Kama hafai, na kila Mkenya aelewe kwamba ni jukumu letu kuchagua viongozi na ni jukumu letu kuwatimua kama wafanyi kazi wanavyopaswa kufanya. Tusikubali kutumiwa vibaya na tusikubali kufuata mambo ambayo hayafai. We need a free country where all Kenyans are Kenyans indeed and they are free to express themselves. So please, let's not succumb to the pressure to accept the condition and be banned for the rest of our lives simply because the leadership at hand wants us to accept corruption as normal, accept, bad leadership as normal, confused leadership as normal. No, the world that is progressing has leadership that is predictable, leadership that is reliable, leadership that is responsible. Kwa hivyo mahala popote ulipo, tafadhali usikubali kukubali uovu kana kwamba huo uovu hauna jibu. Kuna jibu kwa matatizo yote ambayo yako katika nchi hii, na sisi kama wa Kenya, sisi ndiyo hilo suluhisho. Lazima tusimame, tukue counted, and we should be able to deliver a better Kenya. I want to hand over this country to the next generation, a better country than I found it. Our fathers fought to give us what we have. We need to fight to give our children and our children's children a better country than what we received from our fathers. That is what responsible parents do. So usikae hapo ukisema kwamba hali ndio ilivyo, tukubali tu matokeo, tuendelee. Hapana, kama haifai, na lazima tuiambie haifai, and then be able to correct what needs to be corrected. Once again, I want to make that appeal. If you have not yet subscribed to Sound Candid Talk channel, please do so. It is important that you do that. That is our channel dedicated strictly for talk shows with leaders and key opinion shapers within the country. That's a place where we'll be hosting members of parliament, hosting elderly ministers, elders, and people who have, a right experience in leadership. So usingoje ukachelewa, hakikisha umesubscribe. I'm sharing that information. You just click on the link, nenda hapo kwa hiyo channel, subscribe, alafu turn on your notification bell. Usitoke kabla uja turn on notification bell, kwa sababu if you only subscribe and go, YouTube, I hope you know that YouTube is a robot and robot don't have feelings. So ikikuja iangalie na inaona tu umesubscribe na uja turn on notification bell, wana assume wewe ni robot, so they will clean you out from the subscribers. Some of you must have experienced that. Una subscribe, ukikuja you have been unsubscribed. Why? Because they assume you are a robot and they don't want robots subscribing, because kuna watu ambao wanatumia robots kufanya mambo mingi ili wapate views na wapate followers wa YouTube. So huo ujanja umegundulika, and that's why they clear out everything. So please subscribe, turn on notification bell, then follow the broadcast. We already have a video of discussion between Bishop Silas Kanali and Bishop Emeritus Boniface Adoyo. Very rich conversation about the church and politics. Those are the kind of topics we'll be looking at. There is another minister I'll be talking to, maswala yote, even from dating to marriage, maswala nyeti. So please, usingoje, make sure you subscribe. It is important, and let's build that channel. I want us to reach that 1,000 subscribers within the 7 days. Then from there, we'll be working for another 1,000 subscribers. Tusonge mbele, tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. Let's listen out to this video before we continue the conversation. I'm still reminding us, kama hujatuma mchango wako, to assist Sister Pamela Ofula. I'll be sharing her number again. Whatever amount you have, no pressure, but whatever amount you have, send it. It will make a difference. You are 50 bob, you are 100 bob, you are 7,000, you are 8,000, whatever you can. Please send it forth and let it make a difference in easing the pain and supporting that particular family. Thank you.
Kama mtu si peaceful, you assault that person as you wait for the police. Kweli? Kama bado ni mtu amefanya kitendo, tunasema hot pursuit, amedunga mtu, bado the incident is still fresh, huyo mtu awawe. Na ninasema awawe. That is the proper interpretation of the law. Article number 24 of this constitution inasema ya kwamba certain rights can be limited. These are rights which can be limited, and right to life is one right which can be limited. Hatuwezi allow few individuals waendelee, ambao ni wakorofi, waendelee kudisturb watu wengi in the society. That one is not protected in the law. Lazima population ya watu ikiwa 100%, if 3% ndio wana disturb kwa kuua watu, we eliminate 3% by killing to save 97%. Tumeelewana kufikia hapo? Nani anasema hii katiba hairuhusu mtu kuua? Inaruhusu. Article number 24, the limitation clause. Sawa sawa? Article 51 of the UN Charter, ya kwamba mtu akikomita crime hapa, ameua mtu, anafuata under hot pursuit na pia awawe. It is there. Letting the law to favor criminals and to disadvantage good people in the society. That one I will not allow. Nikiwa OCS Bondeni hapa, mtu akiwawa ni
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's now get to hear from our friend. Michael, you are in with 2 devices. You can't. Utaweza kuongea? Hii device ingine lazima tuingoe, labda ndio utaweza. Hebu nione kama itasaidia. If you are able to get me. Okay, here we go. Karibu. Tuna baba wa taifa hapo anaitwa Michael. Naomba tumsikilize sauti yake. Michael, are you able to get me?
Yeah, I'm here. Habari zenu?
Haya. Salama vipi?
Mzuri sana, lakini hii inaonekana huko unaongea mahali nyingine, kuna pande nyingine unaongea na saa hii hauongei. Ninasikia kwa simu.
Okay. Ujumbe wako kwa Wakenya?
Hebu kuna kitu unaendelea ukiongea, lakini mimi nakuona umenyamaza. Nafikiri ziko mara mbili.
Lazima ukiingia studio unafuata ya studio, unaachana na hii ya nje, kwa sababu ya nje ina delay.
Okay.
So unazima ya nje, unafuata ile ya studio. Samahani, karibu sasa.
Bado nakusikia tu ukiongea kwa hiyo nyingine.
You will need to mute that. Weka hiyo kwa mute ili upate kutoka kwa studio, kwa sababu sasa unasikia kwa two wavelengths.
Sasa mimi siko katika ile studio saa hii ile unaongea, niko katika ile studio ingine ile ya kitambo.
Pole, nafikiria umechanganya. Mimi nakuona kwa studio yetu na nimekuongeza kwa panelist, so nataka uchangie. Okay, thank you very much. Nanu, everybody please confirm if you are able to get the broadcast clearly, especially my contribution.
Yes, I can get it.
John D anasema Jomo Kenyatta. Haya, huyo ndio Jomo Kenyatta mwenyewe amekuja kututembelea leo, na ningependa tusikilize ujumbe wake kwa Wakenya, but I think he's gotten to wherever the both channels zimemchanganya. Atarekebisha alafu arudi na atatoa ujumbe wake kwa Wakenya. I just want to appreciate everybody for your patience and continued followership and support from Tembei TV. Naamini unafaidika ukiendelea kusikiliza wananchi wanavyosema masuala yao kuhusu nchi hii na jinsi wanavyoona mambo. Kwa hivyo tuendelee mbele, tusisleki, na let us not be weary of well doing. The Bible says don't be weary of well doing, for you will reap in due season if you faint not. Kile na kinasababisha mimi kusimama hapa kila siku na kuongea na Wakenya, kukubali maovu kama ni jambo la kawaida. Hapana, tusimame kwa ukweli, tusimamie huo ukweli mpaka tupate haki yetu. Don't succumb to the pressure that Kenya Kwanza is placing the country into, accepting a twisted, incompetent, backward leadership as normal. No, the world that is moving forward has sound leadership, and that sound leadership is responsible and is charting the way forward. Tusikubali ati eshenyu is not acceptable, not at this point in time. We need to move forward. For us to move forward, we must demand right leadership. Well, I'm happy Francis is here. Francis, vipi?
Poa.
Jana wewe ndio ulikuja kuchelewa ama ulikosa kabisa?
Niliingia asubuhi, stima huku ilifanywa ile kitu bwana.
Wameanza kupanga jinsi ya kuzima stima ili waongeze kura.
Anyway, ni maisha tu, lakini tunaendelea tu hivyo tukipambana. You know, there are things which have shocked me so much because the DPP is behaving as if he's the court of law and is also the person, the DCI and everything else. Why can't he allow the case of DP Gachagua to progress? Then if it is fabricated thing, the court will know. A court is a platform whereby you come with your evidence.
Francis,
Yes?
one moment. Hold on, one moment. Let me just confirm if Michael is able to communicate now. Michael, unanipata? Daddy Michael, are you able to get me?
Ninakupata vizuri sana saizi.
Bas, sasa endelea. Toa ujumbe wako mbio kabla mitambo labda ilete kizaza.
Yes. Lakini
just go ahead and address the Kenyans.
Ninawasalimia nyinyi wote wa Kenya wenzangu. Na bado mimi ni mgonjwa sana sijapona.
Endelea.
Munanisikia?
Uko sawa?
Okay.
Endelea tafadhali. Yes.
Sasa ile kitu mimi ningeomba wa Kenya wafanye ni kwamba hiyo urais wa Ruto sio urais, huyo sio rais. Huyo ni muuaji, mwizi. Wakenya watoke kwa wingi sana. Wakenya watoke kwa wingi, wamuondoe katika hiyo kiti. Kila siku kukicha, mimi nasikia ninakuwa mgonjwa zaidi. Na pia hakuna watu kumuita ati rais. Huyo sio rais, wacheni kumuita rais. Hivyo ndio mnazidi kumuweka hapo. Hafai kuitwa rais hata kidogo. Rais ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Amolo Odinga Jaramogi alileta katiba mpya Kenya. Na katika hiyo katiba inasema maandamano iko lazima. Nyinyi wa Kenya watoke kwa wingi waandamane. Hakuna wakati wa kuachilia huyo mtu aendelee. Huyo si kiongozi, huyo ni muuaji. Ruto ni nyoka. Ruto ni nyoka kubwa inameza wa Kenya. Na mkiendelea kupiga kelele hapo ati mara anafanya hivi mara anafanya hivi, hapana, hakuna time ya kuongea mambo hayo. Time iliyoko saa hii ni kumuondoa aende kabisa. Hatutaki uvepari. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta alisema siku moja kwamba mzungu alikuja na Biblia na akawaambia tufunge macho tuombe. Nayo hiyo kufunga macho, mzungu anaiba ardhi yetu. Kwa hivyo ndio Ruto anafanya saa hizi, anaambia Wakenya fungeni macho tuombe. Na yeye macho yake iko wazi, anaiba huku na kule. Huyo mtu hafai kabisa. Wacheni kuongea mambo yake ati mara anafanya hivi mara anafanya. Ni Wakenya watoke barabarani, wamuondoe, wakimbilie ile uongozi wa Raila. Kenya haitapona kama Raila hatakuwa rais. Kenya haitapona kabisa. Tutakuwa na shida kubwa sana. Na lakini kama Raila watu watapigania Raila. Mimi ninasikia vibaya sana, sina amani. Naangalia watoto wangu vile watakuwa, naona shida, nasikia kila siku ninalia machozi. Kwa hivyo hiyo mambo ya kuja hapa kuambia tunasema hivi, hapana. Ni watu watoke barabarani, wamtoe huyo mtu. Hiyo ni nyoka mbaya. Huyo mtu anafaa kuwa amekufa. Anatesa mamilioni ya watu. Ile pesa yote, njaa ile imeingia Kenya ni kwa sababu yake. Kutoka wakati wa Moi aliiba mahindi, wakati wa Kibaki aliiba mahindi, wakati wa Mimi nilizaliwa mwaka 63 Kenya ikipata uhuru, na hizo uongozi wote nimeuona na ninaujua wote. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaomba Wakenya, msipoteze wakati. Huyo mtu hafai hapo hata kidogo. Damu yangu inachemuka kila saa nikimwona. Yaani hata mambo yake siangaliagi, kwa sababu sina imani na yeye kabisa. Jamaa, mimi nawaomba Wakenya wote, hata si mambo na UDA ama Azimio, Wakenya wote waungane, waseme sasa tumechoka na hii utawala ya uongo. Hao ndio watoto wao wanakula vizuri, nyinyi watoto wenu hawakuli. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu mmewapatia nafasi wafanye hivyo. Kama hamwapatii nafasi ya kufanya hivyo, haitakuwa namna hiyo. Kutakuwa na usawa Kenya, kutakuwa na usawa. Tunataka mtoto wa yule president ama mtoto wa minister yuko sawa na yule mtoto wa mtu yule sio president ama minister. Tunataka usawa wa kila kitu. Tunataka kurudisha Kenya iwe kama Kenya ile Kenyatta alitengeneza. Kenyatta kama angekuwa mbinafsi hangejenga Nairobi City. Kuna nchi huko West Africa haina city kwa sababu wale viongozi wao wale wanaingia hawataki maendeleo. Sasa ninawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, wa ndugu zanguni, muangalie hiyo maneno na muamuke, muache kulala, kwa sababu huyu mtu atamaliza Kenya. Yeye nia yake ni ubinafsi wake, sio kwa wale watu kwa Wakenya. Wakenya amewaweka chini ya carpet. Na ninaomba mimi ninaomba Raila aje afufue ile katiba ile ya haki ile iliyowekwa chini ya carpet. Hiyo ikifufuliwa sasa Kenya itakuwa mzuri. Lakini kama ni hii ya Ruto, hiyo constitution ya Ruto, hakuna kitu itaendelea Kenya, ni shida tupu. Kwa hivyo saa hizi tunaangalia huyu mtu aliingia kivipi. Kama aliingia na uongo, tung'oe yeye, tuache kuangalia ile mambo hiyo mambo ingine ati maendeleo ati nini na nini atafanya. Hiyo hatutaki, tunaangalia aliingia vipi. Mimi mwenyewe niko huku Marekani, nilikuwa ninataka sisi watu wale tuko Marekani, watu wako huko Europe, watu wako huko pande ya Australia, watu wako pande ya New Zealand, watu wale wako Asia, watu wale wako Uarabuni. Watoke kwa wingi, waende kwa hizo embassy zao huko, waende wakisema kwanza tukashifu Amerika na tukashifu Europe, kwa nini waliingilia uchaguzi wetu. Na wakaharibu na wakafanya Wakenya wakakuwa wagonjwa. Mpaka wa leo Wakenya bado hawajapona. Hiyo uongozi ya Ruto haijaingiana. Hata ndani ya nyumba yake bado haijaingiana. No, I don't have. Excuse me. No, I don't smoke. I don't smoke. Kuna mtu ananisumbua hapa lakini ameenda.
So Daddy Michael, ukiongea unaongea moja kwa moja, ukijisikiliza unachelewesha mambo. So naomba
Okay, ndio mimi nasema.
Yes.
Unajua unajua hii kuwa sasa mimi vile ningependa Wakenya wafanye, ninawaomba sana watu watoke barabarani. Nimeona nimeona ile bunge ya wananchi wanasema wamemiss tear gas, na ndio sawa hiyo. Tunataka iwe kama ile wakati ya Uhuru 2017, kila siku watu watoke nje mpaka Ruto aende. Hiyo grupu yote iko huko ndani ya serikali ya Kenya ni grupu ya majambazi. Hao ndio majambazi sugu, ndio wale waliharibu uwatamu wa Uhuru na kuiba pesa. Sasa tunataka tujue ya kwamba hiyo lazima tuangalie huyu mtu aliingia namna gani kwa hiyo kiti. Alichaguliwa na watu? Hapana. Kama hakuchaguliwa na watu, aondolewe. Na hiyo ndio tu mimi nitasema, and peace and love to everybody in Kenya. But I want Kenyans to unite and be one strong nation which can lead Kenya nicely.
Thank you so much, Michael, for that appeal to Kenyans. I believe wamekusikiliza na majority of Kenyans share into your sentiments and into your pain, and that is why we are all rallying out together to see to it that our country does not go to the dogs. So thank you so much. Wale wote mko diaspora na mmesikiliza ujumbe wa Dadi hapo, anasema tujiunge pamoja. It is time we reach to each other. Don't let the future of this country be left in the hands of people that cannot be trusted. As responsible citizens of this country and responsible friends of this country, let us rally together and do the right thing, regardless of the appeals by those who want to sell this country at the highest bidder. It is time we all came back to our senses and did what is the right thing, laid the right foundation for the great future of this great country. Nimeona wengine hapo mnasema huyo ni the son to Jomo Kenyatta. It is claimed so. Lakini mmemsikiliza mzee mwenyewe mwanzilishi wa taifa hili akiwaongelesha. Nani mwingine amesema hapa, that is Kenyatta has resurrected and came to us virtually. Well, that is it. Lazima tukue strong na tufanye yale ambayo tunapaswa kuyafanya, tusitishwe na tusitetemeshwe. Tufanye yale tunapaswa kufanya kuhakikisha kwamba nchi haiendi kwa mikono mibaya na the future of this country is not sold to the highest bidder. Just before Francis can come in to proceed, I would that okay, sawa sawa. Nani huyu anasema Wesco Ann anasema Uhuru Kenyatta ameona anafanana na babake. So if you have a link to Uhuru Kenyatta, tupatie hiyo namba ili tuunganishe hao watu wawili wanaweza kusaidia nchi. I believe they have what it takes for that to happen. Just as a reminder, we are continuing with the contribution to the dad to Pamela Ofula. Tafadhali, kama una uwezo wote wa kusaidia, usingoje. Tunamaliza hii fundraise leo. That is, you have an opportunity to participate into contributing towards the dialysis cure for dialysis treatment for the father to Pamela Ofula. Pamela Ofula is one of our resource people here. She was very active here during the elections, and I just want to urge all of us, do whatever you can, whatever amount. No amount is too small, no amount is too big. Just be part of what helps somebody go better in life. So hiyo namba ndio hiyo na share, tafadhali tutumie. Nataka kupata hizo reports vile ile hela inaingia. I will be reporting directly so that everybody is informed. But kulingana na hesabu ile nimepewa sasa hivi, kuna mtu ametuma hela tangu tuanze kipindi, na that's not encouraging. Please, let's do our very best. Kuna wale wali request we do today. We are to end this yesterday. So if you requested for extension, please let's do what is required. Kuna Lilian Obura ndo alikuwa mwisho kutuma 500. Alafu Kevin Otieno alituma 800. Helen Anyila alituma 1000. Gilbert Awinja alituma 7,000. And Michael Mwarenge alituma 12,166. Nani mwingine? Okay, yeah, so those are the people who have participated in this fundraise so far. Please, let's do what is good to help out to our sister. Number 2, that new channel of Sound Candid Talk, I want you to subscribe. I need 100 subscribers today. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers in the next 7 days. So subscribe and help anybody who is interested in hearing candid talk shows that are discussing leadership and other keen issues for this country to be a participant in that particular channel. I'll be sharing the information. Asante sana. Putney. Ngoja huyu Putney amekuwa hapa hepa ana akirudi. Vipi lakini?
Bernard, poa sana.
Ehe.
Najua jana majuzi nilipigwa sana, nimepigwa on kwa simu yangu. Wachana kupeana watu simu yangu. Watu wanafikiria mimi nimeenda Kenya Kwanza. Lakini mi bado niko Azimio. Lakini siwezi kuwa Azimio ambayo iko na shida. I've been exonerated today. I've been exonerated in a way that I think going forward, we are going to have a good conversation on how to build a unitary organization, that we have one command center, and that is the only way we are going to move forward. I was privileged today to watch a 1.5 hours interview Malema had with the South Africa Broadcasting Corporation. And one thing he said that in African context, sometimes having too much democracy when you are trying to form coalitions, it is going to be tantamount to failure. Sasa, I'm asking myself, kuna huyu mama kutoka Laikipia, amekuja na ameongea, na maneno ameongea yakuwa mazuri sana. Unajua Bernard, kuna ile unaongea juu ya your coalition partner in a respectful way, in a manner that you want to resolve issues. Huyo mama nataka ni quote Bernard vitu alisema leo. ODM has a history of negating promises. Akasema tunawajua nyinyi, hii sio mara yenu ya kwanza. Akaongea maneno mengine magumu hata sitaki hata kuongea hapa kwa sababu yaliniuma. lakini mwisho akamwangalia spika akamwambia, hata wewe ODM ilikutenda. What was her intention? But I like what Kajwang came and said. Kajwang came back and said, you know what, we don't care about any coalition partners. Right now we are looking at Baba. Akasema ODM is like gold and we are going to go unitary. And it's not like we are in ODM, Bernard, because we want it, because we have a leader who is promising and who is dependable. And that man is Raila Amolo Odinga. You see, very soon, Jubilee isiponegate na imkane huyu mama kitu alisema. Bernard, we are going to visit history. The first thing is, three things. The first thing, Uhuru never campaigned for Baba. Why? We are going to go there. Because Jubilee wants to behave as if it's part and parcel of Kenya Kwanza. But when it comes to slotting of seats, it wants a majority of seats again. When the issue of seats came, the person who had the courage to speak was Okongo Mogeni. Okongo Mogeni came and he flattered the man called Oburu Odinga. He said, why can Oburu Odinga get 4 slots in a committee? Kwani wao wanafanya nini? And then out of that and out of respect, through merits, the guy is equal to the task. From the 2007, when he used to be in Human Rights Commission, Okongo Mogeni is a dependable person. Now, if Jubilee is not going to equally, by all means, reaction and action are opposite and equal, Bernard. If they are not going to use a strong language against her on what she said today, because that is destroying an organization in the middle of the game. Bernard, you don't change the goalpost in the middle of the game. That woman, she must tell us if she's part of the people in Jubilee that moved to Kenya Kwanza. Let her not say she's in Jubilee, aribie Jubilee jina, sasa tuanze kukua na shida nini na Jubilee, because we are going to start questioning Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Bernard, tutaanza kusema, we were in government. How did we give out this power to a person that was our enemy? Those are the questions that are going to come out. So I think Jubilee must come out unequivocally, because such statements are going to break an organization that needs unity, more especially now that we have seen cracks within Kenya Kwanza and they are not delivering anything. But if we are going to have such kind of pettiness, Bernard, it looks like we are not equal to the task. And we must stop that. It is not time for division, Bernard. When ANC was fighting people like Botha, this is what they did. They had one unitary voice. And they did everything to do so that they could fight their enemy. But when we are seeing part of Jubilee people speaking to us like that and insinuating that Raila amekuwa akifanya kila mtu hivyo, I mean, that is putting us in a wrong way. So what they are trying to do, if you are not careful, they are going to make us start fighting in within and forget what we really want. And I think it has already started. From speaker after speaker, after what she had said, you could see we started fighting by ourselves. And that is the soft belly. We can't be the punch bag when Moses Kuria is making mistake, the Minister for Health is making mistake, the Minister for Education is making mistake, everybody is making mistake. Instead of us directing that energy towards there, we are fighting within. It's a sibling rivalry. I think, Bernard, that should be the first thing we must do. We must criticize that woman. In fact, if she has been given any leadership position within parliament, wainyakue, wachukue. Immediately. Wainyakue, wachukue. Because we need discipline right now. Raila had nothing to do whatever in the house, what that woman brought. There is house leadership. I brought it last time here. We did not blame Raila. We just said there are things that must be done. Okay? And that is internal democracy. Obviously, internal democracy is not easy. And you have seen Kenya Kwanza have problems with internal democracy. Nyinyi kwenu huko Kakamega, Bernard, mnaona Malala alienda sijui akatoa nani sijui kutoka wapi akamweka deputy wake. Sasa deputy wake ni anawekwa CS, Malala ameachwa nje. Watu hao wamepiga kelele kweli? Because they have one unitary voice. So hii maneno ya Azimio kuanza kuwa disgruntled in parliament before others must stop immediately. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Kitu ya pili, Bernard, hii kitu ya Gachagua inaumiza sana. And they are saying it's only 7.3 billion only. I think our first and most urgent duty as Kenyans is to find I don't know what we will ever do, but to my own thinking, if we can resurrect the hopes and aspirations we had for our judiciary when Maraga was there, I think then we can move forward. Now, but this is the problem. When Maraga was the Chief Justice, this is what he said. The DPP forwards cases to the judges, and once he forwards them, he does not give watertight evidence. And you know, the problem with the law is this. The law does not know how to negotiate. The law is the law. So once you give cases, you collapse them. For instance, there was a case about a gun, about killing. There was no serial for the gun. There was no OB in that case. So when the judge got that case, it had already collapsed. How can a whole DPP, you know, DPP office is not just a regular office, Bernard. You have tons and tons of agents and people that help you. How do you forward a case to the court without an OB? And if the gun was involved, there is no serial number, and then the evidence of that gun is not even there. That is a total collapse of that case right on the arrival. So I think we have a problem, not with our judges now, we have a problem with the DPP office. When you munapeana kesi kwenda mbele without a watertight evidence, what do you expect? So in this case ya Gachagua, they poked holes and they left a lot that was supposed to be put there. One man wrote in Facebook what was important in that case that was left. I'm not the one to say it because I'm not a lawyer, but he was very candid on how the DPP intentionally forwards cases and leaves one particular thing that is very important in that case, and cases collapse. So we are not going to blame here the judiciary all the time. Bernard, we need a DPP that works. Murgor tried his best, but that was in Kanu era. The previous one also tried. This one came with a lot of hopes, Bernard. When he came in, we knew that Kenya has changed. We were so happy. If you remember the interview, Martha Karua in Spice FM, Martha Karua said he sent so many accolades to him when he started his job. But Bernard, the guy has gone back to where he used to be, a total Moi hogwash. And now we don't have an office of DPP. And that is the saddest part of it. So from the DPP, we don't have. From the main judiciary, we do not have. Bernard, we are complicit of these things. Let me tell you, Bernard, if we don't have a neutral arbitrator when we are seeking legal redress, a country has become a banana country. Because the law is supreme. It is what keeps a country going. But those who administer the law, once they compromise and become complicit with the administration and the people with big pockets and big bellies, Bernard, we are dead. If you have big pockets and big bellies like people like Gachagua, then is it. But the other thing is, if you are in the right formation, now look somebody like Waluke, they want him to lose his seat. And this is where I also blame our coalition. We know that Waluke had a very bad case. We go ahead again, nominate him to be the PSC in that. Hata kama tunataka kutetea ubaya, that is a very powerful post within the parliament. Bernard, mtu alikosa tunaweka huko kweli kabisa. Are we bankrupt there is no galaxy of intelligence in that house? I think we should do better as a coalition so that those who follow us will come to know that even if we failed the people that we had within our circle, I don't see why somebody like Otiende Amolo is always left when it comes to very important position in parliament, Bernard. I don't know. I don't know why somebody like Mbadi, who was nominated, anawekwa kwa Public Account Committee as the chair. It is wrong, Bernard. So as we criticize those, let's criticize ourselves so that we can have a formidable force. Yenye, when we look at it, Bernard, ANC has so many members of parliament, but EFF has very few. But EFF inawafanyishanga kazi sana. Somebody like Floyd Shivambu, when he speaks on terms of economics, it is pin drop silence in that parliament. When Dozie speaks, everybody listens. When Malema speaks, everybody listens because of their integrity and their ability to stay on the right side. Bernard, it is one of, Linan is the one who said this. Our strength here lies on the truth. And it's Churchill who said, truth is incontrovertible. Bernard, it's Christ who said, truth will set you free. So we must stand for the truth if we want a sustainable organization that is going to save this country. But we can't be playing politics here and here. We poke holes and then we think we can be able to criticize William Samoei Ruto. The moment we compromise, we are not able on that task. So I require our part of formation to be vigilant with the truth so that we can be able to tackle these people. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, so thank you so much for that. And if I would remind you, there was a rumor when the case was at the Supreme Court that part of the scheme by Kenya Kwanza is to bribe the clerks in the court so that they exchange the evidence submitted with the one for 2017. You remember those logs they were talking about? The problem in Kenya is that we have one person doing everything. If the police are going to be arresting, the police cannot be the ones investigating and cannot be the one prosecuting. If it's one person, then it becomes very easy to compromise that person. Kenya is an expert in defeating justice. Expert in the sense that they arrest you, then they know how to collapse the case because they can make the file disappear or the evidence disappear or that specific witness disappear. So we defeat our quest for justice by meddling with the case. The best scenario is where let the police do the arrest. Let the police, raise the case. But we should have an independent investigator. The person framing the question and then submitting the case should not be attached to the same line that is arresting. The DPP and team have become a very lucrative center of collapsing cases because wanajua hiyo kesi na wanajua ikienda kotini itasimama ama itasimama na nini kitaisimamisha. So kile kitu kitasimamisha hiyo kesi kinatolewa. So story at your kesi ya Gachagua haina evidence. It is not that there's no evidence. The evidence that was to be used has been meddled with so that the case can collapse. Then we perpetuate the impunity and the corruption as usual. How long this is going to play, I don't know. How safe this is, there is no safety. And so as Kenyan people, we need to tell each other the truth. We either want a country or we don't want a country. But if we have a country where certain people should be punished while others should be saved from being punished when they have committed a worse crime than the one other people are committing, there is something seriously wrong. So as far as justice system is concerned, that needs to be revisited. On a serious note, let's get integrous people who will be able to prosecute the cases rightly. Na wale watu wanataka kutumia the justice system to let go the thieves and then punish the saints, they are part of the problem. They should be dealt with. On the Azimio and the other partners, if somebody wants to go to Kenya Kwanza, it should be left to go. Right now, we have the numbers. We were still not given the majority slots. Okay, we had the numbers, yet we are still referred to as the minority. Why? Because of twisted system. So right now, mtu akiona Raila Odinga atoshi kumuongoza, aende huko kwingine akaongozwe vile anavyotaka. Mtu asibembelezwe kukaa katika Azimio. Lakini licha ya hiyo yote, Azimio pia wanapaswa kupeana as the alternative government. They need to provide right leadership. Kuanzia kwa magovernors wa Azimio wote, kusikuwe na scandal at pesa zimekuwa mismanaged ama hizo counties are not doing the Azimio manifesto. One county, one product need to come from those Azimio counties. Let there be better performance of those counties to prove that we are the right people to provide leadership. Lakini kama to will be swallowed and go on to do the same mistakes these people are doing, then we are not different from them and there is no need of us agitating for anything. So in parliament and otherwise, let us appear, let us be seen to be doing the right thing, and that right thing should be, let's keep to the promise. But tusikuwa ati it is my right. Remember what we used to say here, competence comes first. Sio loyalty ya party peke yake, competence. We have this person we want to give to be chair of this committee. Is he competent enough to deliver? Ama anataka tu kwa sababu kuna allowances? Because unajua shida ya Kenya ni kila mtu kutafuta mahali pa kukula. Hakuna mtu anatafuta mahali pa kufanyia kazi. Mtu anatafuta mahali pa kukulia. Na hiyo that eating mentality is what is bedeviling this country. All this fighting and the insult they are exchanging is not that they want to serve Kenya better or they want to make better policies. Is that ODM imepewa sehemu kubwa ya kukula na sisi hatujapewa sehemu kubwa ya kukula. So inji imekuwa tu ni inji ya kukula na kukula na kukula. We need to have service-oriented people who wants to make the country better and not who has eaten. Why are they eating more than us? Let it be, can that person deliver? Can that person hold the people brought to that committee to account? Ama ataenda hapo kuimba chorus na kuimba ile nyimbo ameambiwa kuimba. So all this needs to be put in perspective. But all in all, I still believe in a better Kenya. And that better Kenya will not come easy, but it has to come no matter what. Thank you. On that note, nimlete Francis akiendelea kuchangia. Nataka tafadhali wala waja subscribe on Sound Candid Talk, make the subscription. Wala wajatuma contribution yao kwa Pamela Ofula, tafadhali tuma mchango wako sasa hivi tafadhali, kabla ni anze kungatuka. Napaswa kungatuka. I have a shooting with another elderly minister for that channel. Your channel is strictly for talk shows, ya wale watu wako na sense, wale wanaongea sense. She's not a mix and match like here. So I want you to subscribe to that channel and turn on the notification bell, and then help me get me another 10 people to subscribe under you, so that we hit that 1,000 subscribers in 7 days. Thank you. Dr. Francis, you're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. I'm very happy to be here to listen to individuals. You know, when Mother Koome was being vetted, Mother Koome got a pass in University of Nairobi. In competence, it started in class. It did not start with the when she was in Supreme Court. So it means if somebody in class just theoretically could get a pass, what about if somebody is influenced or intimidated? You will just succumb to that kind of influence. And that's why I say, if you look for the people who have performed, I want you to go and look. I want to ask Kenyans and even those who are in this show, I want you to go and take the list of the people who have performed well in government. Look their educational background. One, you realize is genuine. Then secondly, they did their best. And there are very few number of people who performed but were not educated, like Karume and Michuki and so forth. But those are people who we can say that they were naturally being born like leaders. But majority of the people who performed in Kenya had education with no questionable character. But now when it comes to Kenya Kwanza, it seems that one is like an enmity, because I've also seen they are on verge of scrapping the C+ entry level to university. So I don't know if they will be taking it to the minor ni TCG anyway. But what I know with the kind of this education system, hatutakuwa na uwezo hata wa kuongea mahali popote, because due to education system respect, that even you people that you are working from the diaspora, you get some respect, because once they hear that you have learned from Kenya, they hold certain kind of genuinity. You know, when it comes to other outside world, they look at your level of genuine and your competence and how strict education system it is. And if it is well managed, then they have some kind of competence. That is why you find passport ya Kenya inaweza tumika hata USA, inaweza tumika South Africa, unaweza tumia passport ya Kenya na uamini, because of security measures that Kenya have. They don't doubt you, but for passport of Somalia, even Al-Qaeda wanaweza pewa. So hiyo itatumika. So the moment you allow education system we go infringed ndani na vitu zingine, tutakuwa na shida mingi sana na hata tutatengwa. So when it come on Gachagua case, you know, to me, I just found it very ridiculous, because why would you withdraw a case? Why can't you wait to proceed? Bring in evidence that was brought in by those individuals. Let Gachagua stand and give his own testimony on what happened. Then we look at if he has a case to answer, or the charges are fabricated. Because we can even go with that case, we can find Gachagua to be innocent, but at the same time find the culprit within that case. It is very possible. But now that we have withdrawn the case, it means that case has collapsed completely and Kenyans lost the money. That's what it means, because there's no any leads that can give that case rise. So it shows you that our judiciary system in Kenya is very compromised. Now tell me, you are working as a finance officer or an accountant in government organization, and you spot somebody stealing government resources, and maybe is a PS or a minister. Kweli Bernard, utapata nguvu ya kuripoti ukishajua kesi ya Gachagua ilitolewa na akachua free? Si watamtoa alafu akutafute akuue. And that is the reason as to why Kenyans take always mob justice. It's not that we love mob justice or we feel good about it. It's because we know even if we go to the court of law, the culprit will always be set free. So instead of us setting the culprit free, let us make him join his co-creator, make him join his creator as fast as possible, so that this menace we can be able to get rid of it. And it is not a good way, because I'm telling you, it will reach at a point that people will no longer have a trust in justice. What will happen? One, there will be rise in dark forces, whereby people will no longer be reporting to police but looking at the witches. These witches, 99%, all of them are money extortionists. These are the people who are there after money. So you come with your case, they take your money, and then you become poor. The other issue with having such kind of compromise system is that it will now look at it will more look like Haiti. Bernard, you know, right now in Haiti, there is no any government. They have 190 rebel groups controlling Port-au-Prince. That it means when it is that point, there will be no any law. So everybody will be doing whatever he feels like it's best and better for him to do. And that is when the time will reach that we will start remembering how Raila fought to have justice in Kenya. And it's not good at all. Kenyans, let me tell you, and let it be loud to you. It doesn't matter if Gachagua charges were fabricated or not. What we want is, let the court of law say these charges were fabricated. This evidence is not tied to Gachagua, it's not tied to this one. Then the question will be, who then was involved in the stealing of the money? Then we go for the real culprit if that is the case. But why withdrawing it means even if there was somebody who was involved, he has already been cleared. You cannot, that case has died that complete death like that. So it is very unfortunately. So we have the issue of squatters eviction outcry. Moses Kuria should know one thing. He's a minister for trade. He's not a minister for justice. He's not a minister for land. And his ministry are not combined. He's not an oversee ministry or a de facto minister that he has to decide whatever he wants. He's not a total minister. So the moment he's saying that he will evict there and he will be the person solving the squatter problem, I want to ask him, what about of the court orders that has been issued there? Will he go and lift those court orders? When he's saying that those squatters have been reclaimed that land illegally, is it the Ministry of Land that he can now come forward and claim that the land was wrongly possessed? Why is it that he looks as if he's just a de facto leader who knows everything about Kenya? Kenya is a country with a form of decentralized form of government that we have a president, we have speaker, we have another official, we have ministers, we have PS, we have so many other people with function. We don't have a centralized form of government. So the moment that man is speaking such a way, it tells you how much that individual is willing to go to extra mile to destroy Kenya. And I want to promise him one thing. People, when Moses Kuria was being vetted, people did not have trust with him. And he seems to be on verge or in a process of confirming what Kenyans feared most, that he was not the best man to hold that position. So he should look at stakeholders, sit down, negotiate with the individual, look at every perspective. How did these people happen to be in that land? How did the company happen to be that land? Was there any kind of agreement signed? What does the agreement talks about it? Then after looking at all that, therefore you can come and say these people are wrongly in this land. Then if you find that these people are wrongly in this land, the question is, we are all human beings. There are individuals who are born there who don't know where to call home. There are people who have been sold fake land, who have fake title deeds. For example, if the land was illegally acquired by the squatter, then if you look at it, what else can government do to be able to mitigate this risk of having people who will be rendered homeless? Then after that, now you can go allocate land somewhere, then give the land to people whom you feel that they can be able to use in production. Well, then nobody will have a problem. But talking of we cannot stop production because of a few thousand. And I want to tell you, by the way, it is only in Africa that people don't care about the human life. If you remember in 1973 or 80, yes, 1973, the Palestinians in Uganda held Israelites hostage at that point. And when they were held hostage, the Idi Amin Dada gave some conditions so that he could be able to release the Israelites who were held hostage in Entebbe. What happened? Israel tried to negotiate with Idi Amin Dada, but he seems not to listen to the Israelites. So what followed was a well-calculated operation to rescue the few tense people who are there. I think they are not more than 20, to rescue them. And that is during that time that the brother to Benjamin Netanyahu, that is Jonah Netanyahu, who was the commando who died at that point, was belonging to the Mossad group. So it tells you how much some of nations are willing to go an extra mile to protect their own citizens. But in Kenya, we have a minister who is even scaring his own citizens. Not even 5 or 3, it is thousands of them. It tells you that a country that does not value the human life of its own citizen, therefore is a country that does not respect the rule of law and does not acknowledge what the resources that a country have. Because the greatest resources that a country can have is the human labor, or what we call the human resource. So these are the things that we need to look at them, that we need to respect the people, wherever they are, wherever they are coming from, and we should be able to value our people at whatever case. Even if it means losing some value in protection of our people, let us lose it. We have no problem. But let us, each one of us, feel that we are part and parcel of it. So just to summarize and to finish it in just a few minutes, you have seen how many people have applied for the green card to go to United States. Around 30 million Kenyans have applied. It shows how much Kenyans have lost trust and hope with the government that is in place, or the previous regime and the current regime that is in place. William Ruto should not ignore such kind of data, that 30 million Kenyans applied for green card to go to United States willingly, wanting to leave their own country. It tells you how much those people, they feel frustrated. It is now the time to restore the dignity, the hope, and every aspect of Kenyan life, that every Kenyan will feel that they have a patriotic duty of defending their own country. And I look at the data. I look at the data in this way. We are around 49 million Kenyans. Those who are registered are 21 million. They applied 30 million. So assuming every voter applied, it will be 21 million. So we had an addition of another 9 million who applied, who are not likely to be voters, but they are 18 years plus. Then the question is, does it mean even the UDA people who elected the government in place are also frustrated? Or what actually does it mean? So it is time the regime to restore. And if they feel that they have no business to restore the dignity that Kenya wants, it is their mandate to live willingly or forcibly. I said, and I will repeat again, we have to choose. Either 50 million Kenyans will leave this land, or one person should leave. Whichever route will be the simplest, the route that we should take. Kama watu milioni 50 kutoka Kenya waende Ulaya ndio rahisi, tutatoka. Kama ni mtu mmoja kutoka aende Uganda, atatoka. Whichever the route will be easy and less costly, that the route will take. Thank you. Rhoda.
Oh, I'm here singing at the same time. I love to worship so much. I love worship. Is like my lifestyle. Hi everyone. Hi Francis Mukungi. It's always nice to see you. You know, I'm already telling you, you're really politician, scientific politician. Maybe in future, huh? We want you in the government. You can't be even the governor of Nairobi. Oh, you can be the president. We don't know. We want these young people generations, because you're very smart people. You are people who have been seeing many things. Kwani umeforget? I'm so kwani umeenda? Na vile nimekuweka juu. You know, have seen you. You have a passion of Kenya and you love Kenyans. In fact, we need people like you can make our country great. We need people like you are honest. You have a passion. You have been done research for whole world, you know. We want people like you in the table, in the parliament, in the governance, in Senate. We never know. You can't be the state house. I bless you in Jesus' name. Even we didn't know that Mzee Jomo Kenyatta would be the state house. You know, let me tell you, today, you know, watu wale wametoka Mount Kenya, leo mumesikia, tumeona Kenyatta live. Ha? Leo tumeona Kenyatta live. Wale walikuwa nafikiria tu na Kenyatta amekuwa live leo. speak to us. He have a passions of Kenya. He know how Kenya we have been going through colonized. He know how Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, how he went through. He know he have a painful, and that is an old man. He have a painful. He know what happened in the elections. He know election what happened, and he told us we have to do demonstrations. That will not allow Ruto to be the president. And me, I support him. I could ask all Kenyans who live in the diaspora, we have right to do demonstrations. We have right even to contact even America agency. You know me, I was almost to call Americans to tell them, stop, leave Kenya alone. Leave our country alone. Kuna watu, they have been hurted. And I don't think so, Ruto, he still know how people are hurted. He doesn't know how we have been hurted. Do he sleep whole night na kwa hiyo state house anaona usingizi? Aone hiyo inchi vile Kenyatta amepigania, akaeka Nairobi ndio capital city, akaeka Mombasa. Unajua Kenyatta was Kisumu 1963, 1969. Na akasema nyinyi Wajaruo na Wakikuyu bra bra bra. I was listening him. You know nowadays I'm listening what Kenyatta was speaking. Na hiyo state house, by the way, Ruto I have never known. Uhuru, he slept that, he was born state house, a young boy. Na huko state house hakukuwa na forest. Kenyatta alikuwa farmer, alikuwa everywhere it was tomatoes. So Uhuru, he was born that house in Kenyatta. So Ruto doesn't know about state house. Uhuru was born 1963, that house. So Ruto doesn't know anything about Kenyatta family. He doesn't know about Uhuru family. And he have been trying to abuse those Kenyatta family. All the time he do what he can to abuse Uhuru. And Uhuru have not done anything to him. Be my witness. What Uhuru Kenyatta did for Uhuru? Nothing. There is nobody present we have never seen like Uhuru Kenyatta. He have been given, he have not done anything. Watu walikuwa na mtukanana na hakuna kitu alifanya. By the way, today I was speaking alone. I was asking myself, why Uhuru didn't do tour? Unajua kufanya tour, why he didn't punish people? Those people, they were calling him, go and get children. How can you call an old man, a man go and get children? Man doesn't get pregnant. Alikuwa natukana na watu kina Moses Kuria. Those men, they need to be ashamed on them. Shame on you. Shame on you. Munatukana na mwanamume ametailiwa. Aende azae. Na tunajua lugha yetu, kimila yetu ya Kikuyu, kutukana na mwanaume, it's cursed. It's very bad. I was speaking alone. That means they were trying to fight their oppositions. They want, you know, mimi nitakuwa napigania wa Kikuyu. I will always stand for my community. As long as I'm alive, I will continue because I love my community very much. And I love Kenyans and I love unity. We can live Kenya one by one, lured by God. It's very shameful. Naruto alikuwa naona Uhuru akitukanana na hawa wazee. Ataweza yazae. How do he feel ashamed? Unatukana na mwanaume mwingine ataweza yazae. How shameful. Ati kwa sababu upate kiti ya minister, beta ukae maskini kukufa. Instead of you take unatukana na kakako, unatukana na brother, kwa sababu sisi wa Afrika tunasemanga brother ako, kakako, sister ako. Na wacha nimwambie, ukiona mtu black, unajua mimi nimeteseka sana, na mtu yule anaweza kuchukua juu ni black. Nobody. Hata watu ukifanya kazi, unajua unajua kama mimi have been abused at my work. Nikateswa na wazungu, unaona? Na huyo mama yani kunitumia kitu kibaya. You know, I was very sad. I was crying. Now they don't like us to be united. They hate us to be. They know that they know black people, we love one another. They know black, even if you meet a black person from Gambia, they know we have a lot of similar, because black people, we have some similar things nobody can understand. Everybody was abusing me. Everybody was against me. But the girl who stand with me is a Gambia girl. She said, no, I feel very sad. I have to stand with you. And we don't come the same country. We don't speak only the English we speak. But let me tell you, when you see a black people, never, I remember one time I met many black people, they were sitting in the train, they were coming, they were going to the Belgium. They were trying to go in Belgium, and I was helping them. They were from Mali. They were from Senegal. So please, let us love one another. Black people will never separate and love. We have a hot blood. Now, white people, they always feel jealousy for us because they know that we are one. They know that, and that's why I'm always feel painful. You see people like Ruto, he see like white people like God, and they know that. Don't let anybody separate you the love of God. Black people, we are unity, and we always spread that spirit. And these white people, they always feel jealousy when they see black people. And why do you always, when you see a black, you get connected? They always, how can you meet somebody from Liberia and then you get connect, you know? And then they don't. They wonder. So that means black people, we have another way. We have a feelings. So hiyo nchi yetu ya Kenya ni must tushikilie, isiende iturudie kwa zungu tena. Tuishikilie kabisa 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 kabisa, na turime agriculture, tuwe tuna supply chakula zetu every county zote za agriculture na tea na coffee. Kila family wanakuwa na chakula zote. Government me, I don't know what it is. I don't know what to talk. Anyway, Africa, we are really blessed because we have a humanity. Africa, we are really blessed. We have a lot of feelings. Africa, we are really blessed, but because we always see other people, we always stand together. But we don't see, our eyes is blind. Let us come together, whole Africa. You know me, I could like we have one president, whole Africa. We can have one united Africa. We shame our enemy. And in future we can be. Why not? We can have a one president, united Africa. Yes, everything is impossible. I believe that even there is one man from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, he was saying that we can have one president, whole Africa. Because we can come unity, whole Africa. Because we have enemy have been split with the dictatorship, try to see other people, they are bush, they're like what? They're like what? Black people, we are black. Even when you see a black people from Jamaica, it's the same. When you see a black people, because black people, we are everywhere. Even Brazil, you see a black people, you always wonder. And if you ask them, where do you come originally? No, I was originally from Ivory Coast. My grandmother, generation to generations. You know? Because we can defeat this enemy. Because enemy hate Africa. Because Africa is a continent really blessed. And many people, they feel jealous. When you go like Gambia, it's very fantastic. When you go to Senegal, it's fantastic. When you go to Ghana, it's fantastic. When you go to Kenya, it's fantastic. Africa is really fantastic. But we have politicians whole Africa. They don't think here. And that's why white people, they come to make us. We think here. We don't think here. Here. Everything is here. Not from here or here. Here. Can you put your hand here, your finger here? Politician is from here. Let me go to second point. The second point is really shameful. I'm really shameful for Kenya. I'm really shameful for Africa. How can somebody done a case like that, Gachagua, they draw his case and they celebrate, and those men, they celebrate, they say, hey, tuna celebrate leo. Oh my God, this is the way we want our generation to grow. The next generation will come like us. We know Jomo Kenyatta, he fight for our country, and that's why we celebrate his life. You know, we always say Jomo Kenyatta, he did this Nairobi. We always think about now. You know, Africa, we already think here, but we don't know about tomorrow, and future will come. We want to live in a country, everybody is honest, integrity. The court is working. People who work in the court, they have the wisdom. Not people who are hypocrites like Mother Koma. That woman, she's a hypocrite. When we are going to move forward in Kenya, it's unfortunate, it's very sad what is going on in those cases. Like that MP from Sicilia, I don't know, it's called Sicilia. Sorry to see you that name in Bugoma. That man have not done nothing, and they have put him in the prison at 69 years old. 69 years, and somebody like Gachagua have 9. I don't know how many billions. Now, and I'm toa. Oh my God! That is not a smart. To be honest, that is not smart. Can you ask yourself, is it a smart to do that? You have not done. Everybody, it's not so that, oh, we will come when our Kenya Kwanza, we do more fair for you. That is not real. And that's why you always ask yourself, so why in European country, in the West world, why even America is the case, they don't do that. Everybody is justice is for everyone. Not to say you have done like this, you are the one who do like this. No, justice is for everyone. No matter which party you are standing for, no matter you are independent parties, we cannot play that a game for our country. If we really love our country, we have to be honest. And to love our country is to put everything in the table with the open-minded and open-minded and fresh and clean. That's what we can make our, but not really at mimi niko mlengo unit. Unajua, we are not like that's the way they do in Uganda. Uganda's Museveni, I call him Museveni. Museveni, he always intimidating the opposition MP, and he want them to, he used to buy. Can you imagine? And that's why you always ask, so why in Africa, politicians they don't have here? Here, it's about here. They always put us down. People, other countries, why we don't love ourselves? Why we don't love our country? Tuna punish watu wengine. Instead of justice is for everyone. Sasa huyo mzee ataka 69 years. Do you think he will stay like 69? Unbelievable. He can't. Nobody can stay prison 69 years. That is unbelievable. I have never had somebody stay in the prison 69 years. So Kenyans, your voice must be heard. We cannot be quiet. Tunaona vitu zinafanyika alafu we just assume na kutiza yo. And we have to be really honest. Tukikuja hapa tunaongea ukweli. Our country, we can deliver our country. Because the truth will set us free. Because the Bible, if you know the truth, will set you free. But if you don't know the truth, will not set us free. The justice is for everyone. And we want people who are really educated, who work in the court, who studied the law. Like that Mother Koma, she had been studied, I don't know, it's in Scotland. She'd have to know how the law works. Do you do the favor of this member of this parliament? Do you do this member of this party? She have to be very, very, very intelligent. I don't think she's very smart. If you are really smart, you will stand for the justice for every Kenyan citizen. Because we are all Kenyans, right? We are not foreigner. We are all Kenyans. That's a fact. Na tutatoka pahali pale mtu atatoka. Pahali umezaliwa ndio tutakaa. We are not move anywhere. We will stay there, and Kenya haitaenda. We will stay there until siku ile tutakaa. The time we will die. We are not going anywhere. If they think that we are going anywhere, we are staying there. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Thank you. We appreciate that. Let's get to this video.
Tukiweka hayo kando, ni kwamba viongozi kutoka Ukambani wakiongozwa na kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka wamemshutumu waziri wa biashara Moses Kuria kwa madai ya kuwasihi wakazi wanaoishi maeneo ya East Africa Portland Cement katika kaunti ya Machakos kuhama. Kalonzo amesema iwapo hilo litafanyika basi wataandamana hadi kwenye ikulu ya Nairobi. Ndio taarifa mtazamaji ambayo imejitokeza hii leo kutoka kwa viongozi hao wa Ukambani. Tuipate.
Wakiongozwa na kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka, viongozi hao wamemsihi Rais William Ruto kumtuliza waziri wa biashara Moses Kuria. Haya ni baada ya madai ya waziri kuwa angewafukuza maskuota kutoka shamba la kampuni ya East African Portland Cement eneo la Athi River, Machakos. Kalonzo amesema kuwa ataongoza jamii ya Wakamba katika maandamano hadi ikulu ya rais iwapo hilo litafanyika.
Mnataka kuharibu maisha ya watoto wetu. Why? Hatutakubali. Mimi nitarudi hapa, wakiingia hapa na mabudoza, tutaita Wakamba wote tutoke hapa tuende kwa Ruto. Hata kama hatatuona kutoka Athi River kwenda pale headquarters ya Desta, nilitembea hiyo safari 34 kilometers. Tutaenda.
Kwa msimamo wake, ardhi hiyo ni ya watu wa kaunti ya Machakos na hawafai kunyang'anywa. Aidha, viongozi hao wameapa kuwa hawatamruhusu waziri Kuria kuwatishia na kuisihi serikali kuchukua hatua.
Kazi yako vile umeambiwa hapa ni ya trade. Unatafuta nini kwa mashamba? Kuja utuambie vile utafufua kiwanda yetu ya East African Portland Cement. Nimesema wakati wa Maina, wakati wa Barmasai ilikuwa ikifanya kazi. From that time kiwanda ikaenda chini. Wakaenda wakachukua loan na shamba yetu. Shamba wao wenyewe hata hawajui kule ilitoka.
Watu wetu hapa wako na haki. Mimi siwezi kukosoa serikali kwa sababu sijasikia Rais William Samoei Ruto akisema Wakamba watoke kwa shamba yao. Na mimi ningependa kuwakumbusha 2017, mnakumbuka nilileta rais wa sasa hapa kwa shamba. Wakati hiyo alikuwa ni deputy president. Na rais anaelewa hii story zaidi kushinda mtu wote yule. Kwa hivyo huyu Moses Kuria na matamshi yake asiwatishe.
Kadhalika, wamesisitiza kuwa wanaoishi mahali pale wana haki ya makao na malisho na hawafai kufurushwa. Martin Mwangi, NTV.
Na madai kwamba visa vya uhalifu vimeongezeka maradufu mtaani na vijijini, wakisema ni matangazo ya vyombo vya habari yanayotia kidonda chumvi. Kamanda wa polisi Nairobi James Mugera amesema kwamba japo kuna wahalifu wanawapokonya Wakenya mali na hata kuwaumiza, mkono wa sheria upo na unahakikisha kwamba wahuni hawatawali jiji. Leila Mohamed ana taarifa hiyo kikamilifu.
Wiki hii wakazi wa eneo la Ridgeways waliandamana kuhusiana na mauaji ya kijana mwenye umri wa miaka 24 aliyedungwa kisu na wahuni akiwa barabarani mchana. Katikati ya jiji, visa vya kina mama kupokonywa vibeti na kuumizwa pia vimekithiri.
It's unfortunate that an incident could have happened and maybe it went undetected or at that time there were no police officers.
Taarifa kwenye mitandao ya kijamii ikiwaonya wakazi wa Nairobi kuhusu usalama wa maeneo kadhaa jijini ilivutia polisi.
Instances are far and wide apart. The only difference is that they have attracted media coverage, and some of them, like we see the posts in social media, people saying avoid this and this place, avoid this and this place. We have seen some of these reports are actually recycled because we have been able to trace them back to incidences reported several months ago. And actually one of the posts was from an incident which happened outside Kenya.
Usiku wa Jumatano, kijana mwenye umri wa miaka 15 alikamatwa ndani ya mbuga ya wanyama ya Nairobi. Alikuwa ameondoka barabara ya Nairobi Southern Bypass.
The victim of the previous crime of seconds happened to be around. He noticed that person. Officers who are on patrol along that road, they saw the struggle. They approached them and asked them what is happening. In that commotion, the person managed to escape and even jumped and the fence of Nairobi National Park and entered the national park. We were able to work closely with the KWS. The person was arrested, positively identified, and is now facing the law.
Kuripotiwa kwa visa vya wizi jijini Nairobi kumewatia wengi ambao ni wakazi wa eneo hili kuwa na wasiwasi kuhusu hali yao ya usalama kila wanapotoka hadharani.
Going by the reports we have, going by the statistics we have, there is no spike in crime. As a matter of fact,
insecurity ikitokea kila mtu wako insecure kwa sababu pikipiki zetu zinaibiwa, sisi wenyewe tunauawa.
Tumejitolea kwa dhati kabisa kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunashughulikia masuala ya mambo ya usalama.
Kati ya Septemba na Novemba mwaka huu, polisi wanasema kwamba visa 243 viliripotiwa. Kati ya Julai na Agosti, visa vilikuwa 250. Leila Mohamed, NTV.
Yes, okay, France, what do you make of that? The police are denying the allegations. have they become politicians?
It has taken me back to 2021, where Donald Trump said Corona exists because they are testing a lot. That a lot of testing is done, and that's why Corona exists. If testing was not done, nobody would be having Corona. So, is the problem reporting or is it happening? You know, so the crime is high because people are reporting, not that it is there. Anyway, you can also find one clip, police acknowledging that the crime has risen, so that you also believe them that this time around it has not gone up. They have never accepted anything police. They're always there to create a false sense of security. And that's why I'm saying that, you know, and I'm telling you, majority of these people who are doing that, they have connection with the police. Because there's one clip that I've seen going around social media, a man is being with some kind of personal property. Then all of a sudden he falls down. Then within some seconds, even within like 5 or 3 seconds, a policeman appears. Then the question is, how is that possible? If not, that policeman was not part and parcel of that kind of a crime. So majority of these people, police, there are some kind notorious elements within the police force who are collaborating with them. There are these people of border. Some of them are very good, but I can tell you majority, a good number of borders are people who support crime, and they can do anything to ensure that it will continue, because that's why they think that they can get a source of living, of which is not right. You cannot be stealing from an individual who is just hustling like you. If you want to steal, just go to the National Treasury where people are stealing and then they are covered by the government. But for the citizen, let us just leave us alone, because we have nobody to cover us. If you get that of Treasury like Gachagua, yeye amejishindia 7.9 billion na amefunikwa hivyo. So hata ukipata space, enda uchukue kako pale uje ufunikwe pia. Na nchi hiji isonge. Lakini sasa ukibia mtu kama mimi ama Bernard, sasa unataka tufanye nini? Ukiiba simu yenye tunaambia Wakenya ukweli naye unataka tukae kwa giza. And it's very pathetic, such kind of a crime. And then I will talk about also the issue of police morale. This witch hunt about the DCI, the police, the SCU, and so forth, it is killing police morale. It's killing police morale. I'm telling you, it will reach to a point, police will be willing to hide a gun rather than shoot a criminal. It will reach at that point if you continue with this kind of, oh, you know, this witch hunt with policemen, DCI, and so forth. Because look at the SCU people. Bernard, and I want you also to tell me if that one is wrong, because to me, I believe sometime is right. Somebody is planning a terrorist attack in Kenya. You have all evidence. You have gone, you have arrested, maybe even explosive. You have phone communication that you have tracked that individual. You have everything to show the individual is planning attack in Kenya. Then, this individual, you have tried as much as possible to warn him, to try to stop him, but all he's doing is trying to use some external sources so that he'll not be able to be directly identified. Will there be a problem to take this one individual who is collaborating with crime or terrorists to kill our country? Or will we just wait it to happen, then we arrest after hundreds of Kenyans who are dead? Because I'm not getting the point whereby this is you. For example, I'll give you a good example of people like Sheikh Abud Rogo and people like Makaburi. These are the people who are recorded in Masjid Musa Mosque in Mombasa, telling Muslims that it's jihad. Let them take panga and everything else to go and kill those who are non-believers, who are not Muslims, and to cooperate with Al-Shabaab. The police tried to use every means to stop them, and it could not have happened. Even the Garissa attack, you remember, the person who was involved was a teacher for madrasa, was the forefront planner of that attack. Then I'm asking myself, do those individuals really require things to do with democracy? Does democracy or anything to do with negotiation allow when the thousands and thousands of life of Kenyans are in the danger? Bernard?
Okay, yes. We are living in a very interesting time. Interesting time in the sense that where we expect light to come from, we find darkness. Where we go for safety, we find it's insecure. And you will notice that wananchi nowadays, they don't run to police, they run away from police. Now that means that we have gotten our world upside down. A religion is a very strong force in the society, either for good or evil. And when religion is used for evil, it has a lot of um, damage to the society as a whole. There is nothing so strong like a conviction of somebody who believes a wrong thing the right way. And so, as a people, we have to awake to the fact that extremism should be guarded against. Masuala ya usalama wa nchi ni swala ambalo halipaswi kuchezewa. No life in Kenya or elsewhere should be taken lightly. Any loss of life needs to be given the required response so that people can desist from messing up people's lives. But if we take it lightly as if ni kuku tu amekufa ama ni inzi amekufa, then everybody will take everybody's life for nothing. Wewe unaua mtu kwa sababu ya simu, wewe unaua mtu kwa sababu ya laptop. I mean, why should it come to that extent? The sanctity of life needs to be restored to our minds. Now, our millennials, okay, these millennial guys who have grown up without understanding that the sanctity of life is something that is dear and it's something that is you can't exchange it for anything else. It is a very important aspect of life that even that mad person, that lunatic, that wherever disabled person doesn't deserve to lose his life for no reason. So hapa tuko na shida ambapo kuna dini fulani ambayo okay, kulingana ukisikiliza as well with the Islam faith, we have what they call the extremists, then we have the normal peace loving Muslims and all that. So that controversy continues, an area that I wouldn't want to get into. But what we are saying right now is that as a people tunapaswa kujirejelea na tufanye yale ambayo tunapaswa kufanya. Police and their morale in Kenya, we just need right leadership. We just need right leadership. Uongozi wa kukula ndio shida. Uongozi wa kukula ndio shida. Watu kuingia kwa ofisi ili wakule. Watu kupigania vyeo ili wakule. As long as we still hold that as a policy, we will never take off. It doesn't matter how long we are given. Where do we have those ministers who get into office, work late, wake up early because they want to improve the country? Where are they? Because they want our education system to improve, our health sector to improve, our economic situation to recover. Where are those ministers? Everybody see wherever they are to eat. Now, we can't make much happen with that kind of mentality. And so as a people, tutahitaji kukubali kwamba tumekosea mahesabu na tufanye nini? Turekebishe. Our founding fathers did not have that mentality. The initial politicians, kina Martin Shikuku, Anyona, Jaramogi, Masinde Muliro, all those people, they went into politics for the safety of masses, for the securing of the lives of Kenyans. They were not in politics to zoa mali and make themselves rich. So even our politics itself is wrong. People are in it for wrong motivation, wrong approach, and so they can't use those positions for the good because they're in for wrong reasons.
So Bernard, I also want to appeal to Kenyans. For those of you maybe you want to read, I'm giving you a live scenario. Mozambique was just a peaceful nation in 2018. Very peaceful country, very peaceful. We have never had any crisis in Mozambique under Felipe Nyusi. But a crime started just as a joke in Cabo Delgado. I'm telling you right now, it is international crisis. Just a small thing, like just in Kenya, the way you are seeing people in the street, some guns are being gotten anyhowly, sijui nini inafanyika, polisi wanakuja wanakanusha. Cabo Delgado was a very peaceful province in Mozambique in 2018. Right now, as we're speaking, the Wage group of Russians are there. The Rwanda army is there. Tanzanian army is there, and it seems to have no cure. So it's better we deal with a few characters in society before things get out of the hand. And the moment they get out of the hand, nakwambia hapa tutatumia resources mingi sana. And these groups actually, you know, the reason is why they flourish is Dalia talked about the green card na pia hiyo maskini ambayo serikali inaonekana imeleta kwa undani. You see people, 30 million Kenyans applying green card wanting to live from Kenya to a particular nation. Hiyo ni kama kuhamisha nation nzima. In case USA approves 30 million Kenyans joining USA under the green card, that means Kenya will have migrated to USA. So that one shows these people how much they feel frustrated with life. So whichever lucrative deal might come with, no matter how much it might be having some kind of violent act, they are most likely to take it very fast. This kind of poverty. Unajua sahi Bernard, kumbuka sahi hakuna kazi. Na hapa ndio nataka nielezee wa Kenya why we blame the UDA government so much, even though it has taken 50 days. There are people right now who are selling assets to live. Mtu anauza kitanda ndio akule, anauza kiti ndio akule. So huyu mtu inamaanisha ana retrogressive development yake ya maisha. The standard of living of this person is going backward at a very big rate, because huyu mtu anauza meza akule, anauza kitu chenye ako nacho kwa nyumba ndio apate chakula. Meaning hata condition ikirudi, chakula irudi, hata kuwa na kitanda, hata kuwa na meza, hata kuwa na hiki. So that one will be now going back to the poverty level that he was initially. And such kind of an individual, if the crime is allowed to flourish in our society, akipatana na deal kama hiyo, aki walai haezi acha, watachukua. People don't engage mostly of them in crime because of anything else, but because of being frustrated with life. We need to deal with the criminals, and we need also to ensure we give job opportunity and every kind of assistance to those individuals, so that whoever who feels somebody will not go to crime because he wants to feed the family. Wacha ule mwizi tunajua ataiba, anaiba juu ni kwa furaha yake. Huyo tukishika tukiua ni sawa. Lakini tusikute kuna mtu anaenda kuiba kwa ajili ya familia yake ama watoto wake. Hiyo nayo itakuwa mbaya, because huyo atakuwa forced to engage in a crime, of which now we cannot differentiate the two, because all they involve a form of violence.
So Bernard, asante. Nimeingia kwa sababu umeongea jambo fulani lilikuwa linaguza. With all honesty, let us dissect this and give it the true prognosis of it. Do you think anybody goes to Kenya police so that kukeep usalama? Do you think anybody anandanga kuwa polisi Kenya ndiye apeane usalama Kenya? I want us to start from there. When those people go out there, wanakimbia, wanafanyishwa kazi. Juzi tumeambiwa, mtu alituambia hapa ati ndugu yake, ni nani? Opposition leader. Alituambia, sijui ni Ami, ati aliambiwa meno yake ni mbaya akafukuzwa. So if you make it to the police, it's not because you had a passion to serve your country. You go there for a purpose. There is a mission that you want. And you must accomplish it. Bernard, on average, because I have 2 cousins ambao tumewapeleka polisi, tumewapeleka wakaandikwa polisi. Bernard, it was not without doing something, and I don't have to say what it was. And once they got there, we told them, man, reciprocate back. And wakishatoka kiganjo, Bernard, they are so hardworking. In 2 months, they reciprocate and give you what you gave them. Very hardworking. In 2 months, they are capable of reciprocating. So this idea of saying our police, our children, our brothers, our sisters don't go to police for law and order. Never have been. Bernard, you need to know that. So the whole issue of us even starting that topic, that wa polisi wetu, au sio polisi wetu? Bernard, we got taken, sisi tunalindwa na Mungu. The moment I realized that Kisii has a population, I like giving classic examples that I know. Even if you have to dare me today, I'll tell you, I know that example. Kisii town has a population and its suburb of almost 700,000. The Kenya police that is next to Cooperative Bank has less than 200 policemen. Okay? The GSU, it's Awana Eden Center. Then tuko na AP ambao wako karibu na Jogo. They are not more than 300. Now, Bernard, in all this, our polisi wanachunga bank zote. Lazima utapata polisi wawili kwa bank. Unaona? Utapata polisi karibu wawili wakipatrol institution. Which leaves you like, there is a time I was in Kisii town and there was a robbery in Commercial Bank. The police came 50 minutes after. And Bernard, from Commercial Bank to the police, before I say A, B, C, D to Z, unaingia kwa police station. But the police came after how long? Why? Because they had dispatched all of them. Let's go to Kakamega. Kakamega is the biggest county in terms of population in Kenya. You like it, you don't like it. I don't go with all that notion to Nambiwanga, it's Kiambu. I know Kakamega for sure has the largest population. Bernard, go do your research. Kakamega has not more than 1,000 policemen. And the population, including students, because kuna Masendo Muliro University there, kuna everything. Now you look, the locals plus those people who come there, the population is about 1 million. The police is less than 1,000. Sasa hiyo ni usalama gani? The ratio, we need to talk about the ratio of the police to the population. And that is something you will never hear in parliament. Because even the security committee, the way it's compromised I want you to tell you, go and see the security committee in parliament even this time. That is somewhere, that's a hot potato we don't talk. We only talk about it, tukiangalia banditry, ikiendelea huko Baragoi na somewhere, that is all of a sudden they surface. But in terms of composition and speaking the ratio, Bernard, they come and build police posts with no police officers. Or 2 police officers, Bernard. That is endangering their life. If the locals decide to storm there, what happens? What can 2 police officers do? You can kill 10, but they can kill you easily. A police post, for instance, during the Floyd thing here in Minneapolis, Fortunately, I was here in Minneapolis. Next to our church, Kenya Community Church, there is a police unit there that was supposed to be banned. Bernard, the kind of equipments that are there, hata mukuje watu 300,000, if they decide to push you back, there's nothing you can do. So what we call police posts, police units, police sijui nini, those are kangaroo things. So for us to talk about police, now they are talking about, instead of talking about real police, now unasikia Kindiki the first thing anatuambia polisi wasikuwe na mfuko kwa nini? Kwa uniform. Which means they want to change the uniform. Which means tenderpreneur is working. Instead of equipping them. Do you get where I'm coming from, Bernard? We will never reach to a point whereby we are taking care of utumishi kwa wote. The way our mantra says, if we cannot improve the quality of policing itself. Bernard, there is that when a police stops you in this country, they come very confident. Bernard, sir, how are you? How is your day? Wow, is everything okay? Unamwambia ndio, anakuuliza, do you know why I stopped you? Then you start a conversation. It's not like in our country. And they will give you direction. Anything you say will be used against you. You have a right to be quiet, which is the best thing to do. So unaposema polisi wetu Bernard, mimi nashangaa ni polisi wagani hao? Anybody who goes to become a police officer in our country has a mission. Let me ask you a simple question as I leave. Bernard, why would the son or the daughter of this Ngirishi kwenda polisi? Is it because anataka kukushunga? Mbona mtoto wa Ole Kaparo aende kukua polisi? Ni kwa sababu anataka kukuchunga, Bernard? Obviously no. They go there so that in merits wataponda, one day they're eyeing to be reservists, to be IG, so that they can be part of the squad ambayo wana monkey business with the cases. That's where the money is. So unaposema polisi wetu, Bernard, mimi nashangaa ni wagani? Bernard, hatuna polisi. Anybody who goes to become a police officer, amepeana hongo, he must get his hongo back. Ukikaa polisi 10 years kama hujajenga nyumba, watu wanakutukana kwani huyu ni polisi kweli? Polisi bandia. So what we are saying is this, we need to start being serious about it. And you know, lastly, hata kuna walikuwa nasema nowadays, kuna huyu kijana ulimweka wa TikTok kuwa in Nairobi right now as we are talking, ugaidi ujambazi umejaa daylight. That boy has given 3 videos and nobody has come to dispute that. My cousin was telling me in a place called Virongo, after Keroka, there is like a small petrol station we put there, 2 pumps. They've been attacked twice. You call the police, they say, hata sasa tumeitwa tu saa hii kwenda mahali pengine, hata utupe mafuta hatuwezi kuja. Bernard, we are on our own. And we must have a conversation about the insecurity that has started. And part of it is, Bernard, you cannot protect the rich if you cannot feed the poor. That is a famous statement by Koigi Kwamwera. You cannot protect the rich or the haves if you cannot feed the have-nots. Thank you, Bernard.
Wow. Thank you so much. That's the reality we are hit with. As a people, we must have a serious soul searching and re-evaluation of the way forward, because what we have is a provision of our service but abuse that particular provision. Like for example, now we have the UDA government, and the first thing they do is collect tax for what service? They are not taking responsibility, but they want us to service their being in office. This country needs help. and we must work towards that solution. But the mambo yalivyo, it's like we'll never be able to handle this crime manenos, because even if somebody's arrested, polisi hao wako na njia ya kumtoa. Hata akipita polisi afike kwa DPP, DPP ako na njia ya kumtoa. Hata akipita kwa DPP afike kwa judge, ako na njia ya kumtoa. So we have defeated ourselves as a people, and we just need to get what is required to be done, and that is reset. Somebody said, dear Martin, say we reset the back to factory mode. I think we are overdue for that. Now, on that note, mi nataka kung'atuka. Oga Francis, ninyi mtaendelea, mkichoka mmalize kipindi. Sisi tutaendelea baadaye. I need to put myself together I'll be going to interview that old man.
So before utoke, unaweza kuwa na ile clip ya Gachagua yenye alikuwa anaambia watu sijui ni Molo ama ni Kericho, mkipigia UDA MPs ndio tutakuwa tunawaambia watuletee watu wa kuingiza Kenya Army.
Unless you find it. I don't have it. Oga Alex, do you have it readily there? That's long.
I think Nani may have it. Ndeto may have it.
Yule ako nayo tuone. But
anybody with that clip, just share the link so that you can download the Gachagua promise it.
Kenyans that if they make a mistake of allowing the UDA brigade to take over the reins of power in this country, they will be allowing the country to take the Uganda direction. Because we knew all along that President Ruto was envious of the record that has been set by his close friend Yoweri Museveni across the borders. So, but we want to caution really, this early in the day, even though we know they are simply testing the waters, we want to caution very, very strongly that any attempt to create a life presidency in this country, like the one we see obtaining in Uganda, shall be resisted vigorously by the people of Kenya.
Okay, so I think mi nitang'atuka tu, ninyi mtajipanga, alafu mtasonga mbele. If I don't leave now, I will not be able to leave, and I will not be sober enough to ask right questions to that old man. Ukienda kuongea na mzee lazima ujipange vizuri. Otherwise, your subscription, tafadhali tuendelee kusubscribe, and Francis, I've pasted the information ya Ofula na hiyo subscription kwa private chat. You just copy and share it the same way we are sharing the link. Kama uja subscribe, tafadhali subscribe. We have 226 people watching. We need to get those 100 subscribers for today. Please, let's do our very best. And now, subscribe, sensitize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to subscribe also under you, so that you can benefit from what we'll be doing on that particular exclusive channel, where I will be airing interviews with key opinion leaders within and without this country. If you enjoy what we do, I believe you will be proud to do what is required, and that is be a subscriber, turn on the notification bell. Let us grow together as a family and get better. Francis, take it. See you later.
Thank you, and you share that message of contribution to WhatsApp group, because in the private chat I cannot see it.
Let me reshare it. I think you came in late, so you may not be able to get it. But if I share it in the private chat, you will get it. Twende kazi. So there they are. Oh, nimecombine zote mbili pamoja. Let me separate. Yeah.
Yes, I've seen it. Huh? Thank you.
Sawa sawa.
So we also ask the people who are outside in the comment section, let's get to the studio, let's have different ideas, let's come and contribute, give different opinions that are valid using relevant data so that we build a prosperous nation. A nation is not built by an individual, but is a collective responsibility. That is why nobody owns Kenya, but Kenya belongs to all of us. The same as to ideas and information. Nobody is a Mr. Know It All. We all share information. We learn from each other. We can also learn something from you. So we are sharing the link. You can also join here so that we be many of us. We can have diverse idea. A country grows because of having a different ideas, which make us great and gives us as identity. Same to the ocean. Ocean is a great one because different rivers pour us to it. If it was only one river, probably it could have dried. But because there are many rivers, that's why Indian Ocean still exists. The same as a country. If you have people with different ideas which are good and they can share with each other, we build each other, we'll become a strong nation, and that's what we like, we believe, and we trust on that. So Alex.
Yes brother. Niko hapa leo nakupa support yote bana.
Asante. Sasa nilikuwa nauliza hizi siku 50 umeona what positive thing have you seen the government doing or something positive doing, not promising, because as we are stating right now is that Ruto needs a minister to manage his promises. We are not talking about that one. We are talking about tangible things that the government has done. Anything that you have seen?
I don't think I will be in a position to lie that there are no good things that I've seen. But I think they've been superseded with so many bad things that it becomes very hard to remember the few good things that I've seen. The one thing that was really positive, and I think is carrying it on, though in a very quiet, subtle way, is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Devolution. Previously, we had issues with our embassies, and I think most of our viewers are in diaspora, or some of them. Let me say some. I have not taken a census. It becomes very difficult, and those who have visited both London and Washington embassies. I'm telling you, these workers there, you could think they were in heaven. Very, very proud, very rude, ineffective, and they never took us as Kenyans. You may have an emergency, your passport is lost, you ought to go to Kenya, even giving you just traveling papers. My friend, it was like just like a camel passing through the hole of a needle. However, now, as you can see, I don't know ni kama ni uoga wanajua that they are going to be changed after the CS, the PS, CS, CAS. I think the next destination is the embassies. Laxity had made some of our embassies to be the worst places you could go when you seek help. But right now, the few people who have gone to Washington, Wakorido, the service delivery is nini. I think it's that fear they have. So by creating that Ministry of Devolution, whatever is it, department or ministry, a lot of jobs are going to go. A lot of jobs are going to go to some of those people. Now we have a direct inbox number whereby you can complain, even if you have a video, something of the sort, whereby some of these people, mutawaona mtaandani kabisa vitu vile walikuwa wakifanya. But I hope they are going to change. But apart from that, I've seen little. But in a transition wanasema mgala muue, lakini mpe haki yake. Hata ingekuwa ni sisi ambao tulichukua serikali, there's a lot of things that Raila needed to do right away. He could not have let things to continue the way they were. So in a transition period, you will expect that if we had to choose people who had never become CS, I don't know who we could have chosen who did not have experience. I think Baba could not have gone in first 2 years choosing people who did not have good experience of governance and management. But the president has made so many mistakes of putting people like Moses Kuria, Machogu. Machogu, yes, was a DC, but he was that Kanu 92, those wale watu walikuwa wana handle chiefs. You are not handling administration. Ulikuwa na handle chief na mshene. So I think that is what we have been able to see. But so far, what I like about Kenya Kwanza is that they have one command center. Unlike us, we seem to be very disrespectful to our leader. And that is why you find somebody openly, she's in Azimio, come to parliament and start saying that the conmanship, the political banditry, you will never hear Kenya Kwanza people speak like that. And they have respect for their party, for their formation, and for their movement. I may not like their movement, but it seems like command comes from one place. Mtu mmoja ndio kusema na kutenda. I don't think it is, we may term it as dictatorship, but where we have gotten to, Francis,
yes,
until and unless we start terming some of our parliamentarians so that they can respect, we are becoming a loose cannon. So that is the only positive things that I can say, the two of them. But most of it has been failure after failure after failure. Whatever he promised the hustlers have more difficult life right now than when Uhuru was. In less than 50 days, life has become something else. It has been from a utopia to a dystopia. So I think, and that is halfway. So I can imagine that there is a lot of corn in Kitale, but people are sleeping hungry where? In Gatundu. So it's radical, it's reflection of how unequal some parts of countries are, and how in leadership change, political miscalculation can put you in a dilemma. But still, he has 50 days to improve on that. I don't know if we should give him or not. The problem of waiting for those 50 days is every day is becoming more tougher and tougher to our people. I hear even mortuary fees have increased, Mr. Francis. Fees have increased and people are not talking. So that's how difficult life is, that even when you are dead, they will tax you. They are taxing even the dead. That is how bad it is, Mr. Francis.
Thank you. Let me play the video of that madam who is threatening Azimio.
That will really help so that we can have a conversation.
Position of the Parliamentary Service Commission. I am aware from both the majority and minority parties of the House of Parliament to the Parliament, and the 9th November approved an amended list of nominees to the committee.
Francis, you are muted.
Yes, I think the video has a little bit of problem. One rectify nitaiplay vizuri na inakatakata pia, natoa sauti fulani mbaya. So but Alex, one thing that I know about Raila Odinga, and which one thing that might be a problem, but for we people that you understand is one of the best quality of a leader. Raila is an individual who does not curtail your thinking. Is an individual who gives you an opportunity to expound your thinking and does not hold you to a position that you cannot think more. And that is why you see today Kenyatta has been a president. But if today you ask yourself the people that Kenyatta has molded to become future leaders, there is none. Moi was the president. If you have been asked the people that Moi molded to become president, to become leaders, most of them had questionable character, and those who made to leadership position really dealt people in a bad way. But when you come to Raila Odinga, is an individual who accepts divergent ideas, gives you an opportunity to speak your mind, you grow and you move forward. Then he's not an individual that is envious of your growth, or that when you grow he wants to bring you down. No, that is why you see most of individuals who have been in Raila's hand, now that they are the people who are shouting big and calling him names. And for example, I will name for you a few of them. When you look at a person like Josephat Nanok could not have never been known were it not for Raila Odinga. People like the Adan Duale, nobody knew him. It was Raila Odinga who made it there. People like Amason Kingi, those people were well known because of Raila, who held their hand when they needed him. But once they felt that he was no longer of any use, now they turned the abysses to him. And that is why I find it very, very, very dangerous having a character of William Ruto molding a leader, because what will happen is that we are likely to mold a dictator, because he's an individual who does not accept divergent ideas so much, and when you come with divergent ideas, you are likely to be treated like a criminal. That's why uliona hata mtu kama Gachagua huwa anafikiria kwamba chenye yeye amefikiria ndio final, na hakuna mtu mwingine anaweza fikiria tofauti na yeye, ama anaweza kuwa na mafikira ya maana sana kumshinda yeye. And that is why you find him big mouth and opening mouth anyhowly, speaking anyhowly, thinking that whatever he's saying is the best for the country, and that brings a lot of problem to our nation. Na hapo ndio mimi napeanga Raila heshima, maana huyo ni msee mwenye yeye atakupea ruhusa, yes, speak your mind, do whatever you want, these are ABCD. Hata kama watu wanatumia opportunity kumtukana na kumuita majina, lakini inatusaidia kukua, maana wakati unakuja na idea hii, wanachukua hii, wanaweka hii, tunakuwa na nchi salama. Lakini sasa shida ni kwamba Wakenya ni wagani, wakipewa uhuru hawataki. And that's why you have a problem as a nation.
So you see, what was funny about that clip, and I think that is where the politics ambayo, and sometimes we have to stretch our mind and think out of the box, which can be dangerous, but also which can be pro-gaining us, so that we can know what is the game plan for really Jubilee. I read some sinister motive there. Jubilee is rattling the water to see what its base is going to say. It looks like those who are in the leadership of Jubilee wants to align themselves with Kenya Kwanza, but they fear that the electorate are not ready for that. Now, after them threatening to leave Azimio, Sabina Chege comes back and say, let's not blame ODM afterwards. And this is what she said. We get 3 letters coming from the same person in effect of one issue, reading different things, which means the problem is on their side. the person who is supposed to write those letters to the committee that is handling the Azimio, so that we can know who's going to be in Parliamentary Select Committee, writes 3 letters. So they are not consistent to what they should be. Today they give this name, tomorrow they give this name, after 3 hours they give this name. So who are you going to blame? So later on, Sabina Chege herself exonerated Raila from it. He says they don't have one command center. So, and that is why we are saying, as Azimio, until and unless we decide to have one voice, so that we cannot show that we are having disgruntles all the time over petty things. Whereas the other side, once they agree on something, they go with it. Because they understand that our strength is more higher. So they are using their unitary voice, hata kama ni wachache, they come together and they have a command center. You see, until today, I don't understand how we could have lost to have a speaker, yet we were the majority. And the reason simply is we don't respect our leadership. So even our, kuna mtu ameingia hapo, Kenyan all the time.
And almost that transition from you've got a comfortable life outside of them, and now you're coming and you're investing. And I'm saying to them, it's possible. It is possible. I'm also here and I'm saying that, how did you do it? I think it's a combination.
Yeah, so that's why we are saying we need true leadership in the house. I gave an example earlier. I don't know if you have watched This Voice. I've been to South Africa several times, and that is why I have interest in their politics. When Malema and Floyd Shivambu and the rest were suspended from ANC, what happened was they had an option to get out of politics, they had an option to appeal, they had an option to go to another party. But when they sat down, they decided that the only vehicle at that time to South African movement that consciously they could align themselves was ANC, which had done what? Suspended them, expelled them. Especially Malema was expelled, Floyd Shivambu was just suspended. So that means 3 years after that, he could have come back to the youth league. So what happened? They sat in bootstrap, they started a movement. And in that movement, they realized unless and until they have discipline, like any other parties, they will come and go. Now, this is a party that started 2013. ODM is a party that started 2007. When you see in terms of branches, you see in terms of participation, when you see how it involves its people, and yet, remember, ODM had more than 500 million of revenue in terms of last time of political parties fund. Where does this money go to? We don't see them in universities recruiting. Malema today was saying, we have gone to every university in South Africa. We have recruited over 1 million people. Do you ever see these people come to universities? When you were in the university, did you see ODM come to recruit people in the university? Where do they use that money? Where do they use that money to? Unless we become accountable, we start doing real recruitment before elections, like right now, we are doomed to failure. It can't be when the elections are coming, that is when now we start looking for people. And that is why South African politics is much ahead of us. Their women league used to be very strong, even if it's not strong the way it is, but at least the money is used on branches and leagues. So like one of our places whereby right now we can recruit are universities. So we don't need so many people in our organization in Azimio. We need one person like Floyd Shivambu, another one like Malema, another one like Ndozi, and another one like Matembi. I mean, very young, but vibrant progressive thinking people who cannot be sold or they cannot be bought. One mistake, as I finish, then Kenyan all the time comes. I want to guarantee you one mistake we made, and I kept saying, and people castigated me. Somebody like Jalango in future is going to be a sellout. He's not a strong leader that can stand firm. If that seat we could have given it to Robert Alai, Robert Alai knows how to deal with the other side. And Robert Alai will sell out. So we need an organization whereby we are formidable people that we can trust. But right now, we can speak here, but when they go to parliament, our people are bought. When we are voting for a speaker, a minority party wins speakership, and we are majority, we lose. It can never happen in South Africa that ANC will lose the speakership because some members have sold out. So I think that is what we must do. There are people who are politically there that I don't think they can help this movement like Jalango. I don't think so. So people like Sifuna needs to come out, speak more. Sifuna has gone to the media, and I see Sifuna doing a very good job. Babu Wino, give him benefit of doubt. He may have made mistakes in the past, but he's also a very good leader. Kanini Kega should have been nominated by all necessary means. Should have been.
I also felt that one. Kanini Kega, that individual for real is you know, there are people, wacha nikwambie, kuna watu walikuwa na kampenia Raila wakiwa chini ya maji, but Kanini Kega came out clearly without hiding anything, and he was ready to suffer anything because of Raila.
And then we leave him outside in the cold.
Mi sikufeel poa. I think hata Iala ODM wangempea chance, hata si Jubilee, ODM.
Listen, and then we start nominating my home girl called Nyakerario, who will never do nothing to the movement. The moment she was nominated, you don't even know her.
You know, one thing that I think the Azimio coalition can do in a better way, if I was the one in that position, mtu kama Kanini Kega, Nderitu Muridhi, people like Peter Kenneth, these are individuals that Raila angewaita immediately tu, hata sahi awaite sahi, awaketishe chini. Unajua Raila amewaacha mpaka watafika mahali waingiwe na ile baridi na waishi ni kama kwamba wameachwa. Awaite pamoja, wakusanye, awaeleze venye ilikuwa, mambo imekuwaje, awaambie venye mwelekeo, alafu ikiwezekana awatume waende wao kama viongozi ambao walikuwa chini ya Azimio, waende watengeneze chama yao kubwa, watu kama kina Peter Munya, waform chama yao strong. I'm telling you, 2027 it will be not an issue of UDA, but it will be an issue of which party will dominate Mount Kenya. Do you know the reason is why I'm telling you is that right now most of the people are not allied to Gachagua at whatever cost. So there's a vacuum there that can be filled by the Azimio people, because they seem to be the sober people who aid some manifestos that could benefit the people. So kuna njia hivi, the Mount Kenya Foundation should not give up. What they should just go and give their whatever they are helping, and then they ignore whatever they ignore watu kama hata kama walitukana wa ignore, and then watume watu kama kina Peter Munya wakuje na kina Peter Kenneth wakuje baadaye waje wa form party. I'm telling you, they can take even 70% of Mount Kenya. It's very possible, very possible.
And before Nani, Kenyan all the time will help us there, because I think he knows those people better. He has studied them better than us. We came to know them in the limelight in this campaign. He knows their historicity better. However, I'm disappointed with my party and organization in some things. There are people who are vibrant that could. Mtu kama Sabina Chege, I agree. She was chosen there by merits, and that is good. She worked hard for that. Everybody knows that. She sacrificed. She was ready for any eventuality. But when our young, bright people like Alai are put just to be MCS, and we elevate somebody like Jalango, I think we are failing the movement. It cannot go so far. We must be proactive in thinking that who can die for the organization. So Kenya all the time to saidia hapo.
Yeah, thank you. I think you have brought this discussion. Hii maneno tulianzia jana. Personally, mtu kama mimi, I'm extremely disappointed by our political orientation. And I said it here yesterday, this idea of saying because so and so has the biggest YouTube channel, he is a comedian, he can become a member of parliament, we miss the point there. And I think going forward, even Raila himself, he needs to understand some of the people who he proposes or who comes to cling on him so that they can get nominations. They are not serious people, they are not fighters. I can tell you, these people are the one who are, let me tell you, the problems which we are having in Kenya is not about Kenya Kwanza. Forget about Kenya Kwanza. Let me tell you, Kenya Kwanza has not faced any opposition. These guys are busy helping these people in whatever is happening, and the havoc which is happening in Kenya, it is Azimio to blame. They have given them all the choices they need to do in this life, starting from giving these people legitimacy. How do you see it with? We had started very well. The day when we said we are not going to debate these people, we had started very well. But the moment our members of parliament, they are the people who have given these people legitimacy. And I'm saying it again. Somebody like Jarango, to me, he is not a member of parliament. He was put there simply because he has a very, I said it here yesterday, those people, Babanet, we have fighters. Look like people like Mother Karua, even at the face of resistance, you can see the way they are behaving. It's only that somebody like Mother Karua is not in the parliament, but even when they are outside, they are able to push up on what is happening. But 150 members of parliament, they are too many to let Kenyans suffer. The South Africa you are mentioning, Huyu akina Marema, I think they are like, 40 to 50 members of parliament in their EFF movement. And you can hear them. You can hear them. Sorry?
They are only 47. They used to be 23.
And you can hear them. You hear EFF.
Are saying, give back the money. Give back the money. And they got Zuma out.
You understand? So that's why now I'm trying to tell you, it is so... Raila Odinga just has jokers. In fact, let me tell you, those guys came to use, I can tell you, out of the 150 members of parliament we have, those guys cannot even go to the streets. Those people just let Raila Odinga down. And it is so unfortunate, atia watu walijileta karibu na Raila so that they can get what they needed, wapate mishahara. Let me ask you a question. Do you need a majority to fight for Kenya? Do you need a majority members of parliament to fight for Kenya? Who said that lazima ati tukue na 200 MPs so that we can show the Kenyan government how to work? Hiyo ndio ile shida tuko nayo saa hii. Hawa akina Jarango whoever, we have given them mandate. History ya kusema ati au watu wanaketi hapa, these guys who speak siasa, wanaitwaje hii wabunge au wabunge imbo, forget, wanaitwaje bunge la mwananchi. You see, it is a shame in Kenya at bunge la mwananchi, they are the people who are guiding the political narrative in Kenya. Whereas we have 150 members of parliament who are just warming seats in the parliament. They have no direction. They are waiting for Raila Odinga to give them direction. Raila Odinga is an outsider. He was defranchised in the election. We are having people who are earning salaries and they don't want to guide people. They are waiting for Raila Odinga. Wanangojea nini? Let me tell you, these members of parliament in Azimio, they will be blamed more than Kenya Kwanza, whatever happens, because they have given this government legitimacy to do the havoc they are doing. What are they sitting with them? Wanaketi chini na wao wakitaka nini na wao? The current MPs, they can read by direction. They don't need, the moment when they even started vetting people who have no qualification, that is the time when I saw we are losing it. wange allow Kenya Kwanza, which believes they have numbers, they do their own vetting. But why had the ODM people, Jubilee and the rest, gone to vote to allow this legitimacy, which is not there? Sorry?
So, Kenya, all the time. I want to ask you a simple question. Like, when you look at the parties that are forming the Azimio coalition, do you think that these people should sit down and try to form a kind of a government that they can be meeting their own way, channeling their own development, their own constituency and county?
Bro, you know, I think you people, we are not understanding one another here. Kenya Kwanza is a fake government. First of all, because of the roadside declarations which they are giving. How does a sane Azimio government still sit with them? You see, that is what we are not understanding. Tulianzia na story ya kuletoa GMO. Sasa, all these people, and they are busy sitting with them in the parliament, waiting for Baba to come and tell them that the government is doing wrong. Nikuulize hadi saa hii, how many members of parliament have even given a press conference trying even to bring Kenyans on board? Ama kila saa lazima tutungoje Raila Odinga ati apeane press conference ati the way things are. Raila Odinga hayuko ndani ya parliament. What are these parliamentarians doing? Ama kazi yao sasa hawa akina Sabina Chege ni kuanzia kucriticize ati sijui Baba na nini? What are they doing? Ama ni kuenda kuketi na watu? So what I'm saying, you don't need to assemble Azimio. Azimio is already assembled. They know their corner. Una assemble nini? Azimio, we are 150 members of parliament or 156. That number is enough to cause havoc. That number is enough to give directions on the Kenyan political direction. But when people behave as if they don't have power, and that's why I'm telling you, Kenya Kwanza is very tactical. Kwanza waliweka hiyo mentality ati nyinyi ni minority na kazi yenu ni kupingana na sisi. Kupingana na wao nini? So what I'm trying to tell you is that Raila Odinga, next time, the people who you propose to the people in the ground, don't give people ati sababu mtu amekuja ametaja jina yako hapo, ama simply because somebody has a very big YouTube channel and you think he is a fighter. Let me tell you, we are having so many members of parliament who are just useless. And I'm saying, we have not seen their impact on mwananchi. Akina Jarango, the rest, those are a waste of time. So ile kitu najaribu kusema, mtu wa miaka, Jarango is close to 40 years, I guess. What are they doing to, wanangojea wapewe power na Raila Odinga? Those people, they can assemble people. They can assemble people. But I'm very frustrated by our members of parliament who cannot have an action plan in fighting back this government. And the atisasa ni watu wa mbunge la mwananchi who have to fight for the Kenyans, whereas we have people who are earning close to 1 million and they cannot assemble it themselves. They have resources they can give. So let me tell you, hii mashida tuko nayo Kenya, put Kenya Kwanza aside. These problems are Azimio, because Azimio has decided to dine with the government. Why are they sitting down with them when these guys are ravaging our government? I'm disappointed by Azimio. Let me tell you. And if Azimio is not going to respond seriously in the next 3 months, we are going to quit that party. We are quitting it. And we have to be honest, because we cannot allow a party to become a lame duck simply because the other party is behaving to be so serious or what. They are not doing what we voted them to be. When you get elected, 150 members of parliament are enough to cause havoc. But they cannot allow people to be making roadside declaration na wako hapo asubuhi wako parliament. It's a frustration. Akina Matiba walikosa havoc wakiwa wangapi when we were doing second liberation? How many people were on their side? They were like 10 people or what, who assembled all the other people.
Parliament.
Yeah, it was a parliament. All these things, Akina Matiba were members of parliament. So where was Bunge ya Mwananchi that time? So this idea whereby the members of parliament cannot assemble a political ideology to push the government, it's wrong. So ndio ile kitu najaribu kusema, it is Azimio next time. And let me tell you, they will lose power So as Kenya Kwanza is dying, because Kenya Kwanza is dying, even Azimio is going to die. We are going to have other political factions. And let me tell you, if these people are not going to be serious, we are now having a new Kenya. We will have a group which is not Kenya Kwanza, which is not Azimio, which will get everybody out of power. Hata hii Azimio inajifanya hivi. It is, they either fight or they ship out. It is that serious. But so far, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, it is the same crop.
So thank you, Kenya, all the time. But to me, I think one of the best things that Raila should strategize right now, Raila should strategize if indeed he wants to make Kalonzo a leader, and maybe if not Kalonzo, if he wants to take over the country in 2027, he should look at the power vacuum that exists in the Mount Kenya currently. There's a very big gap that can be filled very simple by people whom they are close to Raila. And that is why, you know, when you look somebody like Peter Munya, people like Mpuri Aburi, people like Peter Kenneth, people like Sabina Chege, and people like this Mount Kenya Foundation, if those people can come together, form a new party, channel their own interest, because right now it seems that the Mount Kenya people are more affected and try to speak for them. Therefore, it means these people will be able to get a leverage of being heard. And then they will regroup in 2024 or 2025 towards election. And that is the only way that you will see this government the way it will be just get corrupted. And if you also look at it in this way, if Raila and the Azimio coalition can be speaking the mind of the people and trying as much as possible to call for even if mass action, I think right now, I'm telling you, there could be ministers who have already resigned because they could have felt indeed it is not the right thing, like Moses Kuria. But now, if that room we allow it, venye Jubilee imeanza kuongeongea ikiwa ndani ya Azimio, mimi niko sure na kitu moja, watakakaa hapo na itavunjika, na Gachagua atachukua opportunity kupeana pesa zenye zimetolewa kwa mahakama, awanunue awaweke kwa mfuko. Na hivyo hivyo sasa tutarudi pale ile problem ya two community dominance. If you want to do with this away with these two community dominance, let us form another political party with equal force like UDA in Mount Kenya. Let it go there on its own. Let his own channel his own way, and then we channel our own way. Let's meet at the corner and make a declaration. It will have an impact. But right now tukiendelea hivi ati sijui nini, itakuwa ngumu sana kumaliza hiyo dominance ya two tribes unless yes.
Can I add something? Let me add. I will tell you, and any person who want to become a serious politician, I would beg you, don't rely on Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya is fluid. Mount Kenya is fluid. They can let you down anytime. That's what I would like to say. Even in this election, we are not sure of the number of votes which Ruto got in Mount Kenya. We don't know. We don't know the methodology. So we cannot say that Mount Kenya explicitly supported Ruto. And we have at least a group which was supporting Raila Odinga. But remember, in this election, we cannot confirm with certainty the amount of votes which Ruto got in Mount Kenya. So that's why I'm saying, to me, Mount Kenya region needs to be left alone. Those people will let you down, for your information. So Kenyans can assemble from other directions. Let Mount Kenya decide their own fortune if they want. But every time when we want to design the Kenyan politics, starting with the Mount Kenya region, that is where we are failing, because we are putting pride in them. Ati nyinyi ndio watu wa maana sana Kenya. We have to start thinking where in Kenya we take everybody equal. But this idea where we are epitomizing or we are overrating Mount Kenya region too much, that is why you are seeing all this havoc. To the extent now they can even pray you if they want, because now you have overrated them. It's just like a girl who yule msichana unataka alafu sasa unamuonesha unamtaka sana. They can do whatever they want. So we need to take everybody important. Let people's vote count. The problem in Kenya is not about one party dominance or regional dominance. The problem we have in Kenya is that our election ends like the sudden death in football. Like when you used to see in the olden times of football, mumeenda draw, then sasa pale ni yule mtu atafunga wa kwanza, alafu sasa mpira inaisha hivyo. So our elections ends in a sudden death. We don't know actually the methodology and the procedure of how our elections are managed. So ile kitu najaribu kusema is, can we have a verifiable election? Can we have an election which people trust? Like somebody in Nyanza, can trust the election? Somebody in Mount Kenya, can trust the election? Somebody in Garissa, can trust the election? Can we have a trustable system all over the nation? That is the problem we are having. But again, we are not talking about it. Because let me tell you, even if we vote 1,000,000 times with whatever I saw for the last 2 elections, this regional dominance will be artificially there, because this regional dominance, let me tell you, even in America, the GOP and the Democrats, a system which is natural, power will always be shifting. If the system is natural, power will always be shifting. That's why, like you see in America, power will always be shifting between the GOP and the Democrats, because there is perception. But in our system, which is fixed, which is artificial, which is people influenced, power will never move. So power will always be fixed in one area. So that is what we need to fix. Can we have a natural system of election? So the problem of Kenya, sio mambo ingine. Shida ya Kenya ni uchaguzi ambao you cannot verify. We are intellectuals. We have gone to school. But the issue of election is one thing in Kenya, which people are pretending that we are doing good elections, we have democracy, but we don't have. Elections in Kenya is a sham. It's only that we are pretending that we have a serious election, but we don't have. Let me tell you, even those members of parliament who win in the election, inakuanga tu vitu ya kimungumungu. But in real sense, we have a system we cannot verify. We just think that we have an electronic way, but shida yote ya Kenya ni uchaguzi. I wish we had a system whereby, like what I saw here with the GOP Democrat, within like 2 days, at least you are able to see how the votes were tilting. Lakini uchaguzi ya Kenya uelewi chochote. That is what we need to fix. It is not about that these people to assemble where, let me tell you, uchaguzi ya Kenya ndiyo shida yote. Forget about that, the people in Mount Kenya, people in Nyanza. No, give us a system which we can verify. And I'm saying the next political heavyweight is the person who will give us a good electoral system, because any success starts with a good election. Once you trust your government, you are ready to move. The reason why Americans can do whatever they are doing is because they have trust. We can do a rocket. You can put me in that rocket. You can send me to the orbit, and I know that I'm safe. In Kenya, can we do that? In Kenya, can you put me in something which is being banned by another somebody, and am I sure? So trust ndio kila kitu. Trust. We don't have trust. Mimi nataka system ambayo I can naezamini. If my candidate loses, you can guide me, unaniambia mambo ilikuwa hivi. Lakini system ambayo tu ni sarakasi, and we are busy saying, wewe ulishindwa, tulia, ngojea miaka 5. Let me tell you, the members of parliament, Azimio, sit down, guide Kenyans on a proper electoral system. Otherwise, hiyo fala yote mnatuambia, we are tired. Forget about the other things, but hii mambo ingine, no?
Thank you, Kenyan, all the time. You know, the integrity of an election is very important. That one I agree with you fully. So that if you are defeated, you know you are defeated from a point that you knew very well you did not have the numbers, or people never came out to vote for you. But in a situation that you are defeated, but there is some kind of foreplay, it becomes a very big problem, and then you start questioning why is it so, and this that is happening. And that's why I was looking at this scenario like this way, like the list of the polling station. Why can't the all political party get deducted a little bit amount of money that will accumulate for 5 years, then that amount of money will use to sponsor the diehards of that political party as the election observers or election agents to those polling stations across the country, so that when we are having a problem maybe in Nakuru, we ask the person UDA, what was the issue? We ask person from Azimio, what is the issue? We ask the IBC. If the three things are, if the three people are giving information which is similar, therefore we can agree that at that extent integrity was upheld. But here we have some scenario whereby when you don't have agents some region, the IBC utilizes that region to negotiate for eye check. Wanaangalia tutanegotiate na UDA watupatie cheki kubwa tuwapatie hizo kura. Na hapo ndio shida inatokea. Maana sijui mbona watu Azimio kutokuwa na agents Mount Kenya. Why was it that the UDA utilized it to steal the votes, whereas there is IBC and the IBC is an independent body that is supposed to oversee the election? Ni kama kuiba alafu unasema ati hakukuwa na watchman ndio maana uliiba. Something that stealing is wrong. We need to deal with that anyway.
You know, Mukungi, Bwana Francis, let me comment on that. You know, Kenya is naturally a corrupt nation. And Kenyans look for loopholes. So, like, for example, in the area of Mount Kenya, where Azimio was not having enough poll watchers, what meant is that people had to use it as an advantage. So that's what I'm saying, because we are not honest people. So what I'm saying is that this IEBC is not independent. You should even end it that one. There is nothing like independent IEBC in Kenya. Everything in Kenya is dependent. There's nothing like independent in Kenya, because we are a corrupt society. We are people who go on the direction where of the money. And that's why, let me tell you, if you followed the Chebukati issues, you can see that you can read that environment. Those were people under influence. If Chebukati was a natural man, there was a way in which he could have acted. He never looked independent. So that's why I'm saying relying on IBC is like relying on a dead horse to take you on a journey. IBC cannot help you. So it is unfortunate that Raila Odinga relied on Mount Kenya information that, and maybe I know maybe they could have even had money or what, but we cannot stand here and lament that we did not have poll watchers in Mount Kenya region. In fact, it is us to blame. It was even better not to have poll watchers in Nyanza, but we have poll watchers in Mount Kenya. How comes Azimio was not aware of that? Or because I'm sure even if you don't have poll watchers in Nyanza or in Ukambani, they could have voted for Azimio. I wish we even transported our poll watchers in Ukambani to Mount Kenya if Mount Kenya people were not ready to defend our votes. So, but again, I am saying the issue of Mount Kenya is very complex. You know, the issue of Mount Kenya, stop reading the numbers which we were given by IEBC. The numbers which IEBC gave us in Mount Kenya region, we are not sure of them. We don't know whether they are real numbers or they are artificial numbers. That is why in Mount Kenya region, I don't stand with those numbers, because there are so many things which are not adding up, and including even how the Kimskit were behaving. Forget about those people who tell us that hiyo maneno ya Kimskit na nini. We had information. Tuliambiwa vizuri sana the turnout was 56%. Then suddenly the turnout ikafika nini. Those are the things which are still in our hand. So the numbers in Mount Kenya region, we don't know whether they are natural numbers or artificial numbers. Remember, we are in the AI time where you can even generate numbers. So what I'm saying is that what we need going forward is we need a system which people can believe, which people can trust. And if you cannot trust an election, my brother, forget about any other thing. Your country will not kick. Let me tell you, even if you want Kenya to become a middle income country with a failed election, forget about it. Everything starts with an election. Even countries which are doing well is because they are trusting their system of governance. China, even if their system looks dictatorial or one-way system, it's because majority of the people trust the system. America, people trust the system. Singapore, people trust the system of governance. In Kenya, do polls. 70% of Kenyans don't trust our system of governance. And that is why, even if you want to take us to the moon, we will not go. Bring trust to the people, bring ideas to the people, bring the systems back to the people, but stop giving Chebukati that big power, big influence to choose for you who the leader is. So, in a nutshell, in conclusion, bring trust to the people. And as the mere members of parliament, 150, that can be a task they can start with. They don't need to be vetting corrupt people and waiting for cases to be withdrawn without them even doing anything, and waiting for us only to comment in online platforms and Bunge la Wananchi to comment. They can do something, but because they are very complacent, they are just people of the same cocoon. They eat together. They cannot do anything. That's why bring trust to the people, and that is something Azimio can do. It's a gap, and they don't want to do anything.
So, but anyway, for those who have heard, let them get it clear from it. Anything, you know, under ethics, we have something that we call deontological and ontological, and teleological and deontological. Those the two theories of ethics says that one, it looks at the means, which means was used to achieve an outcome. If the means was good, then the outcome is presumed to be good. Then the other one looks at the final results. They are not consider the means. So we look at the end results. Does the end result justify the means? Therefore, that one, it means, therefore, whatever happened at the end, maybe William Ruto was declared the president. Therefore, the Kenya Kwanza people will always justify by saying that it was fair because the end has justified the means. But at the end of the day, what I know is that once the process is corrupted, the end results will never be good because the process is what leads us to the results. So we have new panelist here. Nigel Black, how are you?
I'm doing good.
So you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, I've been listening to your debates for a while now, and Kenya all the time has made a lot of really good points. Yeah, like what he was saying, you cannot trust the government to do the right thing or like to build a proper economy if the elections are not proper. So long as the elections are not being conducted in a free and open and verifiable manner, you can never trust the outcome of that election. So even all the governors and the MCAs and MPs, if the presidential election was rigged, most likely all those other MPs, majority of them are not even there by merit. They might not even have been elected into office, you know. So sitting there and always crying and expecting them to do the right thing is almost absurd, because if, like what Raila was saying, President Ruto was put in place by foreign powers, there's no way anybody is expecting him to come and do what Kenyans want him to do, because it's not Kenyans who put him in office. You know what I'm saying? So based on that knowledge, I think the best thing that Kenyans can ever hope for is to get a proper election system. If you don't do that, everything else that people cry and lament about, it's never going to get fixed, because it is not Kenyans who actually choose their leaders based on how everything transpires. And one of the reasons I feel like that's the case is if you look at like the Brazilian election that just happened, it was like a humongous election with so many millions of people voting, like maybe 10 times the size of the Kenyan election. But they didn't wait for like 7, 5, however many days, the way they usually subject Kenyans to waiting for us to be able to like know who actually the winner of an election is. So what I can say is we already have the technology in place right now for us to be able to hold like an election, a giant election, and in less than 2 hours for us to know who the winners of the election is. But as long as elections are rigged and not transparent, Kenya will never be fixed. Actually, that's a very important point that Kenya all the time said, because at the end of the day, everything is going to be dishonest from that point going forward, you know? Yeah, so I feel like the most important thing that everybody should be striving for is to get an honest election. And then from there, we can discuss everything else. So back to you, man.
Thank you, Black. I don't know who will stand for that position, because it seems that Kenyans are fearful, or what is the problem really? Because we need to come out to build a nation that at least our future generation will be able to trust it. So if you are being called, if you Black, if you are called to the street, will you be able to come out to defend and to make the process to be streamlined? Will you be willing to participate?
To go out into the streets and demonstrate, you know, at the end of the day, such kind of actions have to be like properly organized, because if not so many people come out into the streets to demonstrate, then you might not have the required numbers, you know what I'm saying? And it might be easier for even like the police to come and shoot you guys or do some crazy things to you, you know what I'm saying? But for me, I value my life, and I don't think I'll put my own life in harm's way just so that people who don't want to like fight for their rights benefit, you know? Everybody has to recognize that Kenya is our country and we need to make it work. Like, it doesn't really matter if Raila wins or Ruto or anybody else, as long as the system is an honest system, you know? We need an honest system so that the choice of Kenyans is truly reflected. So after that point, if we have a bad leader because that's what we have chosen, then so be it, you know? It's not necessarily just about all going into the streets and demonstrating or whatever. As long as everything is done properly, I feel like we should be able to get the leadership that we deserve. But as of now, I feel like Kenyans don't get the leaders that they vote for. Yeah.
Yeah, Black, I want to support you a little bit. Just one moment, Kabreurated you, okay? You see, this is what is happening. By the way, for your information, the reason why you are seeing all the chaos you are seeing, you know, before people go to for an election, there is what we call an electoral mood. Before people go to election, there is always an electoral mood and how things are shaping. And Buana Francis, I can tell you, in 2022, the electoral mood was that Azimio was to make the government. And the reason why you are seeing the struggles which Kenya Kwanza is having is because they are now trying to grapple with many issues because they were not prepared. So that's why I'm telling you right now, with Azimio was extremely prepared by and the mood, the electoral mood, the natural, I'm talking of the natural electoral mood was pointing towards Azimio. But we got an artificial system which was influenced by a human being. And that natural system was blocked. And we got another person. So that is why you are seeing from Raila Odinga, we were expecting one county, one product, which could be there now. We could now be having our third check of 6,000, which we were well prepared for it, by the way, for your information. Right now, we could be prosecuting 1 million people who have corruption cases. Now, what has happened? We are now having the the anti of that process, the anti-clockwise of that process. This government is clearing people who have corruption cases. If you are now an elected leader currently in Kenya, hauna kesi. Look, it's not something which, let me tell you, this one doesn't matter who has won an election. Duke has to tell me this. Give me the audacity which is making, or the concept which is making that majority of people in Kenya Kwanza, their cases are being cleared out without proper investigation, without proper ending of a case. A case has a start and an end. But you cannot tell me that you are going to stop my case because I've become an elected leader. Lula, who is the president of Brazil now, he is just from the court, not from jail. He is from jail. Alikuwa amefungwa juzi na akatoka njera, and still people identified with him. What I'm trying to say is we cannot subvert the judicial system because you are a politician. And that's where we are getting it wrong. And Azimio leaders are watching it.
Thank you. So let's have Duke.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Regarding this issue of fair election process, I can mention two things. First of all, it's about using technology, embracing technology, because in Kenyan context, it has become very difficult for individuals to trust each other. That's why at one point I proposed that if we will be having like cameras at every polling station, so that if we are doubting results from a given polling station, then we have a clip or a video or which actually captured the time when the actual results were being announced. Don't have, and something like a camera is not something expensive. So because people have, there are allegations that we have several original forms. There are allegations that people can change forms. They can even make the original forms. So that's one step of doing that. However, also we have to, as Kenyans, most of Kenyans, we have to embrace the reality and not to be strongly tied to the expectations. You find most of people, what they are expecting, if it does not happen like that, then they are against the outcome. So they are, most of people, you find that they are disputing the process, not necessarily that the process was bad, but because they were not expecting the outcome, or they don't like the outcome. So we should question, was the process fair or not fair? But not, do we like or hate the outcome? So those are two things to distinguish.
Duke.
Yes.
I have one question. For example, if you are a meeting, umeenda pale kwa meeting kama engineer, na maybe wanachagua kiongozi na wamepiga kura, na maybe ulikuwa umesimama na mtu mwingine na mwenzako ametangazwa mshindi kwamba yeye ndo amechaguliwa kuwa engineer, wengine kuwasimamia wengine. Lakini sasa hiyo baada ya mwenzako kuchaguliwa kuwa engineer ametangazwa na wewe umeshindwa, unaona 90% of wenye wamepiga kura kilalamika wakisema hawako wanataka huyo. Will you accept that outcome?
I cannot accept that, because
exactly, that's why you are saying most people are complaining. So if the word umesema most,
but now
it means it's not
what I'm
genuine.
disagreeing with you, is
What
this.
the Duke, eh? As he
Okay, let me answer that first.
Okay, pia nataka uniambie, do you want to tell me that people are naturally insane in Kenya, that they are not just satisfied with the election system? How comes the election of Kibaki, everybody was comfortable? How comes hii ya Uhuru na Ruto ndio tu watu people don't see numbers ending up. Do you want to tell us that we are nuts? We don't know how one combines with one to become two? Help me know. Are people idiots? They can't see a conclusive process.
And then I have another question before Duke answers that. You see, when some of us who live in the diaspora, like if you live in America and you want to send money to Kenya, for example, we have something here called Send Wave. It's an app that's attached to M-Pesa, and like even WhatsApp. I can form a group in WhatsApp, and when I send a message, even if it's to 100 people all around the world, they receive the message immediately. You know what I'm saying? And if you send money to somebody in Kenya using those apps, they receive the exact amount of money that you send them immediately. You know what I'm saying? No cameras, no nothing. So the technology to do the right thing exists. But politicians who are, to me, are thugs, most of them are thugs, just gangsters and thugs, you know what I'm saying? They refuse to implement these things because they know that at some point in time, they will need to steal elections. It's not like the technology does not exist. It exists and it's cheap. But they want to just mess around. And so these issues of, oh, you need to put a camera in a polling station, all that is, to me, it's moot. It's a moot, it's a moot argument, because right now we are probably in 5 different continents and we are talking to each other in real time. You know what I'm saying? And I trust that everything that comes from Kenya All is exactly what he said. And everything that comes from Duke is exactly what he said. How come when it comes to doing something as simple as voting for the person that you want to come in office, all of a sudden technology doesn't work in Kenya? Not just everywhere else, just in Kenya. In Brazil, technology is working. In United States, technology is working. Germany, everywhere technology is working. But in Kenya, all of a sudden, it's Kenyans who don't accept outcomes of elections, or now we need to put another camera in some. No, we know all the games that is being played by the people in power. You know what I'm saying? So we just need not to play around with people's minds. That's all I can say to you, Duke.
Francis, we were talking about the 90%. The question or the disagreement I have with you is that how have you come up with this 90%?
So
have
this way,
have you done the accurate statistics or counting of people for and against the outcome? So it's just what you call, that's an assumption, because you have not actually, you don't even have the capacity of accurately saying that a given percent of people are disputing the outcome, or they are fearing that the outcome was not fair. So if you convince me that scientifically or mathematically 100% accurate, 90% are against that, then I can agree with you. Coming to Kenya all the time, you're talking about that Kenyan people are naturally insane. No, they are not naturally insane. We have been improving. Where we have been coming from, there has been an improvement every year. For instance, if you consider the election process of 2007, it was a situation whereby a returning officer was having a final say, with just a piece of paper, without a duplicate of the same. It should be. He was the final person. That's why Kifuitu was struggling to get like returning officers. You cannot rotate returning officers for 2 days, 3 days, up to 1 week. So that's what informed the reforms, so that we started that we must have the accountability and the verification of the results from the polling station. And I trust that the structures we have are very effective and very straightforward in ensuring that what is casted and what's counted is reflected as it is. What I can say is that we have Kenyans who are compromised to a large extent. If I can give you one example, in 2017, the late governor of Nyamira, Nyangarama, actually lost. The person who won was Dr. Nyambati. But people came to county returning office, returning headquarters. A truck came with 6 million, and everything changed within minutes. So you can see how Kenyans are greedy when it comes to money. So what I can say is that money is used to compromise Kenyans. You find that most Kenyans are poor, most Kenyans are desperate. You find some politicians using money to compromise them. And the reason why that's happening is where we have disparity of resource distribution, where some people are extremely poor, number one. And number two, we don't have like a punishment process or consequences whereby people are scared of doing wrongs. So I can actually attribute to money swaying many Kenyans. But when it comes to the systems, we have the accurate system. For example, most of you are blaming Chepkati. For me, I can say that the hands of Chepkati are tied to a large extent. For example, there is a provision that the counting and the declaration at each polling stations are final. So Chepkati cannot change that. That's the constitution. Now, Chepkati has to wait for returning officer from over, I think, around 42,000 polling stations to come. And what he's allowed to do is to add or tally. So you can see that this is a process which is decentralized. So for me, I feel that the chairman or the one who's heading the office has no much control. So it ends at the polling station. So we have to talk about that. Brad, you're talking about technology. Yes, I agree. We have technologies available. Remember, at one time in 2013, like 90% of KIMS kits failed. And remember, one KIMS kit was costing like 150,000 Kenyan money. And I asked a question if by then it was the time we are having a few smartphones, and you can buy a smartphone like Techno 10,000, and that phone functions for 10 years without any issue. And there is a device which is put at 153,000 to be used for an occasion, just one day, and it fails. So those items failed by design. And I felt that the reason why is that you find that Kenyans, the procurement, where we buy those products from, you go, for example, we are going to Venezuela, we are going to Greece. Why can't we go to countries which are responsible, for example, if we go to France, UK? So, in those countries, if a company, the products of a company failed, even their country can sue that company, can actually do an investigation to find out. So those are the issues which should be legislated. For example, maybe we are going to buy technology from specific countries, not some countries which can be easily be compromised. So that can be a step towards ensuring that we have a technology which cannot be influenced or infiltrated by the people. But still, I feel that regardless of that, Kenyans are too loyal to specific politicians to the extent, even if they tell them 1 + 1 is 10, still they will go with that. So Kenyans also should be informed and be independent in a way so that they can be able to scrutinize the process, the outcomes on their own without being informed. For example, the way, Brad, you are saying that Ruto was put in place by Western power, something like that. So you got information of that. Do you scrutinize that or try to understand how? So that when you are trying to give that claims, you have an evidence of that, or an explanation which can be like justified in a way. So that's what I can say for now.
Okay, so I did not actually say that Ruto was put in power by Western countries. There was a claim that he was put in power by Western countries. That's what I said. And that claim was actually said by Raila Odinga. He claimed that Western powers, powerful Western countries, influenced the election to favor Mr. Ruto. You know what I'm saying? But the truth of the matter is, just like what you said, I don't know how much those Kim's kit things we're talking about cost. But the truth of the matter is, there is election technology out there in the world that is cheap and available. And the reason why Kenyan's election is usually compromised is by design, you know. And it's not a matter of Kenyans coming back to scrutinize this, scrutinize that. Kenyans pay taxes, you know what I'm saying? And we elect leaders. So it is up to the leaders to do all those scrutinies and all that stuff. You as a regular Kenyan doing your own business, it is not your business to go and scrutinize A, B, C, you know what I'm saying? Or even to verify information. All we need as Kenyans, although I'm not in Kenya right now, but everybody that is in Kenya, we just need to be governed properly. You know what I'm saying? And those people running for office, they want to, they're going there promising that they'll govern Kenyans properly. And then that's exactly what they should do. If they think that they cannot do it, then they shouldn't be running for office. And then have people like you come back and tell us, oh, we should be verifying this, verifying that. We don't need to verify anything. We just need to be governed properly. When someone comes to office and comes and runs for office and they get the opportunity to do that, then that's exactly what they should do, you know? And because all these things that we're talking about, saying that our leaders are not being selected by us, these things, we have no ways of verifying them, you know? When leaders go and sit in meetings, we're not there to know what it is that they're discussing. So there's no way of us as citizens verifying anything. So you telling anybody to verify, that's just being disingenuous. The bottom line is people need better systems, and better systems already exist. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let me silence this. Yeah. So back to you, man.
What I can, Francis, what I can add if you will allow me is this one.
Yes.
This statement that people have to do the right thing, or those in the position must do the right thing, for me is very wrong. Human beings are not good. What makes human beings to be good or to behave responsibly is when we have systems and the consequences. So even in the US, we have a lot of criminals. We have a lot of people who, if there is a chance, they will be very corrupt. It's not that all Americans are good people. It's because they fear the consequences. So in the Kenyan context, what I can say is that we are not going to wait that let us have good people. So people are doing the right thing by their choosing. It will never happen anywhere. It's because people know that I have to do the right thing. And if I don't do the right thing, there are consequences, A, B, C, D. I give you an example. If you are talking about China, the Chinese who are in Africa, in Kenya, doing contracts, they are very corrupt. I work in the construction industry and I know, extremely corrupt outside China. But when they go to their country, they cannot do that. Why? Because they know corruption here in Kenya, there is no consequences, nothing happens to them. But in their country, they will, if I do this, I will be hanged. So it's more about systems, consequences, which makes people to fear. That's why what will make a country to work. So there is nobody who can be good by choosing or something of that kind.
But I have a question. whatever it is that you're saying, consequences that that you get from maybe the corruption that you do, right? Who implements those consequences? Is it not the leaders? It's not the Kenyan citizens to go and do whatever to the Chinese. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese know that the Kenyan leaders are corrupt. The Kenyans already did their part. They voted for the leaders that they wanted. But then the system is so corrupted that you can never get the leaders that you want, because the people with money in Kenya, they just go and rig the election or do whatever it is that they want. So at the end of the day, Kenyans don't get what they deserve. They don't get the leaders that they deserve. So when you come back and say, oh, you see in China, there's consequences, the people that will hang you for being corrupt in China are the Chinese leaders themselves. You know what I'm saying? The system has been put in place in a way that it is the leadership that decides, hey, we're not going to tolerate corruption in this country. But in Kenya, it is the leaders who are the most corrupt. Every day giving money in churches, like billions and billions of Kenya shillings in churches. That's some nonsense. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, Kenyans have already done their part. So right now they're trying to egg Kenyans on to go into the streets. Why should Kenyans go to the streets while leaders are being paid money? They're getting salaries every month to do their job. But now Kenyans, after going to an election, now Kenyans have to go to the streets and demand some stuff. That is extremely unfair, in my opinion. You know?
Yes, Black, yes, Kenyan all the time.
I wanted to involve Duke a little bit on that point of consequences and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, you know, whatever he is talking about, that is theory in Kenya. That is what people speak in interviews. And like when you listen to like to many politicians in Kenya, they will always tell you of those things, the way we don't receive money, we are not corrupt. That is theory. That's what I want you to get. That is theory. It's not something which is tangible. So can you tell me, how is the government which you support so much pushing us towards that direction when they are ending cases unceremoniously, simply because people have become elected leaders? So how are they promoting consequences of bad issues or bad things which somebody has done? Like, for example, tell me, how will Kenya Kwanza work on what you are saying? How will Kenya Kwanza work on what you are telling us? Now, take that thing to Kenya Kwanza. What you are saying is good, but it's theory. It's something which I cannot touch. Now, take it to Kenya Kwanza, take it to Kenya. Tell me how it can be laid down.
Okay. It's actually even work, it's being done right now. The first step towards ensuring that there are consequences which are enforced to anybody who does something wrong, first of all, is to ensure that we have independent and autonomous institutions, independent and mandated institutions.
There is no any independent institution in Kenya. IBC was a captured system even with the name independent. So just remove the one independent. In Kenya, we have nothing. There is nothing which is independent. Again, that is theory. That is theory. How things are supposed to be, but they're not that way.
You know, now when I'm answering and now you want me to give an answer in your way, it means you are asking a question which you have to answer because I cannot answer your way. So I'm saying the first step towards ensuring that we have systems which are working, which are not compromised. They must be independent in a way. For example,
why am I not getting you is you are not connecting it with the government. I don't want you to give me your opinion. I want you to tell me, how is the government which you support implementing what you are saying? You see, your idea is not what Kenya Kwanza is doing. That's why I'm saying you are giving us theory. Connect what you are saying with the government of the day. That is the problem, because I'm not getting you. Because you are outside
It's because you are not giving even me time to complete even one sentence. So if you cut me midway, so it's better you give me time to give my answer so that
No,
you can.
but you should not give your perception. You should tell us what the government.
Yes, I'm giving. So that's what I'm giving. So you wait. I said that the mandated institutions must be independent and functional. Independent means they are not getting instruction from given power of people or cartels or even the president, number one. Their function and operation means they have the resources and money to do that. So what the president did by ensuring that the institutions have their own budget, for example, the judiciary has their own resources which they will spend. They don't need to go to the president to pay. The same to the police, so that if, for example, they want to do something, they will use to request from the president that they want to do ABCD, so that give us a given amount of money. So that one is making those institutions strong and independent in a way, so that they can be able to function without depending on powerful individuals. Number two, it's about separating politics and the operation of institutions. Previously, corruption was greatly politicized to a large extent. So if a corrupt person for example, people are saying that the MP for that series, the MP who has been imprisoned, they are saying that it's because he is affiliated to Azimio. Now that's the reason why he has been imprisoned. So if we have that politics, and actually we have politicians or politicians in two factions, so it means that if somebody's from the other faction, the people from the other faction will give issues. So that is very critical. That's why we find that even these cases they are talking about, previously there was the systems and the institutions were used to progress or to shape political opinion, to try to force people to belong to a given political party or a given political affiliation. Even people were told that if you don't join us, we are going to give this care rate, this, even if it is true that those people are not paying taxes, those people were having some crimes, you should not tell them that if you don't do this, then I will start investigating this or I will implement ABCD punishment. So that's what was happening. So I feel that those are the critical steps which can be implemented to ensure that we have systems which are working, systems and institutions which are here to stay. So it's not, so the justice and doing right or wrong is not based on who is the president or who is the members of parliament. It's based on the roles which we have and the institutions which are mandated and which are implementing each and every provision of the constitution. So that's how we can move towards that. But trying to say that it must be based on who's the president and the president side, then it means that person is going to operate outside the constitution or the provisions of the constitution. So I think that's how we can move forward.
Yes, you know, I want to ask you a question. For instance, do you think that for independence, let's start with the police. Did it the SSU unit that was disbanded by the president, if indeed the unit was wrong, or which I'm not sure if it was which hand or something wrong, but if we had independent institution, that should have come from the police, within the police force, and not the president who is on the other arm or who is outside the police force. Now you see where the reasons why we are saying the independence in Kenya about the institution is very low, because if the president disbanding the SSU unit. Something that in an independent country with independent institutions, something of such kind cannot happen. But in Kenya, it has happened. So meaning those independent things are just existing on books, but in reality are not there.
That's not true. You see, independent institutions checks each other. For example, the judiciary can disband something or do away with something which the president has implemented, which is not as per the provision of the constitution. Are you getting that? So each institution has specific functions. For example, you are talking about that SSU unit. It was a killer squad because
is Ruto the head of the institution, or who is the head of the institution? Who is the head of the police in Kenya?
No, I think I'm not very sure about that. What I'm talking, we know that the president, the commander in chief of the armed forces, or the armed forces, and when it comes, when it comes to security issues, for example, the police is the one who has to appoint the inspector general. He has a given role towards disciplined forces or the armed forces in a way, because he is the commander in chief of the armed forces. But what he is doing is not unconstitutional, because members of that killer squad or the SSU, they are in court. Even their phones have been tracked, and they were the one who were killing people. If you talk, for example, those people, a lot of bodies from Rivayara who are killing, that killer squad. I'm even informed it reached a time whereby if you want to do away with somebody or you want to kill somebody powerful, you are to pay those people like 2 million. They do that for you. So they even started to do that as a commercial enterprise, whereby if maybe you are doing a business and you want to eliminate somebody, you go and pay them and they kill that person. So it was something serious which should be commended, because it has made a lot of people to die. I'm very sure if you talk about the case of Musando, it must be that squad, nothing, nobody else.
But you also read about Musando is okay. I can agree government was involved, but let's look at back for Jacob Juma. If you can read for me, which is the last tweet that did Jacob Juma write? That the person who is obsessed with killing me is William Samoei Ruto. Do you want to mean that that individual spoke from a point of nowhere, or he knew very well that the man was planning to eliminate him?
You know, that's actually is speculation, and that doesn't.
Not speculation. Twitter data is a speculation. Dude,
no, what I'm saying,
with a verifiable blue tick is a speculation. Somebody writing in his Twitter handle.
No, what I'm saying is that, for example, if you suspect you are going to die, or maybe some people have tried to kill you back some days, then maybe you can write about people who you are suspecting. So it does not mean that if some people comes in the future and kills you, those which you stated are the one who killed you. I'm saying that there must be proper investigation by the mandated institutions and capabilities to establish that, because a person can have many enemies, and maybe you give one suspect and then maybe it's a different. So that's why I cannot say it's true.
No, Duke, let me explain for you for how Jacob Juma died, eh? Black, just wait, eh? Let me explain for you how Jacob Juma wrote. Jacob Juma said in his Twitter handle, the person who is obsessed with killing me is William Samoei Ruto, and he's doing it because of the Eurobond, because of so many things he listed there. But the tweet that he tweeted very well is that the person obsessed with killing me is William Samoei Ruto. Then the individual, within 48 hours, he was dead. Not by accident, not by anything natural, by killing. Then the question is it that he's not trying to eliminate the people that he used to kill Jacob Juma? How are you sure that those people are not being used to be eliminated so that they will never leak any data?
Those people are not being killed. It's because it's just simply the squad was disbanded. It does not mean that all those who were in that squad have been killed or imprisoned, something that. It's like rearrangement of the units within the DCI. So are you trying to say those people are going to be murdered or to disappear forever and they cannot give information about that?
You know, if you read history, Chukanda want you to focus on the history of Kenya. It will help you a lot to understand how the judicial system works in Kenya. You know, when the Tom Mboya was assassinated in 1969, he was assassinated by somebody called Njenga. And when he was assassinated by Njenga, actually Njenga was not involved because they say Njenga was found with the murder weapon and not the person who pulled the trigger. But later, it was established that one of the bodyguard of Jomo Kenyatta was involved. But Njenga had been used as a sacrificial lamb. So to cut the story short, after everything, charges and hearing, he was sentenced to death. He was sentenced and condemned to hangman. And that time, the person who was in charge was called Charles Njonjo. And I remember very well when I'm reading that history that it reached at the time Njenga was being asked that, can you please tell us who are involved? And then Njenga was laughing because he knew he'll get out. But do you know Njenga, according to the data that Charles Njonjo gave, he was hanged on Saturday and Friday, a day that people were not supposed to be hanged. And later, after that claims were made by Charles Njonjo, later he was found in Zambia. And the person who found him in Zambia was the South Mugirango MP. I don't know, I don't remember the exact name of the South Mugirango MP. And he actually came to the parliament and said, you know what? Njenga is in Zambia. He was not hanged. Then immediately he said that way, even within 1 month, he was not alive. He died. So you think that these people have been wanazungushwa hapa wataachwa? They will lay one by one. This is a judicial system in Kenya. They will either disappear or die. But I'm telling you, there's nobody who will serve sentence to the last day. This is Kenya. Check that data. It's there. Either you go or you die. It is a clear cleansing. If it is indeed, it was a true information and the people wanted to know, the police could have been left on their own to do their own independence investigation without an influence of the big boys like the president, so that we be sure that there's indeed a independent institution. Check that data, it's there. You know.
No, you know, but what you are saying is true. But if, for example, you talk about the SSU, the reason why SSU was established, it was established by Michuki. And actually, the reason why a given unit is formed within the DCI is to perform a specific function or a specific criminal operation or a specific investigation. So that SSU was established by Michuki because of Mungiki. That was the reason why it was established. So the fact that the Mungiki is an issue up to today, it means Mungiki? That it is.
Who is Mungiki?
No, you. So it was established to deal with that. Now, because Mungiki is not an issue today, I think there is no relevance of it, because so that's what I can say.
So so that you finish also, because I want to understand it with you. You remember the Garissa attack that we lost 148 students. Most of them were external branch of Moi University. And one of the planners of that murder was the former madrasa teacher who planned that murder. According to you, do you think that the criminals, such those people who are planning terrorist attacks and those who are planning to harm our country, that there should be negotiation and the killer squad should not be dispatched like the SSU, because the SSU was formed specifically to deal with those criminals whom the court could release because of our corrupt judicial system, and they could be eliminated before their impact could be felt in Kenyan soil? You have clips of Abu Drogo and people like Makaburi saying, let the people take arms and go and fight jihad on other unbelievers. So if for the instance for those people, you take them to a court of law, wanaachiwa. You take them to this side, wanaachiwa. And then your disbandiness is you. What will happen to those people because they will keep on cropping? What will happen to those people if that unit is disbanded completely?
You know, disbandment of a unit within DCI does not mean the disbandment of DCI. DCI remains, and that is the function of the DCI as whole. So it should be able to investigate all criminals or wrongdoing to a large extent, because that's their mandate. But the situation where you find that there is a unit which is formed, number one, you find that this unit is operating using unregistered weapons. Number two, they are using different devices, even not registered, not DCI. So they are like operating in an opaque way. To the extent they go to a given house, they have phones of different people, they have weapons which are not registered. They are actually very trained so that you cannot trace them. So that's the reason why you find even most people who die, it would be difficult for even the DCI or other units to investigate and find the criminals behind that crime. So the restructuring which is being done in the DCI is whereby whether a unit is formed or a special operation group unit is formed, first of all, there must be accountability for that group. If they are using weapons, let them use weapons which are known and registered, number one. If they are using devices, let them use devices.
So, Duke, I want to give you a good example of the former, this is an example of Kenyan soil. The former leader who led the massacre of Rwandans, that is, alikuwa anaitwa nani, alishikwa juzi hapa France. He was arrested. He is a fugitive he was running for 25 years. And actually he was in Kenya some years back.
I think it was called Felicia Kabuga.
Yes, Felicia Kabuga. And there's this journalist who was undercover and he was cooperating with the police. These police were saying the general unit the way you are talking about. But walimseti. I'm telling you, whatever the government is doing, it should be very careful, because I'm seeing a scenario whereby the government added pinduliwa, because Kabuga, the journalist who was investigating Kabuga, aliwawa na polisi wenyewe because of leakage of data of having a larger unit managing an affair. If you also recall of issues of Wasusu, Wanugu, and other people, the three criminals who are hardcore, they used to get information from the police until those units were formed to have very few people who could manage high-end data that nobody else could access. So the moment you bring in things to do with the democracy, with the police force, it becomes a problem. And that's why the government has a monopoly of violence. Because when it reaches to a point that they feel like there is a threatening of national security, you know you can be arrested and put under house arrest without charges if you are the threat to the national security. So that's what you call mono.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about accountability and responsibility. For example, if an operation has to be done by very few people, say 5 or 2, the DCI head must assign specific people, maybe there are 5 for a specific operation. Then these people must work professionally. Let them use registered firearms. Let them use registered devices. So the situation where you find that you have a special SSS unit, it has it was like 214 firearms which are not registered. They don't even explain. Maybe they found them from criminals, something of that. They have like 300 mobile phones which are not mobile numbers and phones which are not registered. So it means they would easily be involved in crime. So even in the US, we have the way the FBI operates. Every person must be registered. You have to use a registered device. You have to use a registered firearm, so that even those devices which you are using, they have to be protected in a way, so that even if we need to have investigation later, maybe we can have like accountability and transparency of the operation you are taking. So that situation where you find that you have a unit which just like, sometimes you can find that unit is the one which has like 200 firearms, which is hiring every day to criminals. You remember that documentary where the police were hiring, they were giving fire. You go to the police station, you are given a firearm for 5,000 per night, and then you return it in the morning. They don't care what you are going to do. So it's because of those unregistered firearms which are even enhancing the crime in Kenya. So we need everything to be done in a professional way. Everything must be registered and there must be accountability to a large extent.
Yes, Rhoda.
I want to ask you, Duke. I know, Duke, you live in United States of America. Especially, you need to be example for Kenya. You know how things work in America.
No, I'm
you know
in
what
Kenya.
happened?
I'm in Kenya right now. I stay in Kenya.
Oh, you don't live in US? Okay, I thought you live in US. Okay, sorry. I'm just saying that you are talking about so much in America. In America, it's very, very, very democracy. When it come about killings, for example, like when they killed George Floyd, you know what happened? Whole world, they were doing demonstration for the justice for the George Floyd to come. And people in America, they were doing demonstrations everywhere. And it's not only black. Even something I'm proud with American people. You know, American people, churches, they are very honest. They stand with the George Floyd. Even white churches, they say we must just, that's not good to kill until justice came. You know what happened? That police officer right now, he will stay in the prison, I think almost his life. And in America, prisons are very dangerous. They'll keep him until 20 years. Do you know how much he get? A lot of $1 million he get paid for that police officer, because he have to pay the life for that. Because that is the way the justice work until it comes. People, they were doing demonstration, and it's not only whole Europe, even European people. They were doing, I remember we are doing demonstration. I'm not in Kenya. We were doing demonstration here. Until even the police, they were following us until the justice come. We are black people, Mexican, white, mixed, because life is very important. It's only Kenya that is not just. Do you know how many people have been killed in Kenya? Many, many, many. They went to the grave, and they have never seen even the and to kill in Kenya is like to kill a dog. You know, like the way you can kill dog. That's the way you kill in Kenya, because you can get opposition to kill human being in Kenya. Because you can get opposite, because you can be a president, because you can be MC, you have to kill somebody. A beautiful people. And we don't know those people, they have been killed. Is a parent they have been struggling with. Maybe even the parent they were born maybe 7 months. Maybe their parent didn't have money. Maybe the parent they struggled to get that baby. Maybe the parent could not get the baby. It was a miracle baby. And then that grew, and then when they get old or whatever, they get killed. It's so painful. I will never accept, even murdered, they'll never see the kingdom of God. The Bible says, murdered, they'll burn to the fire. Watachomeka na moto. Do not kill. Why do you kill? Do not lie. Na watu wanasema ni wameokoka kanisa. So let us be honest each other. Let us be honest. And the truth is true.
As we are waiting for the video, what you have said is true, but Kenyans should work towards
vumbi wa
that.
kijiji cha Kumshe, jimbo la Borno.
I'm saying that now Kenya should work towards that. So it means that if we have given units of DCI which are involved in crime or in murdering people, it must be disbanded. So those are the right steps towards ensuring that Kenyans are not just.
Yeah, can you imagine like that man called DPP? He know people have been killed and he's removing their case. Can you imagine? Do you think that the DPP, he can be respected even European or American? They can't. In fact, that man, he need to be ICC criminal. That DPP, he need to be criminal Hague. There, he stay there until his life, because he is accepted. He's not doing the right for the criminal who have been killing. We cannot assume things, Duke. If you love your country, you have to stand with the true Duke. This is not the time to play the game. We have to stand with our nations. We cannot assume things. You remember the man was killed, Pakistan, and he was coming to do journalist. A journalist is coming to be killed in Kenya. He's coming to do his own business. He's killed by the police officer, and their family, they are still the government of Pakistan. They are still waiting the justice. Haki tunaharibia jina yetu Kenya. Na vile Kenya tunajulikana nisi ni watu wale wanaenda missionary Kenya. Wanasema Kenya nyinyi watu wazuri, very open, you love Jesus, you are very kind. Tunaharibia jina juu ya mtu mmoja. We have to stand to fight this enemy, want to destroy our country. It's not fair. Vile Wakenya wanajulikana ni watu wazuri, very honest. Ukida Marekani, wanasema Kenyan people are very hardworking. Wanapenda kazi, very honest. Tunarespektiwa. Tukijulikana dunia zima ni sisi tunawana. Unajua saa zingine tunacheza mchezo wa ujinga. Tunafikiri na hiyo jina Kenya inaharibia hata sisi tuko majuu. Tunaharibika jina yetu kwa sababu ukisema mko Mkenya, aya kuna Pakistan aliuliwa. I can't go to Kenya. Kenya is danger. Kenya is mafia. Kenya mtu kuliwa is like a dog, like the way you can kill the dog. Tunapeleka watu kaburi. Just for nothing. Mtu amezaliwa, mzazi wake ameteseka na huyo mtu. Unajua kama mimi vile nilizaliwa, mzazi wako aliteseka sana kunilea. Kuweka chakula kwa table, it was not easy. Very hard. Mamangu alikuwa anaenda kufanya barua huko kwa Jojo. Mimi nimetoka huko kwa kina Jojo. Alikuwa anaenda kuchuna kahawa, alafu mtu ananiua. Na ajui vile mamangu aliteseka, anaenda kunyeshewa na mvua akifanya kibarua ya nini ya inachagwa aje. Unajua watu wengine wanananga, watu wanafikiri watu wote ni vile tuogeangi. Nobody in Kenya have been rich. Everybody we come from the background, humble beginning. That's why we need to be humble each other. Even Kenyatta, he come for the humble beginning. And that's why you always see Uhuru, he was humble because his father was poverty. Every Kenya, we have a history. Everybody, every home have a history. Alafu unaweza kuwa mtoto wa mwingine. That is not good. Life is very expensive. You cannot buy the life with money. Even if you give 10,000 billion, you can't. Even trillion, you cannot buy any life. We need to think. We need to have this. Kenyan people, wake up. This is not about to play the game. Watu wanauliwa kama umbwa, atakuwa mtu ni kama umbwa. Kuna mtu umbwa. Kila life is very, every life it's very. Watu wengine walizaliwa akuwa na 7 months, wengine waliekwa 6 months, wengine walizaliwa na, you know, their mother, they were getting birth at home, they could not afford money to go to the hospital. Alafu huyo mtu anakuwa mkubwa, anaenda kuwa MCA ama ever member of parliament, anasimama vile wewe anasimama. Kwa sababu we come for we need to fight for our democracy, because democracy it's us. It's not for the government. Democracy is belong to us. It's not for anybody. If we are the one who can, we have right to express what we feel. And when you express, you have no right to be killed.
Yes, Rhoda.
Thank you.
So from the comment section, you can see that there's somebody by the name Pamela Ofula. His dad is undergoing something close to, I think, dialysis, about kidney treatment. So whatever you have, the small amount you have, you can contribute something. We need to see your name, Duke, there making a contribution to save our life somewhere. As your president says, you can enter heaven through doing that way. So you can also donate anything that you have. It's not a must you donate 10,000 or 100,000, but the 200, 500 that you have will be helpful to support that to Pamela Ofula. Personally, I'm not. I don't know him personally, but what I know is that he has been a contributor to this channel to the great extent from the what I've heard from people, of which even though could he not be the one of the greatest contributor, he also needs our support, because saving a human life is something that all of us should be happy about it, and that is something that we should do it with an open arm, with an open heart. Just make a face to smile and God will bless you. You know, for God to bless you, you have to donate somewhere. Somebody cannot give it back to you. That is how we seek blessings, and blessings are not seek by giving where you know you'll get something. If you are giving somebody something because you know you'll get something back, that one is not a blessing, but that one is a loan. But when you give somebody whom you cannot return, that is a blessing. Extend an hand to Pamela Ofula dialysis treatment through the number that have been provided in the comment section, and God will bless you as you're preparing to do. On that note also, there is we are sharing link about our show. You can just join. You are free to join. Come, we interact. We listen to each other. We know each other, so that at the end of the day we shall be able to make a meaningful contribution to our country. We are here to build our country, and our country is not built by an individual, but is a collective responsibility that every Kenyan should feel obligated to do it. And that is why I'm inviting you, so that you all come here and have a good exchange of information, and how can we make our country great again. And you know, I've been having a faulty and some reasons as to why sometimes I blame Kenyans is that good Kenyans, they feel that the Kenya electoral system is so corrupted to a point that nothing can change. We can change something. I believe we have that capability. I believe things are not to that south that things cannot change. Things can change to better. I also believe we can build a prosperous nation if all of us we come together with one voice seeking justice. And that is why I'm inviting everybody. Just come on board. Let's discuss. Let's have a different opinion. Let's look at your opinion. Let's look at mine. At the end of the day, we shall come with information that will make Kenya a strong nation. And that's what I believe in. So we have PH. How are you?
I'm good Francis. Niaje?
Niko poa.
Duke nakuona, Roda nakuona, Red Panther. Nashukuru sana umenikaribisha. Nimekuwa nikiwasikiza nikiwa hapa nyuma. Nilikuwa nafanya kakitu. Sasa I'm seeing cases being withdrawn. We may criticize Gachagua ya kwamba either ni mwizi ama si mwizi, we don't know. Lakini hiyo kesi kama withdrawiwa, from basic knowledge ni kumaanisha jamaa na kesi hakuna kitu ya mtu alichukua. Mimi where I have a problem ni mambo ya DPP. In as much as our DPP is showing some, I don't know how to call it, but anaonesha ni kama the cases which he took to court hazikuwa na merit. Do you think guys like the DPP, is that office independent sure? If the office is independent, do you see our courts being independent? Do you even see our electoral bodies, IBC, being independent? Does our executive have any influence kwenda kwa hizi other offices? Sihitaji, as a Kenyan, I don't need any extra knowledge to know whether the SSI unit were conducting ama walikuwa nafanya vitu zao besides the mandate they were given. I can see, ninaweza ona niseme, you see the way people were disappearing. Yani those killings were being conducted professionally. As in hata ukifuata evidence huwezi ona. So meaning kuna watu wenye walikuwa na execute hizo deals very professional. Unaona? So about those guys, waje wachunguzwe, wakipatikana na makosa sawa wafungwe. Kama hawana makosa pia waachiliwe. Lakini wasiwasi yangu ni ile yenye Francis anasema hawa jamaa mnaona wakiachiliwa watakuwa hai kweli. Assuming sasa wameachiliwa hata na bond. Will they survive? Sioni.
You know, PH.
Yes.
Wazo nilikuwa nauliza
Mhm.
kama DPP alisukumwa akalete kesi ya Gachagua. Mbona tusiamini amesukumwa pia kuondoa kesi ya Gachagua?
Why is even the DPP in office as we speak?
Kama kweli alisukumwa ya Gachagua, akalete kesi ya Gachagua. Mbona tusiamini alisukumwa akatoa kesi ya Gachagua?
Equation iko hivyo, directly proportional. Ya kwamba kama anaweza sukumwa alete kesi pia anaweza sukumwa aondoe.
Anaweza.
To large extent mpaka nikasema inasemaje anaweza sukumwa alete, sukumwa aondoe pia koti inaweza sukumwa iondoe ama isukumwe ikubali. You see?
The other issue also niliangalia ni court of law ni mali a platform where you go, you give your testimony, what happened, what the people against you they having in mind, so that the judge will make a ruling. Why could they not allow it to go and collapse it after the final verdict that Gachagua was all along innocent? Why withdraw in the midway?
You see,
come in, dude.
Number one, the way the DPP was being compared is based on the evidence. You know, the DPP depends on the evidence from the DCI. So if Kinoti brings fabricated evidence and you are depending on that evidence, then it means your case will not have merit. Also, there is another point which you have said. What was the next point?
I was talking about that we forcing individual to withdraw and to fabricate charges. Like
remember,
the DPP, yes.
The reason why, you know, Kenya sometimes is not serious. If you talk about other countries, when the government decides to take you to court, it's almost 100% sure that you are going to be imprisoned. It's like 99.9%. But here in Kenya, can you count for me top officials who have been conclusive imprisoned or prosecuted? None. How many? Can you count for me? Members of parliament with this one case and which people are actually complaining for him to be released. So even if you go to the past 10 years and tell me the people who the DPP has conclusively imprisoned, none. So you find that we are a country which is not serious to some extent. So that I feel that the government should be very sure when it takes you to court, and if maybe it is trying to take you to court falsely, it should pay you a fine.
So
that's what I can say.
Duke,
Francis.
Yes.
From little knowledge niko naye, is it true? Si ukienda court, if a government takes you to court na kupatikana hakuna kitu na wamekuangaisha, see they pay you a penalty?
Yes, there is a compensation for the time lost.
No, these all people wenye wanakimbishanga tu huko for the sake of kukimbisha. You see, they are making people rich na economy iko chini. I even
the government
saying kwa interview ya kwamba kuna wakati alisingisiwa kesi kitambo na serikali ikamlipa 20 million. The guy wasn't a millionaire, but he became a millionaire through that. No.
You know one thing, PH, which I wanted to ask is, hii kesi ya Gachagua ya 7.4 billion. My question is, was there money lost indeed? Kuna pesa ilipotea hiyo 7.4 billion? Ama hiyo 7.4 billion ni figures za hewa tu ziligesiwa? Ama ni pesa ilipotea?
It was hot hair. As it stand today, it was
No, I'm not talking about the case. I'm talking about the actual sense of it. Is it? Was there somewhere somebody who who went away with 7.4 billion. Kuna mahali hiyo figure walitoa wapi wakasema 7.4 billion? Si kuna mahali pesa ilipotea?
That 7-point-something billion, which somebody went with it, the first and only suspect was Gachagua, who has been acquitted. So was there money lost?
Duke, was there money lost? 7.4 billion ilipotea. Tusiongelele mwenye amekuwa accused. Tuongelele hiyo pesa.
Unless you are talking about Kimwaredam, because when it comes to case of Gachagua, they are saying that there is some amount in his account he cannot account for. He cannot explain how he got
Don't mix the two cases. You are mixing two cases. There is that of 200 million.
So the case of Gachagua is about money he was having in his account, which he cannot explain.
That is 200 million, not 7.4 billion. Those are two cases you are confusing.
7.4 billion.
Ile 200. 200 ilishachukuliwa.
Okay, maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not sure about that.
Gachagua wako na kesi ya kuto explain 200 plus million in his account.
Gachagua had a case of not explaining.
He was being acquitted kwa kesi yenye ilikuwa inamlemea ya 7.4 billion. You see?
So, ndo nilikuwa nauliza.
Yes.
Ukiangalia hata issue ya mwenye amekuwa accused. Juu tukiangalia mwenye amekuwa accused, watu wa UDA wana support na watu wa Kenya Kwanza, watu wa UDA na watu wa Azimio tunapingana. Swali yangu ni je, kuna pesa ilipotea hiyo 7.4 billion kwa mahali mtu ilipotea? Hii ni ukweli ama ni uongo?
Gauliza watasema hakuna pesa ilipotea. Juu wakikubali then lazima waproduce mwizi. You see, if you agree Gachagua is not guilty, lakini pesa ilipotea, then you have to produce mtu mwenye alienda na pesa.
Let me ask also another question. Anglo Leasing and the Golden Bag, did Kenya lose money?
One is a big yes.
Yeah.
Hiyo naona nikikubali pesa ilipotea.
Now, was there anybody who was convicted?
Maybe another president will come with his own ways of investigating. Aweke mtu ndani, labda atanifunga ama wewe Francis.
Sawa. Red Panda.
Francis, before you go.
Yes. Habari. Yes.
So go on, Red Panda.
Yeah, PH wanted to say something. Wacha amalize alafu ndio niingie.
PH malizia hapo alafu Red Panda then Mulumbu.
Thank you Francis. I just wanted to know, did I see, ni mimi sikuona kitu ama niliona kitu? Did I see Jubilee Party presenting a certificate to Waruke in prison ama what was that? Is this Kenya ama ni nini? Unajua I'm not even understanding. Hii nchi Francis iko wapi? Niliona jamaa anapewa certificate akiwa prison ama ni nini?
Sirisia MP Waluke alipewa certificate lakini imekuwa revoked. Azimio wameitoa alafu wakapea Omugeni. Yes, Red Panda.
Yeah. Yes, habari ya waheshimiwa wenzangu. You know when PH is asking whether he was being given a certificate, it is a simple question like, do we even have a country to start with? Tuko na nchi kweli? Because we are discussing of Gachagua who talks like a thief, walks like a thief, thinks like a thief, and then we are saying, sijui kama pesa ilipotea ama nini. We know these people are thugs. Kwani tunadanganyana? The country is leadership is of thugs, and that is why you see Kenya Kwanza now has changed their manifesto. It is no longer boda boda and mama mboga. It is jeshi kupelekwa wamechange, wanapeleka jeshi huko Gongo. I think it's because ndio iweze kutumika maybe kuleta minerals, na kuna watu nasikia wako na shamba ya mahindi huko, so that they can bring maize. So the manifesto has changed. Na alafu nasikia sasa pia manifesto inaleta smartphone. Hii smartphone ni ya 5,000. ndio hustler anaweza kudownload chakula yake hapo. Chakula bei rahisi. So ukinunua hii smartphone utapata unga 90 bob na 70 bob. So manifesto has completely changed. Na hustler wengine wa squatter naona hapo wameambiwa watoke kwa hiyo shamba ya Portland ama waone moto. So kulingana na manifesto mpya waende wakae huko, nyumba mpya zimetengenezwa Kibera. You know, it is we don't have a country to talk about, my friends. The country has gone to the dogs, literally. Literally, the country has gone to the dogs, and there is nothing we can. And let me tell you something. In fact, what we are waiting for as the majority of Kenyans is a trigger point. Wacha wafanye vile vyote wanataka, wacha watoe kesi zote, na tunaomba hata wale watu ambao wamestakiwa wakati wa Kenoti na wamestakiwa wakati wa DPP waachiliwe, kwa sababu inamaanisha kesi zote ambazo DPP alipeleka kotini kwa muhula huyo wa miaka 5 ama 10 zote zilikuwa za kuzindikishwa. Mimi najiulizanga swali hili, kwa nini Kindiki ambaye ako Kenya Kwanza, kwa nini hakurundikiwa makesi? Unajua kuna watu wengi wazuri sana Kenya Kwanza hawana makesi. So kama wewe unajipata na kesi, kwani wewe ni nini? What is this thing that you are so special about in Kenya that lazima uwekewe kesi ndio usikue? So hii mambo ya ufala ya kuletewa, this country where we behave like everything should be so normal. For me, I'm asking myself, who should determine a case? Is it the DPP or the judge? Why do we have courts to start with? Do we have courts? They are the people who say there is no evidence, and that is why in Kenya, the only person who has been arrested is Waruke since 1963. Because we are not serious about fighting corruption. And that is why you see some people can go for an interview having 4 billion in the bank, and they are not invented anything like Gogo or even WhatsApp. Where did they get 4 billion in his life? It's because they are thieves. There's no other language we can use. And therefore, 30 million Kenyans have applied for visa, green card in the US because they are not able to live in this country, my brothers and sisters. It is becoming unbearable. We are working every day and night, and then somebody goes for an interview to become a prime minister, which is non-existing in the constitution, and tells Kenyans proudly, I am worth 4 billion shillings. An insult to the people of Kenya. Where did you get the money? Because even if you are being paid 2 million per day for the 50 years you've been working, you can never have 4 billion shillings. You must be a thief. That is the way it is. And I know it is very hard to prove thievery in Kenya. Why? Because police are corrupt, courts are corrupt, DPP is corrupt. So everybody is corrupt, even the house help. So everybody is corrupt. So it is so difficult to have evidence over these people. But the fact is, there's no way you can make such kind of a money unless you are Bill Gates of Kenya or Stephen Jobs of Kenya. There's no way you can make that money. So my brothers, we are living in a failed state. Yeah. So as I conclude, I want to tell you that that we should be very, very careful, because I'm telling you, my brothers, hakuna nchi hapa, hii is a failed country. That is why you see tunaenda kupigana vita huko Congo, vita ambazo hazituhusu bwana. We do not want to be part and parcel of what is inflicting Congo, but because of interest of some individuals, that is why you see they are pressuring to go to Congo. We are told some Kenyans have thousands and thousands of hectares of maize, Kenyans, and therefore they want to use those lorries of jeshis to bring mahindi huku. So we are very worried as a people of Kenya, and we are speaking like this because we have to find a solution. We are not that stupid to be led by people who are destroying Kenya every day and people defending them here. and people celebrating the thugs. That in Kenya, when you steal and murder, then you can be elected. In other countries like the UK, when you even go against the traffic, you break a traffic rule, you resign. Then here in Kenya, we are celebrating thugs. Shame on us. Thank you, Bwana Francis.
Thank you, Red Panda. Mulumbu is the one to present, but I want to forward a question to him so that he explain to me because he's much more experienced than I. Can somebody be charged from nowhere, just totally from nowhere without any leads? Yes, Mulumbu. Take on and continue.
Thank you so much. Good evening, good morning. Thanks for this forum. It makes us understand. Some of us who doesn't know, we have to learn. And those who, the new ones who come, who doesn't know, who can listen to us, who has been there for a long time, they can learn too. And those who are eating kitu kidogo from the our Kenya Kwanza, ama the scoffers ambao wamescoff our country, they can't even listen to us. They don't care. So let me tell you, my brother, once a country is being led by mafia, there's no law, there's nothing. Once you just listen to mafia and the devil, once the country is being led by mafia with the devil, then you know we have no country. I think a lot of things are come to happen. Very many things are coming to happen. Just be ready. Waswahili wanasema huwa kinavunda ndio kinapasuka. Ndio kiko kinavunda. Because you tell me there's no on earth unaweza upelekewa kesi kama hujafanya makosa na koti iko inafanya haki itakutoa. Lakini Kenya hatuna koti. Koti yenye iko Kenya ni ile inashikananga na ile government imeingia. Inafanya what the government wants. It was only Maraga who was against. But the rest, they do what the king says. And that's what's happening right now. So there's nowhere when wameiba watashtakiwa na king mwenyewe ndio mwizi namba moja. You people are just saying that you know what it is. Na mnakoroga ati ya kwamba itakuwaje na ile mwenye ameshikia sword ya Kenya ndiye corrupt namba moja. How will the court come and how will the court execute people? How? Itakuwa yeye kitu anasema ndiye koti inafanya. That's what's happening in Uganda here. And Uganda ndio mshauri wake mkuu. What the guy is doing is what Museveni is doing. And if you are talking about Congo, Museveni na Kagame huko ndio wameweka majeshi wanachukua kumali usiku na mchana. So your king also has joined them. As my friend has just said here kwamba imeingia ili malori hizo zigeenda zilete chakula huko aenda alete wauzie. Hapo ndio minerals itakutukuja kwa sababu yeye anakufa na pesa. He doesn't care any human life. He doesn't care. It's about money. Ukipita mbele yako kishingo inakatwa full stop. Hiyo ndio kazi ya mafia. And we said this one before here when we were just campaigning. Tulisema hapa, tuliongea kila siku, people never listened. Tuliongea hapa, we said because we saw it coming. And then when we know how it works. So right now ameshika kila mtu, everybody now ule ataenda cross to him, he'll be out. Across kidogo takuwa out. You have to be jail, ama shingo itoke, ama kunywe ulishe sumu, ama kufa accident, ama uchukuliwe juju. These people were doing this when they were in the government. Sasa watu wakishika government, what will you say? Utasema nini? We have no country right now. Na mimi kitu nasema let it happen. Wache kuje zaidi. is when people Kenyans watakuja kulearn, kwa sababu kama maji imeshinda unga, what do you do? Mnakunywa uji. Wacha tukunywe uji. Hata wakati wa Israeli walipomunga alikuwa anawaambia hawakusikia. Wakati Musa aliwatoa huko Misri wakifika jangwani hawakusikia. Aliwacha nyoka zikawauma wakakufa zaidi. They died. Hata ukisoma Biblia inasema kuna wakati hawakusikiza Mwenyezi Mungu akawaachilia wakapigwa, ndio sababu walisikata the whole world. Wako kila everywhere because they never listened to God. The Israelites never listened to God's advice. What did he do? He let them killed. So Kenya, don't listen. Let it happen. Let the sword come. Na imeanza na kiangazi. Leo kama mtu amesikia ile mjadala ni vile wakili Omar alipokuwa naongea. Unaona cabinet vile secretaries vile amechagua. Do you see what he did? Is what Museveni is doing. Because anaenda kwa region anaangalia mkazi mwenye huko mwenye sio kutoka hiyo county Isa Kalenjin mwenye amekuwa for a long time ndiye anachagua. He's not picking somebody who comes from that community, anachukua ile Kalenjin mwenye huko ndiye ana select sasa waseme hiyo region ametoa mtu fulani. Na ukifuatilia chini zaidi unapata Isa Kalenjin akienda Coast namna hiyo, akienda Malivenda hivyo. Then he asks a question. How comes in a constituency unasatua kutoa CS wawili? Na in Kenya we have 290 constituencies. Na secretaries, cabinet secretaries, I don't know, have 24, 25. Na unachukua secretaries wawili utatoa kwa constituency moja. What of 288 wanaenda wapi? Wanaweza gawa hizo zote. Kama constitution moja inaweza chukua hata masecretary kama Central usijua waliweka ngapi region moja. Hiyo ni haki. That's what Museveni did. Museveni amechukua ameplant Wanyarwanda kila kona ya Uganda, kila kona, hata mtu wa kijiji, ule mzee wa kijiji sasa ni Mrwanda. Waganda hawapumui, ukipumua kidogo tu hivyo, ukisema tu hivyo umeshikwa. Na ukishikwa upatikani. He planted even kwa hospitali everywhere. Na wale wanaenda wale wanapelekwa nini scholarship Wanyarwanda peke yake. He has eaten Uganda. Even wafanyi biashara yote ukifanya kama ukufa sumu, utakufa accident, ama utachukuliwa utarudi. That's why we are going to. And what is the man is doing with this people, whatever it is. How watu Ruto amekuwa kwa serikali, he used these people kwa watu wenye walikuwa uchaguzi wa 2007, akatumia watu akaua wale watu mashahidi wote. Sasa yeye ndiye alikuwa anatafuta, alisema ukitaka kitu shika serikali, ameshika serikali. Anatumia hao wenye alitumia kuwa atawameliza wote ili afiche usahidi. Is what is doing. Mko hapo mnataka kudanganya hapa, mnatudanganya haingii. That's what he's doing right now. Kufagia wote afiche usahidi. Ndio sasa wakalie vizuri. Hata wacha wenye alitumia kwa sababu they know him. So be ready. Ndio yule pastor aliwaambia kwamba hata machache zimekwenda they're sleeping the king. Nobody is talking about. Everybody is quiet. Na tunadidimia. Jana tu saa hii mjaingia hata hajawafanya kazi, wanataka kubadilisha katiba. Hata kazi hajafanywa. Watu wanakufa na njaa. Mivuko na mtu anakuja na habari ya katiba. Bas people who are the secretary sisi ambapo wanachaguliwa kwenda kufanya kazi ni wale low educated, hawana education yoyote. Mtu anachaguliwa kulingana vile nchi mzima ya Kenya inachukuliwa na watu kuna watu wamesoma. They can drive the country. It's very painful. But what can we do? Wacha mvua ikuje tunyeshe. Mlisema Agwamba hatoshi. Na mjue serikali ya Kenya inaendeshwa na jeshi na koti, kwa sababu jeshi ya Kenya pia iko too much corrupt. Ni walijua tu Azimio kiingia na imbebebe Martha Karua na Raila na wale wengine, hao jamaa wanaenda kukosa kasi. Ndio aliadhimia ya jamaa wakiingia hamna job. So wakubwa wa jeshi ambao matumbo wamesimama huko wamekula zaidi, what they do? They have to do wapeane vile ule wanataka. Judiciary is the same thing. So election nini Chebukati anaingia tu katikati hapo, amesimamia we chukua huyu tumekupatia. He has to do what they say. But our country is being broken by jeshi ya Kenya na koti ya Kenya, and then plus IBC.
Francis umepotea.
Naibu Rais Rigathi Gachagua sasa yupo huru baada ya kuandamwa na sakata ya ufisadi ya shilingi bilioni 7.4 kwa takriban miaka miwili. Hii ni baada ya mahakama ya Milimani mapema Alhamisi kuidhinisha ombi lililowasilishwa na ofisi ya mkurugenzi mkuu wa mashtaka Nurdin Haji la kutaka kesi inayohusiana na sakata hiyo kutupwa nje kwa kukosa ushahidi.
There being no objection to the substantive
I'm losing my connection every time I start a video play, inajikata katikati. But anyway, niyo nilikuwa nawekea withdraw of Gachagua case. Hiyo imeshatemwa hivyo nje. So let's have Fred Kasuti.
Yeah. How are you guys? Hope you're doing good. No, this issue of Gachagua, if one person can pocket 7 billion, I don't I don't even imagine. Hata siwezi nikafikiria kitu kama hiyo, kwa sababu for your benefit Francis, hizi pesa za Gachagua hizi ni pesa ambazo alitabeli counties ikiwemo Nyeri yenyewe kwake kwenyewe, either in one county paka Bungoma kwangu. Bungoma that time of Lusaka, Ken Lusaka, when he was governor, he got some, maybe how much from that place. So these are cabal of groups ndio wako sasa mamlakani mtu wangu. So kama mtu anaweza chukua bilioni 7 na atumbukize kwa tumbo na mseme zimeenda hivyo. I have come to realize that he was right when he was saying that he's preparing to buy people meat after hizi kesi zote zimetupwa nje. So now they have government, let them do what they want. But the people who are going to suffer most are these Kenyans. The people who did things to punish other people. But they have come to realize that they were punishing themselves. Because right now, Raila is not crying. Uhuru is not crying. Most of the people, in fact, for Duke, for your benefit, we people in the blue zone, my friend, we are not crying. We are comfortable, and we are just watching. We are saying, "Kaende, kaende." We are just sitting aside and then watching how things are moving. Because mbona nikasirika and then I didn't vote for this government. Hata wafanye nini, hata wakiamua wauze Kenya, siwezi nikakasirika. I didn't vote for them. I didn't give any of them authority to govern the country. So mimi sina shida. But the person who has big problem is you, Duke, because you live with that guilt in you. Itakuwa inakusumbua every day. How comes mimi sasa nikasaliti my generation, my siblings, to take these people to power with my vote, which is your right? Ukaamua tu ukajua tu huyu mtu is not a good person. Yaani wewe uchukue mwizi alafu unamweka kwa zizi lako. Kenya, it is your home and you have to govern it. You have to guard it very well. But you, with your vote, ukajua tu vizuri, hii ni boma yangu, and this is where my future is, and this is where my children's future is, and then ukadecide ukasema, oh hustler, hey, oh hustler. Where are these hustler right now? The point has, the manifesto has changed from hustler to big private sector. Inaitwa big private sector. No wonder wamesema, you know, when you go to Twitter right now, three things are trending: lawlessness in the country and hustler fund. And why these two things are trending? There is lawlessness in our country. In previous government, my friend, hii vitu tunaona sahi hazikuwa. Mtu wangu hazikuwa. Tukubaliane, tunatuelezane ukweli. Hazikuwa. During Matiang'i's time, hatujaona hii ujinga. During even Michuki's time, hatujaona hii ujinga. Lawlessness, sahi crime imeshoot. Sahi crime iko juu. I don't know if Duke, you are in Kenya or where are you. If at all you are in Kenya, my friend, I'm very sure you are watching your shoulder. If kama uko na gari yako, you are lucky. Na hata kama uko na hiyo gari yako haiwezi kapata panja saa hii. Barabara mahali popote pale, na ukuwe na uhakika, ukuwe na surety ya kwamba utatoka hapo ukiwa uko salama. Utakuwa unakaa ukijiangalia. So it is two things. Either ukimbie uache gari lako ujiokole, ama ukae hapo ukutwe. That is how serious it is. Hii nayo haibagui ati wewe ni mtu wa Kenya Kwanza ama wewe ni mtu wa Azimio, haibagui. Duke ukipatikana off guard, my friend, wewe mambo yako ni hivyo. So the other thing is this hustler fund. Hustler fund.
Fred, there is background noise. There's background noise from you.
I think maybe somebody, his mic is on, but mine, I think I'm in a very quiet place. Okay, this Gachagua thing, his utterances about hustler fund, akasema ati the people who will benefit, or how the people who will benefit with the hustler fund is big private entities, big private entities. So hata mimi nikaona hapo hiyo ni vizuri, kwa sababu hata baba atafaidikia hapo, kwa sababu akona kampuni, akona private sector, akona kampuni nyingi sana. Hata Uhuru pia atafaitikia hapo because of Brookside and whatever. So when we talk about big private entities, they what a benefit, I can see even is the only big people. Hustler, Mutalia, my friend, na bado saa hii mtu kama Kuria anaongea tu na kiburi akisema ya kwamba nawapatia siku kadhaa wale mahustlers mumekaa sijui at Portland cement hiyo uwanja muwe mumehama, mchitoe kabla hatujawakujia. Seriously, hivi ndivyo mlikuwa mnataka muogose Kenya? My friend, wacha tu sisi tucheke, hata hatuwezi tumewa criticize, tumechoka. Sasa we are just laughing and we are enjoying. Mimi si utaniona nikiendea hiyo nyama yenu, staki kabisa. Hiyo nyama mnaambia mnataka kwenda kuua watu na nyama. We mtu ako na njaa unampea nyama aje? Seriously, for heavenly sake. Badala ufikirie vile huyu mtu atajisaidia, wewe unasema nitakuletea nyama. So inamaanisha hautaki kusuluhisha hiyo shida ya drought. So ili kila siku kila mwaka ukuwa unamletea nyama, na hizo ng'ombe zikiisha utawapelekea nini? Sababu mnauza ng'ombe, watu wameanza kuuza ng'ombe shilingi 200, 500. Seriously, ng'ombe 500 in some counties. Ng'ombe 500 mtu wangu. Alafu unasimama tu mbele ya kamera unasema tumenunua ng'ombe 2,700, sijui 7,000, sijui 27,000 cows to slaughter so that we can take meat to the people. Seriously, are you mocking Kenyans, or you are there to offer a solution? Instead of thinking how you can drill a borehole in those places with few coins, I think it's 1.2, 1.3, umedrill a borehole na umesupply na is complete, imefanywa piping na watu wajifanyie irrigation. Those places are very fertile, my friend, very very fertile places. It's yani ni vile tu serikali is failing to think. Nobody, hakuna mtu. Sasa mnaenda kuchukua mtu mwingine hapa, hata amefail, mtu amefail. Huyo mtu mmeweka kama agriculture CS. I have a question for him, for you, Duke. Do you know, are you aware ya kwamba kwa kaunti yake yeye mwenyewe na the way amekuwa surrounded with the farms, hiyo mbuga la wanyama ya Meru iko surrounded with farms like Kisima, like Lewadown, like what, nyingi sana ranches zimesingira hiyo mbuga, but unashangaa kwake kwenyewe nyumbani ndovu zinakufa sababu ya njaa na kiu. Huyu mtu nataka kuniambia angekuwa ni mtu ako na akili, kwani hawezi akaongea na hizo locals akaweza akajua, hawezi hata kama maji pipe itapita iingie kwa kempa wanyama wakunywe maji. Ndovu, ukiona ndovu inaanguka chini kwa sababu ya kiu, mtu wangu. Seriously, yani mlichukua watu bure, watu wenye hawajui kitu wanafanya, mnawaweka kwa ministries. Anyway, sitaki kuongea, mimi nimekasirika sana. We are watching, tulisema na tukakwambia Duke will be here watching how you are going to govern this country. Vile Mulumbu amesema, people they want to cover their tracks. There is another Eurobond scandal is looming up, and they have already sealed the deal. Yeah, at least Duke unaweza tuambia kuhusu that Eurobond which is coming. I don't know, it be 24 billion or be what billion US dollars. Mtuambie hiyo mtalipa na nini? Ama mnataka pia hizo zikuje zikishaingia kwa mikono ya watu, basi few individuals they benefit. Yani Gachagua hivi at all he can pocket 7 billion. Isitoshe, si ameondolewa he's going to be paid another more than 6 billion again or 6 what. Huyo mtu anaenda na pesa ya serikali, ya pesa ya wananchi mingi sana, alafu mtasema huyo mtu atakuwa touchable. He will become untouchable the way he is. So well and good, let us watch and see how things are going to unfold, because these are doomed government. It's a government meant to fail. It's going to fail, and it has shown even the indicators of failing. It is not going anywhere. But it's all about punishment. God is punishing us. What we need to do is to pray God to forgive us. Hata kwa hao hiyo serikali mbovu, maybe kunaweza patikana mtu mmoja mwenye haki na ambaye sioni, lakini kukipatikana mmoja asimame kwenye mwanya, you might be saved. Thank you, Francis, for giving me that time to.
Thank you, Fred, and you mute your microphone. Actually, I'm having a migraine, and I think I'm wanting to close the show, so we'll start from Black. Give you a short presentation with the concluding marks, then we go to Duke, then PH, then we close the show. I think that one would be nice, and Kasiti, if you'll have 1 minute or two.
Okay, all right. So me, the only thing I can say is people should just demand a free and fair electoral system. That is the only way we can ensure that the leaders that we put in place are accountable to the people, because they will know that it is the people that chose them, you know. But as long as the electoral system is not free and fair and transparent, then they'll always they will never be accountable to the people, because they know that they can always steal an election, or so if someone can steal an election and get into power, then automatically it is not the people who put him there. So they have no reason to be accountable to the people. So until that is done, everything else is just hot air, as Justice Martha Koome said. Hot air. People can complain about drought, corruption, murders, police brutality, all those things. But as long as we have don't choose the leaders, then they will never be accountable to the people. So that's all I can say for now.
Thank you, Black. We have Duke. Just be brief, please.
I want to talk about several issues. One, about the cases, somebody said that when the cases have been dropped, maybe the government should compensate individuals, but the government does not compensate some people. I know somebody who was in prison for 15 years, and the court directed that person to be paid 15 million, and he has not been paid for almost 20 years. What I can say is this: the judiciary, or the legal system in Kenya has not been working for a long period of time, especially for the politicians and for the powerful. So even if we stop looking at Even if we stop focusing at the current cases which are being dropped or being investigated, let us have a retrospect of the past, and from that you can find that nobody, actually they can say nobody has been imprisoned in the recent past. Somebody powerful, and we know that people are very corrupt. What I can tell you, in Kenya, from MC and above, they root like over 10 million per year. So that's a fact. And produce an MC and above, they are just taking resources across the divide. So the system, the judicial system is not working because of the compromise we have where institutions are not independent. I feel that the institutions should be extremely independent, and it should be focused on retrieving resources. So when you trace resources and you recover them, from that recovery alone is an evidence that then it brings individuals in. So if you start following individuals first, then it will go political and you will not go far. Number two, still most of you are extremely pessimistic about Kenya. The extent you are trying to say that you are not part of Kenya, you are not suffering because you do not participate or did not cast a vote for Ruto. But whenever the government expresses any decision which that government takes, it affects you one way or the other. You cannot disassociate yourself from the government. So being pessimistic and oppressed is not good. It's actually a negative force which will even affect your life as an individual. So as much as there are challenges and there are failures, because I say nobody who's perfect. So we should try to galvanize positive energy and hope and be optimistic so that we can do away with the challenge. We can tackle the challenges we are facing today. And I'm advocating for people to use the Constitution, to use the provided legal frameworks to solve or to address the disagreements they have. Because anything outside the systems, the required procedures of the government or the Constitution, we will have chaos, and we can even go the same way as Congo or as those countries. It's because of political instability and people trying to get power through different means. That's why we have, for example, in Congo, we have different groups controlling different parts of the country, and through that, the country is not functioning at all. So we should actually be focused and use the system, the provisions of the Constitution to address every issue which we have. That's what I can say.
Thank you, Duke. We have the Red Panda. What your brief presentation of the concluding remarks, because I have a migraine, I cannot sustain more than 1 hour because I will just think that I can faint.
A minute, Mheshimiwa.
Sawa, it's okay. So as you are waiting for the Red Panda, my message is to you, is to appeal to you. We have one of individuals called what's the name of that individual? Anaitwa Ofula, who is requiring you at least to make a contribution towards the medical bill of his father, who is undergoing a dialysis. That I think dialysis is more associated with kidney failure or kidney problems. So extend a hand of help. I think God will bless you, because the hand that gives is the hand that receives. And therefore, as I always say, that the person who gives without expecting anything in return is the individual whom we shall receive the blessing. If you gave money because you wanted to be elected an MCA, that was a loan because you bought people and they elected you. you paid each other. If you gave people money because you wanted your case to be withdrawn, that was something quid pro quo. It was a favor for a favor. But if you give money to an individual who cannot return, that one becomes a blessing because that individual will not be in a position, and therefore it's only God who can do it for him. Therefore, just extend a hand of help and God will just bless you. Just do it as if you are doing for your brother, your sister, your mother, and whatever case, so that you put a smiling face on an individual. Any action that is geared toward restoring a life or giving life a meaningful, we should all support with all hands. I think I've shared the number there. You can just take on charts, and it will indeed be a great contribution if you make one. Thank you. So, and also when you look at when you come back to our country, Kenya, I've also seen some things that were happening, just random talk, and I've realized that there's a dam that is built on the public-private participation. That is a dam of worthy of billions of money. And the same thing I kept on saying here is that Ruto should go and seek the Mount Kenya Foundation, because when you're inviting the Europeans, these are the people that will come and compromise our institution, compromise an economy, and try as much as possible to infringe our democracy. But if you look for Kenyans who have that money, who can build such kind of dams, it becomes better, because at the end of the day, these are Kenyan citizens. As I said earlier, Ezeke Masharia, people like Peter Munga and so forth. These are ordinary Kenyans with just some wealth. And therefore, if you involve them in building such kind of dams, it becomes very simple to manage them, because they have that kind of patriotism in them. And more so, they have that a feeling of self-identity with their country. But if you participate with a European candidate or a European person or a European investor, it is also good, but remember, this individual has no patriotism, has no any kind of nationalism, and therefore it becomes very easy for this individual to sabotage the country when he feels that it's not going to the right direction. That is to mean it's not going to the way he wants it to be governed. Therefore, my appeal is that the decision might be reconsidered, and at least let it be involved between the Kenyan government and the Kenyan rich men. Let him just be that person who will be able to go and at least be able to address the problem the way it is, instead of trying as much as possible to show them that they can function without the Mount Kenya Foundation. I've also seen regarding Gachagua today, he was addressing an issue to do with the business community. And he told the business community the reason as to why he's the best person to be trusted with the business community is that he can wake up very early in the morning and come and listen to their grievances. It really shocked me, because coming very early to listen to your grievances is different from coming and solving your grievances. So my question is simple as this way: Does business community or the business grow because of listening to problems or coming up with solutions? We need to get that one clear. Today, I've also seen some kind of suggestion from your president, and whom I think the president must be suffering from a certain kind of disorder, whereby he wants to remain relevant by making promises center, left, and right. He promised Kenyans to have a phone of 5,000 and below, and will be manufactured in Kenya between 8 days and 12 months. Then my question was this way: did he look at the price or at the quality? Because as we are speaking, we have phones even worthy 1,000, but their quality is still wanting. Did he focus on terms of these phones that were being manufactured? Will they solve their anger crisis, or what are they purposely being made for? And what is their aim? Because as right now, it seems that our priority are upside down. And I appeal to all Kenyans, whoever who can listen to me and hear me, if you know that you have stolen the UDA manifesto, please take it back so that they can be able to follow whatever they promise. It seems that they have lost it, and whoever who is hiding that manifesto is punishing us Kenyans, because they have lost the track and whom to be described who they are, because now there seems to be on another spree of campaign promises. So whoever who has the manifesto for UDA, please, I appeal to you, return it so that the president can have a view and remember whatever he promised and achieve that. No more promises. We don't need them. We need him to achieve whatever he had promised during the campaign so that we, Kenya, can move forward. Let him not say we can remain relevant by doing the right thing but not promising new things. So all Kenyans, I think you have heard me. So whoever has that manifesto, please return it to UDA offices so that they can have a glimpse and a look of what they promised, so that Kenyans will not continue suffering. So these are the issues that happen during the day. They are there, and you see there seems to be out of control. And I don't know, but I believe with days, either we should have a revolution, and if not revolution, we shall have a regime change, and not regime change. At least Kenyans should be able to channel their own way of life. And I've repeated here once again that I'm repeating this once again that the data that shows 30 million Kenyans applied for green card should be very worrying to the Kenyan leadership. Keeping in mind that we have 21 registered voters, we have 49 Kenyans, we have 49 million Kenyans. So if you take 49 million Kenyans minus 30 million, the only people who are willingly to stay in Kenya are 19 million. If you take 19 million, you subtract those people who are below 10 years, who cannot be able to make any decision at all, we are remaining with around maybe 2 million Kenyans who are ready to live in this country. Therefore, it tells you that Kenyans are very frustrated. That is the data that President should look at it with a very inner eye, not to ignore it, because I know how much it means to Kenyans when it reaches to a point that a whole country, more than a half, are willing to migrate to another nation. It is very saddening. It's very worrying. So we have Mary. How are you?
I'm fine, Francis. And Nigel Black, how are you? And admin, I don't know whether he is there. Everybody, I look forward talking with you, and I'm happy to see you guys. For me, I have been at the back listening, and I heard all what is going on. And my comment is, I have a concern of these cases which were dropped out, so that these people, because they are senior, they are beyond, they are above the law. In law, there is this saying, innocent until proven guilty. So I don't see the reason why the cases would be dropped if they were in court. This must be a very big question mark. In asking why we are just being treated like we don't know what is going on or how things should go. The other things, are we held hostage by the current government? How comes minority ruling the country? Don't we have voice? Then I see there is people who are very vibrant. They wanna see the country go the right direction. When I see somebody like Duke talking about the election, which I don't know whether he's just being ignorant. Election was stolen. Election was not done in the proper way. And if this current president was installed to the for the country, that's why he don't have the plan, because he initially what he had in mind, it's only politics. But when you get to the office, those politics should be forgotten. It's time to work and serve the people. Now, look at all what he is putting on the table. It's about him. It's not about the people. That means that if you look back, there's no majority who elected him. And that is why he's doing all these shenanigans, because he knows what he did. it was behind doors, back doors. That is how he got to this stage where he is. It is very saddening that there are people who would come to this forum and start arguing and saying, move on. It's as if they don't belong to Kenya. Well, if you don't belong to Kenya, then you don't belong to this forum. But if you belong to Kenya, talk sense. Come here and give us direction. Talk like somebody who really mind about life of people. Don't be ignorant. Because what you are doing, you telling us to move on, you are trying to make us look like we are just murmuring here. We are grown-ups and we understand things. And how things go wrong when we are watching, it is not a reality to our own mind to see that things are not going right and we look at it. We can do that. So when you come here, please respect us. Let us talk like Kenyans, because I think Kenyans have got bright mind to know right and wrong. We don't want to be moved like sheep. We are not sheep. We are human beings, and we have been given brain to reason. And our reasoning cannot be put down this time round because just somebody is on the chair, because somebody is a president. The president cannot be of our brain. Everybody has a brain to think. And what we think, it is the wrong thing that we have. It's the wrong person we have on the chair. And we are serious because Kenya, the way it has been, yeah, we have faced a lot of problems to reach this point, but we cannot accept to be drawn back because somebody has been brought to us and put there to rule us in the wrong way. Kenyans, wake up. We want to see democracy arise, and we want to see that we are smiling. We should hold hand to hand, brothers and sisters, and let's keep each other safe and know that we are fighting for our democracy. Our democracy should not be shredded. It should be full. It should be seen like something that can be adorable, honored, and we'll be happy. But if we start talking like people who are very sick, I would call them sick. Don't tell us to move on. We cannot move on. Even you yourself in your own house, if you see things going wrong, you don't smile and you don't look back. You try to make it right. So please, when you come here, let us talk like people who want to move the country in the right direction. We are serious. We are not smiling. I saw one person who came to this forum, just coming there, smiling and trying to tell people to move on. We are not ready to move on with the garbage that is going on in Kenya. Our country needs to be led by somebody who care and who think about us. We are 50 million minus 1, 49 million. 49 million, 900, whatever. But we have less one person who don't care. That one person should be let out and told off because we are so many to be misled. If that is the case, then kill us all so that you can rule the country where we are not alive. Then you can have the whole country. It's very sad. I always talk here and I'm very, very passionate of my country. The people who live in Kenya, they are not goats, they are not animals. They are human beings created by God. And they are not there by mistake. They are there because that is their country. We want to have our country stabilized and people not running around because people have got their own homes to live. But now they'll leave those homes because they don't have comfortability in their homes. due to the problems that are being caused by one person. All those cases that were dropped, it's not that there was no evidence. It's because these are government of crooks, and that is how they want us to go. We are not crooks, and we are not going to follow crooks. Thank you, guys.
So thank you, Mary. I think I'll be leaving. I have some kind of migraine, and I think Richie has arrived. So Richie will take on. I think maybe I will join you in the morning, but it's not so much promised. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can get you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Francis, for holding the studio for that long. I am so appreciative of the work you do and all the members that come here every day to contribute to this debate that we have here every day because of our country. I just want to play a video here before I make my comments. I hope it allows. Let me see. Let me play this video first.
And with the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, who is tonight free of the burden of a 7 billion shillings graft case. The Anti-Corruption Court dropped charges against the Deputy President upon recommendation made by the prosecution. The case had been pending hearing for 15 months. Senior Principal Magistrate Victor Wachumile reprimanded the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for taking the court through a half-baked case. Wachumile recommended an independent office of a pre-trial judge be established to weigh criminal cases before they are taken for trial. Sam Gituku was in court.
Senior Principal Magistrate Victor Wachumile arrived in court ready to yield to the prosecution's request.
The application is hereby granted. Now, the accused persons are hereby warned and informed that they may be rearrested in future and on the same or similar charges.
The prosecution had made the application to withdraw the charges relating to 6 counts worth more than 7 billion shillings. The Director of Public Prosecutions claimed that efforts to secure further evidence to the case from the DCI had been futile. The magistrate taking time to reprimand the agencies that should have performed due diligence before taking the case to court.
The DPP acted contrary to Article 157 in its entirety. One cannot prefer charges in anticipation of evidence, since plea taking is not a simple thing. It leads to denial of liberty, public ridicule, many a time stress, which might even lead to unnecessary loss of life. I know of people who have divorced.
Wachumile was perturbed that the DPP acted on what he termed pressure from the DCI.
One cannot be faulted to infer that he acted under pressure from his junior, the DCIO, contrary to expectations of the office.
During submissions on Wednesday, defense lawyers told the court that DP Gachagua and the 10 co-accused persons had been victims of political schemes aimed at UDA-allied politicians.
I'm horrified to learn that we could sit here hearing matters, yet we are still fishing for evidence. We write and write and write.
The magistrate proposing creation of the Office of Pre-Trial Judge with a mandate to process matters before trial begins.
That office should subject activities of Director of Public Prosecution, the DCI, and any other investigating authorities as relates to intended charges to scrutiny, determine number of witnesses to be bonded based on quality of the testimony, and in fact set down the timelines of each case.
The magistrate further recommended that investigators and prosecutors should be subjected to personal liability for their actions while on duty. This informed by the claim by DCI lead investigator Obadiah Kuria that he was under, quote, immense pressure from his former boss, George Kinoti, in the Gachagua matter.
Such officers will be able to stand firm, unshaken, and resist the devil at all times. They would say, I'll face the sack. I mean, you can't push me to do what is wrong.
The current government, we want to promise Kenyans that this will never happen again. The police will never be forced to use the judicial system to oppress Kenyans who are of different opinion. Will never again use the judiciary system as a weapon to oppress those who are against our views.
When he first set foot at the anti-corruption court in July last year, the deputy president's hands were in cuffs, but today he was nowhere to be found, instead choosing to be represented by his counsel. But as the dust remains on the benches, questions linger as to how many more cases will fall in such a manner, and how many, if true, were the products of political manipulation and intimidation. Sam Gituko, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Haya, Red Panther ni nani huyu? Red Panther, sijui Red Panther ni nani ama wamelala.
No, sijalala bana. Nasikiza
Oh,
hiyo
Mr. K. Mr. K ni wewe?
Unajua sauti yangu hata nikiwekwa Red Panther, unajua Kenya tunakaa tukijibadilisha sura. Unajua we are living in a criminal country now. You have to be very careful because it is becoming not a joke. Si uliona hata hii story ya Pakistan imeanza kubadilika ikakuwa sasa Pakistan aliwawa mahali ingine. It is because in Kenya, and mtu anasema in Kenya now freedom has come. Even other countries now they have a freedom of coming to exercise their bad behaviors here. However, you are Mr. Magendi, you are lucky you are not in Kenya, but people are living in fear because we have seen for real the intention of this government is to make sure that they suppress the freedoms. They do the opposite, exactly opposite to what they were talking about. And therefore, it's scary, by the way. Kwa hivyo mimi sina maneno mengi ya kusema. Kitu ambayo ningesema kutangaza ni kwamba Kenya sahii kuna a lot of problems, particularly unaona hii mambo ya kusuppress the DCI, ile maneno inaletea wa Kenya. People are being mugged from every corner. Today there was even a shootout, I think yesterday, in Isiolo of some migrants who are believed to be Al-Shabaab. So we are breaking the country into pieces, and it is unfortunate that we have reached there. And that is why you see people are celebrating things that are not even. For example, how can people celebrate ati sijui wamepatiwa visa ya 90 days per year? Yeah, as if how many people travel in this country, by the way? 42 million people of Kenyans don't even know their neighboring counties. They don't even go to their neighboring counties. So very few people should be celebrating. What people want is food on the table. They want the cost of living to go down. That is the most important thing. Lakini visas, mara smartphones. Somebody was joking today as if you buy that smartphone, you can download cheaper food. And it is weird. It's weird the way Kenya Kwanza has drastically changed their manifesto even before they finish 1 year. They have changed their manifesto. It is no longer the hustlers and the border. So, Mr. Makedi, we are worried a lot in Kenya, but I know the trigger point is not so far. The trigger point will come. The trigger point is what is going to solve the many problems we have in this country. Yeah, so I'm listening. I'm there, ninasikiza tu. Ninajua wewe hujatoa submission. Wacha nisikie uko na yapi. Ya hii maneno ya Gachagua, hata tukiongea the whole day we'll never, there is no way. There is no way we know who Gachagua is. People from Limuru know him. He was a DO there. He was a thug. He started stealing when he was in high school, in the university. He conned people with a dancing, whatever. He organized a dancing event, which nobody came. He disappeared with the money. So we know him. We know him. So there's no way. And I know it is very, very weird that in Kenya now you cannot prove anything because the system is corrupted. So hii mambo ya kuambiwa ati sijui mtu anaenda pale sijui ni judiciary walikuwa wanamfuata ama ni polisi ama DCI, it's a lie. It's a big lie because there are many people in Kenya Kwanza who have no cases. How comes this guy has cases? So ni maneno ya kustaajabisha. We are living in a failed state now. It's officially a failed state with a very poor leadership, people who have no skills of leadership, and it will take God na akuje mwenyewe asitumane. It will take God himself. Thank you.
Haya, sawa Mr. Kamau. Wacha nitoe maoni yangu mafupi, na kwanza nitaanza na hiyo kesi. No, before I do that case, wacha let me talk about this visa issue. You know, Mr. Kamau, you said things are very tough in Kenya, and most of us tumekuja hapa kwa studio tumeona watu wakiuliza what is the easiest way ya kutoka Kenya? What can you do to leave this country because things are not going very well? Now, I am happy to tell you that the 3-month visa is an escape route for you. What you need is just mutafute pickup ya Njoroge, mweke mafuta, Mr. Kamau. Na mnakamata barabara ya Botswana. Mnakamata barabara ya Botswana, mnaingia mpaka South Africa, unaenda unapiga hewa huko miezi 3. Alafu ukiona kama mambo ni mzuri unakwama huko, kama inakuwa mbaya unarudi nyumbani. But that's something at least if you look at it wholesomely, it's an escape route for those people that at least feel like the country is not moving anywhere. Having said that, which is by the way, I want to talk about this case ya DCI na Gachagua, this case yenye judge ametupilia mbali. You know, there's a time tulikuwa tunaongea hapa and we argued na akina Mise here, and I told them this: if this case was genuine enough a political case, then there's no way the DCI could have pressurized the DPP to prosecute Rigathi Gachagua. And Mise came out very strongly, saying that, you know, the DCI is maybe a senior to the DPP. And we told him here, the DPP is an independent office. And you've heard it from the judge. The DPP is a very, very independent office. He cannot be pushed by anybody to prosecute anyone, not more so, especially the DCI. And we explained here the DCI is just a junior to the IG. There's no way the DCI gets the power to pressurize a whole DPP to prosecute. Now, what does Haji do? Haji goes to the media, calls a press conference or goes to an interview on the media stations, and he's busy there talking about how he was forced to prosecute Rigathi Gachagua from the political elite of that time. Now, a big question we are asking ourselves is this. Number one, the case was still before court. He was speaking on matters that were in court. I don't know why the judge did not reprimand him, because you cannot go to, you know, to talk about a case that is still ongoing in court. So the DCI comes and says, I am going to withdraw this case because from where I stand, I do not have enough evidence to prosecute this case. That's mistake number one. Number one, this guy should have resigned, should have been the first person to resign before the DCI goes home, because he is incompetent. The DCI is not a lawyer. How can somebody who just sits in an office somewhere in the police, DCI in the police too, wa kawaida, how can DCI bring evidence to a person who is the chief prosecutor in the country, and then that guy takes the evidence and just rushes to court without even trying to establish if this evidence will meet the threshold to prosecute somebody in a court of Kenya? And finally, we are in a country whereby majority of the people, if not all, let's say about 75%, feel that the judiciary has completely failed. And this began with the Supreme Court ruling. Now, everybody from the judiciary is coming out to justify why they had to make that ruling, why they use those words. People have moved on. You know, building a reputation is not that easy. And CJ Maraga tried as much as possible to build the court to a standard whereby everybody would believe that this court is going to be fair enough in all the judgments that it is going to give. What has the current CJ done? She has messed up the court within about 6 months or what? She has completely messed out. All we are seeing is the Chief Justice right now moving around with the president and the deputy president, and they are not hata wana aibu. Ile kitu hawana ni aibu, kwa sababu kama Rigathi Gachagua anaweza simama mbele ya deputy president, president wake na CJ na DCJ na hawa watu wote wenye walikuwa hapo, na aseme last time nilikuja kwa ofisi yako ama nilikuja kwa hii building nilikuwa na handcuffs, but saa hii tunakunywa chai pamoja. Na wewe unaongea hivyo saa hiyo uko na kesi kotini. You are a criminal. You are a criminal. Kuna pesa zimepatikana kitu ya kwanza kwa akaunti yako, huwezi elezea ulitoa wapi. There's another case ya 7.5 billion, hata ujui. People even cannot tell how you got the money. You cannot show what business you did so that you acquired that money. And then you are busy telling people, siku hizi tunakunywa chai na CJ. And then after a few days, kesi yako inatupiliwa mbali. Alafu people are free, you know, running around telling us here that freedom has come, freedom has come, freedom has come. People have gone to a standard whereby they are not even ashamed kuficha ya kwamba the CJ, the judiciary as a whole, the executive and the parliament are all in one bed. Now the president has captured the judiciary, he has captured the parliament, both the National Assembly and the Senate, and now all of them are singing the same song. So where are Kenyans going to run to? We used to know that the court was the last place that we could go to. You know, if somebody brings a decree that is not acceptable, you know, we could go to the courts. What is going to prevent this judiciary from making a ruling that there is no term limit for this current president right now? Tutaenda wapi if the president anatuma mtu? I mean, that guy from Fafi is not just speaking on his own. Hii ni kitu ambayo wamekuwa akifikiria for a long time. They have tried to think a way that they can extend this presidency for a long time. And so when he came out to speak about extending the presidential term, not just limiting that term by the 2 terms, but extending it and then limiting it at the age of 75. This is something that they talked about. He's not speaking on his own, but the backlash that he received is the only thing that made those people go back and disown him. Kwa hivyo ile kitu yote huyo jamaa alikuja akaongea, si ati ni kitu aliamka tu siku moja akasema wacha niende nitishe hawa watu namna hiyo. Hapana, these people walikuwa wamediscuss kitu. And I think Kenyans are very vigilant. Kenyans are very vigilant. Hii kitu yenye Ruto na hii group yake wanataka kuletea wa Kenya, people will not allow them to do that. People will not allow them to. Huyu jamaa amalize yake aende. Vile walikuwa wanasema Uhuru amalize aende. These are the same people wenye walikuwa wanatuambia Uhuru anataka kukaa kwa ofisi for another 5 years. Ati hataki kwenda nyumbani. Sasa saa hii hata wajamaliza miezi 3 ndio wamekuja hapo wameanza kutuambia ati tunataka kuongeza term. Hatutaki president aende nyumbani kama ni mzuri. Kwa nini Kibaki wakati alikuwa pale na Kibaki aliingia kwa hiyo kiti na hakulia? When Kibaki came in that position, he found the coffers empty. Wacha yenye wanaliaga 98 million. Lakini Kibaki ilifanya kazi yake, akainua economy mpaka mahali alifikisha na akaenda nyumbani. Kenyans even did not wish him to extend even a single day. Wakamwambia enda nyumbani mzee, umefanya kazi mzuri, economy ni mzuri, umetengeneza watu wako na pesa kwa mfuko, but go home because this is the constitution. The constitution says when you spend 10 years kwa hiyo kiti, that's enough. Hakuna kuongeza hata 1 hour. And Uhuru Kenyatta did the same. Why would we want as Kenyans to have William Ruto, a person who speaks this thing today and tomorrow anabadilisha hii, akae kwa hiyo kiti for more than 10 years? Kwani yeye ni nani? Hata wacha 10, hata hiyo 5. It's like people are saying, okay, so the next 10 years we are going to have the same guy. So it's like ni kama hata hakuna haja ya uchaguzi sasa. Tukae na huyu mtu for the next 5 years, 10 years, alafu sijui aongezee ingine afikishe 20 years, alafu atoke hapo apatie huyu jamaa wa kucomplain juu ya state capture. I think Kenyans are not going to allow that. IMF loans, hawa watu walituambia if you're in a hole you don't dig deeper. Wakatuambia we cannot live on borrowed money. These are the words of the deputy president at that time, who is the president right now, William Ruto. He said we are not going to borrow. In fact, what he was suggesting is they invest in the common mwananchi so that they can borrow from mwananchi. What has happened? Atajamaliza miezi mbili, ameenda amekopa tena loan ingine ya IMF. I don't know, 50 something billion Kenyan shillings. And what the IMF is trying to show here is they are saying they have confidence in the way that Kenya is managing their debt. The same guys wenye walikuwa nasema a few months ago that our debt is not sustainable. Sasa saa hii we have not paid anything substantive to reduce our debt. We have not restructured our debt structure, but now they come and say, Kenyan saizi, the way you're managing your debt, we are impressed, and so we are going to ongezea you pesa. I mean, let us look at this thing seriously. We are in trouble. We are in trouble, and I'm thinking even the 52 billion yenye unaona inapatiwa hapo, wataifanya venye walifanyia Eurobond. Hiyo pesa haitafika Kenya. These people are, I am not even, I don't know if this pesa hata tujui kama itafika, because this is the same guys wenye waliba pesa ya Eurobond hata haikufika Kenya, na sasa saa hiyo walikuwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. Sasa saa hii yeye ndio mdosi mwenyewe. And you tell me, these are the same people kila siku wanatokea huko wanatoa statements za how much they are spending. Niliona akiwa Ethiopia juzi alisema they are spending around 300 million kufeed wanyama pori. Mr. K, my brother Black hapa, Nigel Black ama ni Nigel Black and Mary, let me tell you something. Mtu akikwambia ametumia 300 million kufeed wanyama pori, hakuna receipt hata moja atatoa. There's no receipt. That money cannot be accounted for. Hiyo ni pesa ambayo imekunywa maji clean ikienda namna hiyo. That money is gone.
Makiadi, and why are the animals dying if they are spending that money?
In fact, that is one thing yenye watu wa journalists wanafaa kuwa wanauliza. You know, these people, I sometimes nasikianga journalists wanatuangusha sana. Yeah? These people wakienda kusema huko wamespend 300 million. The best question kuwauliza ni kwa sababu gani Kenya imepoteza over 300 elephants so far. We've lost over 300 elephants. Sijui imepoteza, and you have the audacity kusema tumetumia 300 million. Mimi sijaona mahali wanyama wanapata. There was one picture peke yake.
Unless they are using the money to buy poison to poison the animals.
So Makiadi, there's something umesema. Unajua, when Raila said that Western nations, they worked hard and wakaingiza Ruto in office. Unajua, such kind of information ikipeanwa, most Kenyans, this is something I've been telling a lot of my friends, that there's a reason why for so many years Africa has been getting financial aid from Western countries, and not even one African nation has ever managed to become a first world country. And if you ask why that's the case, they usually give you the cliche answers of Africans don't know how to manage themselves, Africans are lazy, Africans are not educated, Africans are corrupt. But one thing you've mentioned that has kind of proved to me that this is a Western ploy. If they had already said, the IMF is one of the Bretton Woods institutions, which are actually owned by the United States. You know, they usually pretend that these are like independent institutions that run their own affairs, but the reality of the situation is IMF and World Bank, those are pretty much run and owned by United States and maybe some powerful European countries. But if the Ruto administration, which was actually part of Uhuru's administration, walichukua Eurobond and they squandered the entire amount of money, there's no reason why IMF would have approved another loan, other than the fact that they usually allow those loans to be given so long as the guy receiving is a corrupt guy that will squander that money and then have Kenyans pay for something that was not used to benefit Kenyans or Africans in general, because that same phenomena happens all over Africa. They give out money, but majority of that money is actually squandered and stashed back in maybe the United States or Europe or some other country. But then the country that that money was given to is forced to pay that money with interest. And the result of that is continued impoverishment of Africans. And like Kenya, for instance, you know what I'm saying? So hii kitu akina Ruto anafanya, that just shows that they're just projects of the West. That's why they're being your system in IMF. Because when Kibaki was in power, he tried to reduce the influence of IMF and World Bank in the Kenyan economy, you know, by partnering with countries like China, which is an alternative to IMF. Because when IMF and the World Bank were dealing with Kenya during the Moi era, there was nothing tangible. Like there were no roads, no new airports were being built, nothing was happening in the economy. The only thing that was happening is money was being given, and that money was being squandered and stashed in overseas bank accounts, you know, but there was nothing on the ground. But at the same time, Kenyans were being forced to pay that money with interest. And the result of that is mass poverty, you know, and the same system is coming back. IMF is starting to give money, and you will see that China's activities in Kenya's economy will start reducing. And all of a sudden now we're going to have all these things about, oh, human rights this, human rights that, the lectures from Western countries. But when it comes to tangible things on the ground, like roads, airports, factories being made, nothing will happen. That will show you that Ruto is actually a project of the United States, mostly United States. Back to you, Richie Makiari.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to at least summarize what I was saying. Thank you for your remarks, Mary. Thank you for your remarks, Black. I just want to say this. When I heard today that the deputy chief justice was trying to defend, the perception that is out there, people are saying that the judiciary and the executive are in the same bed. I realized that these people have already given up their position as an independent institution. And it began by a perception. And after a few days, we started seeing the real action. It was a perception that people said probably this thing, the judiciary already has started, ceding grounds to the executive. And then we started seeing how cozy these two people were, the Chief Justice and the President, and the judiciary and the executive. And finally, now people are coming out. The people who are in the judiciary themselves are coming out even to try and convince Kenyans that indeed we are not cozy with the judiciary. That tells you something. That tells you that these people somehow know that people have realized that they are no longer what they used to be. And DCJ Mwilu has no moral authority to come out and start defending the judiciary, telling Kenyans that no, munasema sisi tunaungana mkono na rais. We Kenyans have given up on this judiciary. I think somebody should send a message to these people and tell them, mahali ambapo Kenya imefika saa hii, they do not even think about the judiciary as their savior anymore. If Kenyans want to do something right now, they will do it even without going to court. And we were discussing here about how the influence of the executive has been so far on the judiciary. Let me quote a case of the pilots yesterday. If somebody the other day, if somebody watched how the magistrate was talking to the pilots, the representative of the pilots in court, you should see the message was very clear. This magistrate had received some instruction from somewhere. That is the picture, according to me, because alikuwa nawaambia going to jail is not an option for you. I will give you time to go back to work. So you are not addressing the issues that are being presented before you. You want to force these people to go to work. And remember very well, Kipchumba Murkomen is the same person who came out and said, we have a solution, we have a plan B. So these people knew very well that they can go back to court and influence the court to make sure that the pilots are forced back to work. But for how long? For how long? For how long are you going to use the judiciary to force Kenyans to do things? Because moving forward, Kenyans will look at the judiciary and say, koti imesema lakini, we are not going to listen to you. And that is where the chaos in our country will begin. Sijui kama Red Panther una jambo la kuongeza. Red Panther ni kama ametulia. Mary, go ahead.
A minute, I'll be back in a few.
Okay, sawa. Mary, endelea.
Makiadi, nafikiri, in our language, there is a saying that a clever person has no language. Modumoge dari mihere yohoro. So, meaning that people who know right things don't need more explanation. So, what Kenyans are seeing is something they can elaborate and understand very, very well. Wanajua hii mambo yote vile inaendelea na vile ilianza. They were not born yesterday. They know how it started and how it is going. So, hakuna mtu atakaa hapo chini ati aelimishwe. We know how things are going. Kwa hivyo, hata how judicial, the way they are coming out. In fact, they ought to be in the office, not coming to defend themselves. Let there somebody else defend them, but not them right away. Because they shame themselves. Kunawezekanaje uwe hujafanya makosa na unatokea kwenda kujidefend? What are you defending? If you have not done anything, stay in the office, do your job. So already they have realized, and they want to eat both sides. They want to have the wananchi and they want to have the other side of the government. That is how they are. They are double-sided. And it is very dangerous for them because once people will stand up and say, you have to go, they will go because they will not have roots remaining. What I see is that the country is really organizing itself and the brains are working now. It's not that they are sleeping. We know what to do. We know how things go, and let them wait and see. There will be no violence, but there will be something that will be very smartly executed. I will say that, Makiadi, for now, and just stay back and listen.
Okay, let me do another video here. I think that is important. This is something that we've been talking for a while now.
Standoff over a parcel of land adjacent to the East African Portland Cement in Machakos County. Leaders from Ukambani County or Ukambani region have hit out at Trade and Industrialization Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria over his recent remarks to evict people living in the disputed piece of land. Led by Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, the leaders have threatened to protest the planned eviction, calling on President William Ruto to intervene. And as Surfin Achieng reports, the residents have condemned what they describe as an illegal eviction from their ancestral land.
Flatten those structures, my friend. Make no mistake. So kuliko I flatten them my way, please, I am asking you, start moving tonight.
It is these remarks by Trade and Industry Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria asking occupants of the land adjacent to the East African Portland Cement Company to vacate before they are evicted, that has reignited the fury of residents. A visit to the 4,298-acre parcel of land located in Mavoko sub-county of Machakos County, and one can already see evidence of the ongoing demolition, with the residents condemning what they describe as a plot to illegally evict them from their ancestral land.
Nikilala hivi ngasikia mabati kolo ngasema mmekuja. Sasa manakuja mimi niende wapi na hiyo mtoto na ni usiku.
Kuna kasumba inasema mtu akitaka shamba ati anaenda Ukambani Machakos. Hapa tuko. Hapa hakuna shamba ya kunyang'anywa. Tuko na mimi nasikia uchungu sana, hata nasikia kulia. Sasa nikiambiwa niende, nitoke niende, nitaenda wapi? Mzee alizikwa hapa. Watoto walizikwa hapa. Mimi mwenyewe nangojea kuzikwa hapa.
Documents in our possession detail a protracted dispute over the land known as LR number 10,424, which the residents claim they bought from their company, which sold it to a registered local community society called Aimi Ma Lukenya Society in 1979 at a cost of 5 million shillings after it had exhausted mining on the land. The residents say they have been in and out of court due to disturbances from the East African Portland Cement Company and other entities laying claim on the parcel of land, including the Kenya Railways, and secured numerous orders restraining the cement company from interfering with the land.
Sisi tulipeleka title yetu kwa CND, ikafanywa forensic investigation, CND wakafanya ripoti yao na shamba ikasemekana shamba ni letu.
CS Kuria had on Tuesday announced plans to put the land into productive use, asking the occupants to vacate before they are evicted.
We are going to use our land to create jobs. We are going to use our land to generate foreign exchange for our country. We are going to use our land to stop importation.
Speaking after a meeting of 5,000 residents on the said piece of land, leaders drawn from the area castigated the CS, accusing him of weighing into the land saga without proper consultation.
Haki ya kila mwananchi apate mahali analala na kuita nyumbani ni haki yake ya kimsingi na kikatiba.
Mheshimiwa Kuria, kazi yako vile umeambiwa hapa ni ya trade. Unatafuta nini kwa mashamba?
Sisi squatters, sisi ni wenye shamba. Tunaonesha title yetu, kuna orders kwa Machakos Court, kuna orders ambazo tayari tushashinda, tunataka tu watu wetu waheshimiwe.
The row over this parcel of land has left many residents in limbo, with the area leaders vowing not to relent in their quest to protect what they describe as their ancestral land. Safin Achieng Ouma.
Haya, habari inaelekea Mavoko ndio hiyo. I don't know what happens in Kenya, but mimi naangalia Kenyans vile wanatritiwa, and this issue of land has not just started during this regime. It is something that has been going on for a long time. I don't know if you guys ask yourselves where the government normally is when this land is being subdivided, na serikali iko inaona wananchi wanagawiwa mashamba inakatakatwa, these people wanaenda wanapata title deed kutoka kwa the same government. Kenya Power inakuja inawawekea stima, wanaconnectiwa stima all over the place, and then after some time mtu anatoka huko na kusema mtoke kwa shamba, ni shamba ni ya serikali ama hii shamba ni ya nini. What is this issue about land in Kenya? And then to make matters worse, the person now who is coming, I said this a few days ago about reckless statements that the CSs are making out there. Kuria sijui amelala kwa mtungi ama ni wapi huko, anaamka asubuhi yake moja na kukuja kuambia watu wa Mavoko wa that land waondoke ama atakuja kuflatten. CS alitoa wapi? CS wa trade anatoana wapi na shamba jameni? Mtu ambaye anatakana kuwa anashughulika na biashara. In fact kwa Kiswahili wanasema trade is biashara. Mtu wa biashara anatoana wapi na shamba za watu? I mean, does does he have interest in this land? This guy seemed ni kama alikuwa amelala kwa baa asubuhi, anakuja kutisha watu ati ataleta watu wa NYS na matingatinga wavunje. Kama nani? As who? Moses Kuria, we said here, Moses Kuria achunge mdomo yake. He is no longer playing Kiambu politics. Sahizi he's a CS or trade for the Republic of Kenya. He's not a politician from Kiambu anymore. I think these people, I don't know. I don't know. The leaders, including the governor from Machakos, should not let these people be evicted. And I'm not inciting anybody. The government should have realized that this land was bought from the people. And if you go down the history of that land, it is the same thing whereby the government comes and realizes that Red Panther uko na shamba na hii shamba iko na mafuta. What do? They compensate you and then they move you elsewhere. And then after they exhaust these mineral, they can sell the land back to the people. And that is what has happened with the East Africa Portland cement land. But now the people are being told that this shamba that you have, the title deeds that you have are illegal. Na naona Mato amekuja hapa. Mato, labda wewe ndio utatuambia ni nini inaendelea huko Machakos. Because you can see Kalonzo is there, Sonko ametokea huko, umeona Wavinya Ndeti. These people know the history of that land. And Moses Kuria is fighting for Mabwenyenye. Unajua, I was trying to play reverse psychology na watu. There are people who want to grab that land. And that is why they want to evict these people. Not because they want to use that land for the construction of industries like he's saying, but they want to sell this land to Mabwenyenye. It is the state capture that you've been talking about every day here. They tell us freedom has come, but truly, this is the real state capture. Mato, we butu ambie ni nini inaendelea huko kwenu Mayakos?
Richie, let me start with my obvious jokes. And first of all, actually, I think I need to start with saying hi to the peoples of the everybody here on the here on the show, and people in the comment section. Nigel, I think this is the first time that we met in this show. I think I have never met you. Mama Mary, nice to see you. It's always good to see. Mungu ametubariki, bado we are here another day conversing. Red Panther, I think ameamua kukimbia huko nyuma. I hope he's listening to us. But Richie, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much for allowing me to actually address that story. Unajua, let me start with the funny person that I like to start with, just to make it nice. Richie, mkicheza na sisi hatutakuja hivi, tutakuja na nyuki. Like he was been at the time of at the time of elections na campaign period, tuliwaambia tutawatumia nyuki, ziko hapo hivyo, zinakimbia ziko hapo, tutawafikia. Now, after having been just laughing and making fun of everything, Richie, the problem with that land, and this is something where it goes back to the times that the thing that was called what was it? I think you will remind me. The one that was the land issues and everything, the land injustices. I think there was people went to a committee and made a land injustices.
It's called Truth and Justice.
And Reconciliation.
Reconciliation,
yes.
Yes.
TJRC.
Exactly. That's the word that's the one I was looking for. Yeah. Now, guys, we really sometimes, most of us, I think most of us are very young when we come here talking, but we don't understand and we don't go back and look at our history, where this whole thing came from. First of all, Richie, you have to realize that Nairobi, first of all, the reason is called the city under the sun and under the water, or something like that, under the water, something like that. It's because it was a Maasai land.
Nairobi is a Maasai land. Now, move, even JKIA, there has been questions, is it in Ukambani land? Because it is Machakos, JKIA, the airport. You're moving up that way, and one thing that actually that people have, I don't know this analogy, Richie, I think you know, because I brought it here one time, and then I left it. The reason that Ukambani came in so hard for one man called Raila Odinga and for Azimio la Umoja, people were saying is Kalonzo. And people that know me a lot here will say that I was against Kalonzo being brought in too early. What you people don't look at the demarcations of our country. Let me tell you, Nairobi, Kayole, Kamba, Roy, Kamba, Kamulu, Kamba. Let's move to the other side. Mlolongo, Kamba, Kibwezi, Kamba, Mtituandei, Kamba. Kamba hata ishagi by the time you get to Mariakani, that's the time you start leaving the Kamba entity kind of way. And that's the north coast, the north coast. Once you cross over the south coast, you will still find the Muhammad, people who can't even speak really good Swahili. They will tell you, Mimi naitwa Musyoka Muhammad. And, something like that. There was a joke that used to work like that. Kamba is way bigger than even the Kikuyu, the central thing that you hear. Wako hapo hivyo karibu. And that's the thing I was going with campaign time. I was telling you guys that the Kamba nation is big and it goes a long way. Now, why did I go through so much to come to that point of this land that we are talking about? The land of the Kamba moves from South Sea. It starts there. That was a Kamba land. I'll give you something that you will remember. There was supposed to be when Mutua, the same guy, mwenye ako hiyo side ingine, but when he was talking about Machakos City. And why are we doing Konza City? Why is Konza City still in that part of Ukambani? So when Mutua was saying that, Mutua had an idea because he had come from outside the country. He was, if Richard Makiadi, you can come in and you can build a house or a hotel, we'll give you the land. He never said, we will give you the land that it's yours. He said, that's a communal land, but we will lease you the land. You still have to pay. That's how it went down. Now, Machakos City never came up. Why? Because we had people like Mudhama who were so much that no, we are not going to give anyone a land from Ukambani for free. For them, they wanted money. They did not see the technology part of it, that we can actually lease this land. Because the Ukambani side has a lot of land that has never been, no one ashaingia huko. From Mlolongo, Athi River is Machakos, going that side. There's actually, if we went down to start looking at people when you're land huko illegally, even the southern bypass passes through Ukambani. That's the Ukambani. We had ranches. People used to have ranches because when Nairobi, the first capital city was supposed to be in Ukambani. The only thing that Ilikata is because of the hill of Moa Hills. So at that time, so many lands were not bought people did not have ownership. So where did the ownership go? It went to the county government, which was ile ya councillor. And that's what happens. And that is, and don't joke with Wavinya Ndeti. Wavinya Ndeti has the history of Ukambani. Wavinya Ndeti was the people that actually brought the first dispensaries in Kaviani. When Ukambani was just what wanasema semi-arid, hawanaga maji, hawanaga nini, those were the first people that actually came to save Ukambani and actually start this thing of Ukambani to be known. So that land of Ukambani has a problem that even when Uhuru himself came to launch Machakos City, the politics in Ukambani was so deep that Uhuru gave up and Machakos City never happened. Konza City, how many times have you guys tried to do Konza City? It's because that land is vast and is always been known as semi-arid. When you talk about maji, hakuna watu uchekwa sana wanaambiago hawana maji kama Wakamba. And that's when Kivutha Kibwana came in, guess what he did? Munatuambianga tunaletaga tu maembe. He came in with a mango processing factory, which is actually ilishtua watu wengi in the country, because that's called development. And we have to develop with what we have. So when you come in, someone like Moses Kuria, ulichomo huko na makapet zako, unakuja Ukambani, you're trying to tell people and your trade, you're not even land. Na hata Ukambani, you will not do it. It will not happen, my friend. It will never happen. You will not just take. And so Moses Kuria has to stick on his lane, because in Ukambani, if you guys think people did not have numbers, I'm going to tell you, the politics of Ukambani, and most of you, when I speak of people, somebody that was blind like Mulumutesia, you will wonder why he was so powerful. It's because Ukambani is not just Ukambani. There's Makueni Ukambani. We even speak 3 languages different. The Kitui guy will not speak the Kamba that I speak in Machakos. And the Machakos guy will not speak the Kamba that Mutula Kilonzo speaks in Makueni. The land of Ukambani, basically what it was, Richie, to educate you on it, most of the Kambas at the time, we got them in the name of settlements. Settlements was we were the first people to send the colonizers out of that area, and we started getting them by settlements. And the ones that people did not get by settlements, they left them to be a communal land. And that is what Wavinya is trying to tell you guys lightly, that this is not a place that you just come. The reason that you guys munapitaga SGR ilipita pale and he was paying people to do all that, all the way to Voi and Mariakani, is because that land, even though it's kind of free, it's very protected. There was a time we had a fight. There's a thing that as a kid, they used to say there was a fight between Maasais and Kambas in Emali. And they say Maasais used to throw their arrows straight, unagonga mtu, but Kambas would throw them uko juu, alafu zikianza kufikia Masai, wanasema hiyo ni ile ya jana, ya leo bado inakuja, tushatuma ya leo. That's why people don't mess with Kambas on that area. So that's a very touchy situation and can go south very bad, because it goes all the way to Namanga. And that's how we became friends. Maasais and Kambas, the history, became friends after the fight that they had in Emali. So hii kitu ya Moses Kuria anataka kwenda kuchukua vitu kutoka Central, watu wa kupigania land hivi. You don't play with Kamba's land. I mean, we failed 2 cities, Konza City and Machakos City. Why do you think? Is because of the politics of Ukambani. They are very tough and si kitu ya kukimbilia bwana. So Moses Kuria, we're not worried. Wacha afanye kitu nyafanya. Richie, I hope I've answered you. If you have any question about anything about Ukambani, just ask me. That's the only way you saw hata nani Ngilu when he came to Chakol. She shut it down. Na kila mtu aliachana naye. Hakuna lori jepita kutoka Kitui kupita Machakos o Makueni. The politics of Ukambani is so tough, and that's why you saw this year, this last elections, we brought Ukambani yote mzima. So hiyo politics ni noma Richi. Wacha tu ni nyamazi hapo, kama kuna mtu ako na questions na politics za Ukambani aniambie.
Haya, sawa Mato, ngoja sijamalizana na huyu jamaa anaitwa Moses Kuria. There's a video here that somebody sent me.
And what are the start? I believe my capability and my needs are crazy enough to ban uniforms.
Hiya, can I speak? No. I'm going to tell you all the way because you're speaking wrong. These people are working every day, every night to make sure they make the ends meet, to make sure they're volunteer in jobs and don't demoralize. We say we love what we do, but we want to do.
Please, I will do exactly that. I will ban uniforms.
Ban it. Then you see 180 jobs go further.
They will get something else to do. I will get something better to do.
Good for you and good for me.
Yeah.
And you set me free.
I will get something better to do.
You set us free from having responsibility.
1 million jobs to get 50,000.
To you, sir.
To get 50,000.
I will challenge you, Moses. No, it's not fair. You should know the problem on the ground before you speak. You can't talk about export when they're trying to make things work.
We will take this to the next level. We should really follow protocol so that we are able to understand.
We are friends and we should be allowed to speak.
Follow protocol.
It's okay, yes, I can handle that. I can handle good at I will not allow people just to manufacture what is easy. Create your own demand. Don't depend on government to create demand for you. Government is not your marketing manager. Start thinking.
No thinking. Start closing. Funga. Let the devil in. Funga. Close the door. Lock the doors. 180 go off. Certain farmers go home. Everybody go home. No, you have to understand the problem on the ground.
I think you have to have one. You have to know one.
So I don't know if most of you have seen that video, but that is Moses Kuria. I think he was in a forum with the business community, and he was trying to tell the business community that he's crazy enough. That is the word he used. Those are the words that he used. I'm crazy enough to ban the Mutumba business. And I think that lady was really, let me not say pissed off, but she did not stand that. And so she said, you cannot do that. You cannot make all these Kenyans that depend on Mutumba to suffer just because you want to, achieve your whatever. And so they are arguing. That back and forth is because they are arguing about why should we not ban Mutumba? So Moses Kuria anamwambia, you can suck me, mnaweza nifuta kama mnataka, but I'm crazy enough to ban Mutumba. that is our CS. Like I said,
Richie, can I say something real quick? I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
Richie, unajua hapo ndio tumefika people like Moses Kuria, and I'm sorry because I was talking about the Ukambani thing, so I didn't really address that the Moses Kuria thing really very well. I was just addressing it from a figure of the Ukambani, what you had asked me to address. You see the problem, the thing is that Richard, I've been here for a long time. Let me tell you, you see that lady, I give her kudos so much, because unless we start talking about things like that and actually countering them, because people like Moses Kuria are the people that, first of all, they don't even deserve where they've been put in. And these are the people that the Waheshimiwas that I always say that I will never call anyone Mheshimiwa but a public servant. The public servants that actually don't understand that at some point you have to be a public servant. This is somebody, a stakeholder, that is telling you that you're doing wrong. And is actually to a point where, and I love that lady, whoever she is, a pewembili on me, because that's what we need to do, to be open and actually hold our leaders accountable and stand up to our leaders, Richie. Richie, if you're my leader and you're doing something wrong, I need to do that. Kina Boniface Mwangi did that. And until they said, Kenyans, you're stupid. Why? Because when we have people who can stand up, si tunaenda tunafinywa makende huko, sorry, tunafinywa, and then nyinyi mumekaa tu, munaongelelea kutoka nyuma. That lady stood up. And that's what they need to know, so that they understand they are public servants, they serve the public. Richard, unless we have people who can stand out and look at you eye to eye and tell you what you're doing is wrong, then even you as a leader, you will never do anything that is right, because everything you say is what people, ukisema songesha ile gari pale watu wanasongesha. How about you have somebody that is telling you, no, your gari ifai kwenda hapo? That lady, whoever she is, I was so proud, and I'm so I'm thanking you so much for playing that video, because that is what Kenyans need to do to hold your people accountable. Richie, however it goes, we can talk every day of our lives, but unless you can face that leader in his eyes and tell them, no, ukitaka funga, hatutafanya, then we're not going anywhere. We'll keep on talking, and they will always take advantage of us, knowing that we just talk. Watu wanaongeaga tu, hiyo wakiongea hiyo tutanyamazia, watu wa media msiseme hii, weka chini kidogo, alafu ikishapoa tutafanya nini. That's what they do. That's what the politicians do. And that's what we need to stop. We need to start standing up and holding our leaders accountable. And unless we do that, Richard, tutashinda ngapi? Tutashinda hapa mwaka mzima kwa hii channel, na tutaleta channel ingine, and we will never go anywhere unless we can stand up and say, listen, we pay you taxes and we're going to counter you. Right here, right now, right. Tuangaliane kwa macho. Sita kuongelelea ukiwa mbali, tukae chini hivi tuangaliane. Unanifanyia kitu mbaya, unafanya kitu mbaya. Let's have a conversation about that. Because wengine, most of them, that's why you have leaders like Kinasudi. People who will never have a conversation with you directly, but they will go on YouTube, Kimaningujiri, and talk matope, but you can never find them mali wanaangaliana na mtu in parliament. You know, it's dumb. Aya, tuendelee. Pole Richie for listening.
Safi. Red Panther, sijui kama uko tayari.
Sasa niko sawa, nilikuwa nasikiza hiyo hadithi ya Ukambani. Unajua, there seems to be a systematic intention by the Kenya Kwanza government to punish the Kambas. Sijui kwa sababu walipiga kura sana kwa Azimio. Because if you look at the Inspector General, hakuna kitu mbaya alifanya. He's being punished, and it is very wrong to punish such kind of a leader, because his term had not yet come to the end, but we know that he was forced to resign and say it's on medical ground. Kwani aligonjeka wakati serikali ingine imeingia. So Kamba should stand up, msikubali, you're part and parcel of this country. And I want to say that even that land of Portland cement is Kamba land. What came first, Kambas or Portland? Hiyo ndio tunataka kuargue. The other thing is, this guy called Moses Kuria and even a bunch of all these CSs, they lack the demeanor, they lack the command. They look so average. They are so mediocre. They speak. I mean, nobody is really. I compare them with Matiangi, for example. I compare them with Masharia. I mean, this is what it's going down to be one of the most undesired cabinet in the history of Kenya. They look funny. They don't look like they can make sense. You could look at how Kuria even is standing, even when he's speaking to people. He's standing as a person who has some bitterness. Yeah, he's speaking as if he's about to abuse people, and that is what he's actually doing. When you look at someone else like Mithikari Ntuli, he looks like he does not sleep. He's like he's been taking mogoka the whole night. You know, we are in a country that we cannot even explain. Even Moi time was good. I think Moi had very good cabinet ministers, sensible like Professor George Saitoti. Yeah, but now we are looking at people who are abusing Kenyans, telling them that town in Mawe, hawezi kumove. What kind of ministers are these? And therefore, we are really, as the people of Kenya, wondering which direction is Kenya going. We don't know. We are in a roller coaster kind of a government where we do not know the policies. You can see that today they approved. Today they approved in the cabinet after spending. In fact, what really before I speak about what they approved, what really amazes me is how the audacity that they can even pray in that cabinet meeting, pray, show us in the social media that they were praying for the meeting, and these are the same people who are throwing away cases. They are the same people who have been accused of murder. Some of them have been accused of rape, and yet they stand and pray. What a dishonest cabinet! How did we reach here? Who bewitched this country? Until today, they approved sijui another research center of fish in Kisumu. I mean, they have completely changed their manifesto even before halfway. That today they are talking about sijui fish research center. They are talking about smartphones. And I don't know why the president doesn't know there are smartphones of 7,000 and 5,000 in Kenya right now, even before he brings those ones that he has promised in eight months. We don't know what is the magic with those phones. And why didn't he even engage companies like Safaricom and Telcom to produce those phones? He's going to an international company that we don't know who owns it. So many things are confusing in this government. And to a point, somebody was telling us today I think now if you buy that smartphone of 5,000, then you can download unga of 90 bob, mafuta 70 bob inside there, because it seems they have drastically changed their manifesto. The other manifesto they have changed is the priority. We are going to be spending about 7 billion shillings or 4-point-something billion shillings in 6 months, taking our soldiers to a war that we don't know who is on the right and who is on the wrong. But I'm told that the interest of taking armies there, it is so that they can use those army trucks to carry maize. Some people have big trucks of land there that they want to transport maize back to Kenya and minerals. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, and it is very, 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 very sad. And that is why we are saying, Kenya, let us give them at least 1 year. But if 1 year is not, there's nothing that's going to be happening with this government. Kenyans should now stamp their authority and say enough is enough. See, enough is enough here, because what I've come to realize with Kenya Kwanza and this government is that whatever they accuse others of doing is actually what they do. If it is state capture, they talk about state capture, but actually they are the people capturing the state. These are the people giving the judiciary monies. Judiciary is singing their song, because the funny thing about working in government, and people who have worked in government know this. Someone like chairman of IBC and even the chief justice of the Supreme Court, hata akichukua loan kubwa sana na sako yao ya nini, sako ya IBC ama ya Supreme, the much he can get until his contract is over, it's maybe 20 million. But now, here there is someone who is giving them 100 million, 200 million shillings. And that is why they are smiling all the way to the bank and selling this country to the highest bidder. And we have to speak this because this is a reality. Because people are being taken to Dubai and many other countries to be given the hongos, because there is no EACC or DPP that is going to follow you in the Dubai. And when it comes to money, so we are in big problems, because these people, whatever we see on the TV is not exactly who they are. They might pray in public, but still in private, rape in private, kill in private. And that is that is what people Kenyans should know, that we are being cheated here with a lot of kutendeleza and Thanksgiving services and very good lip service. And I said, whatever they accuse others of, that is what exactly they are. If they are saying about extrajudicial killings, these are people in those things. They know them. If they are talking about land grabbing, they are the people who have been grabbing land. So, Richie, we have reached a point we are hopeless. That is why even today, I think Jalango was saying 30 million Kenyans have already applied for a green card. That remains with, according to the statistics, about 12 million now. Those are the only people who want to be in Kenya. Over 30% want to get out of this country. So it's sad. It's sad, people. It's sad. Thank you, Bwana Makeri.
Thank you, Mr. K. Let me, before nikaribishe Stone hapa, Stone, there's something here that happened today that we can listen to you as you make your remarks. There's a short video here that I want to play, and then yeah, that one.
Where members have threatened a go-slow in Parliament over the Constituency Development Fund standoff between the legislature, the executive and the judiciary. The lawmakers who've already debated a new law to change the constitution to increase their allocation have made demands that the executive disburse the fund before they go on recess. Stephen Latour now reports.
The CDF standoff boiled over in the National Assembly Thursday afternoon ahead of the long recess scheduled in a month's time. Members were united across the aisle as they dared Treasury CS Njuguna Ndung'u to delay the disbursement of the CDF, threatening to cripple business in Parliament.
And may I also dare say, Mr. Speaker, and this is not into threat, that failure to do that, I will be moving members of the House to refrain from any talk of recess, firstly, and secondly, to refrain from any engagement on any business. Until and unless CDF, NGCDF funds are disbursed, there is nobody in the executive who should imagine that you are doing any member of Parliament any favor by disbursing CDF. CDF funds are funds that are going directly to the people.
The Supreme Court declared CDF unconstitutional in August this year, throwing National Assembly members in the 13th Parliament under the bus. Now the lawmakers are on a catch-22 situation.
Our people are waiting for us not to go on recess. They are waiting for us to go home to process their bursaries for term 1 school fees in January. If this House adjourns for recess without a clear indication as to when disbursements of NGCDF will be made, we stand the risk of staying all the way up to the last quarter of this financial year without any single amount of money being disbursed. And yet, as we speak, nobody has told us why no money is being disbursed.
Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah called on MPs who had not tabled names of fund managers to do so as soon as they can.
And in any case, Honorable Speaker, NGCDF is not disbursed to the committee. It is disbursed to the fund manager. The fund manager is an employee of the board, which is an extension of the National Treasury. So there is absolutely no reason why the National Treasury should not be disbursing our CDF.
Speaker Moses Wetangula, in a spirited attempt to settle the dust, at least for now, directed the Majority Leader and chairs of Finance and Budget Committees to walk to Treasury and seek audience with Treasury Cabinet Secretary.
Majority Leader, I'll give you an opportunity, perhaps together and Finance, to engage the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, and I'll give you an opportunity on Tuesday afternoon to make a formal statement out of that engagement so that you can be able to guide the House accordingly.
Following the annulment by the Apex Court, MPs through Matungulu MP Stephen Mule have now a new draft bill in motion to amend the Constitution to anchor CDF in law. MPs want a modern-look CDF that has an increased allocation of 5% from the previous 2.5%. The current national government share is 1.76 trillion shillings, and MPs in their proposal want 88 billion shillings of the money. In the CDF share formula that factors funding of the CDF board, the 290 constituencies will end up sharing about 66 billion shillings, which each constituency will have at least 227.5 million shillings minimum. To forge a united front, the new proposed changes introduce the Senate Oversight Fund, that is 0.001% of county shareable revenue. The money will be allocated from the national government kitty. If the Senate Oversight Fund is actualized, each senator will have 3.7 million shillings every year to oversight their respective counties. Time already running out for this financial year, MPs have now vowed to push for the constitutional amendments to ensure that the CDF is anchored in law and ensure that the allocation is increased upwards.
Haya, Stone PK.
Stone nipatie dakika moja yako. Thank you. Richard, and people listening to this thing, That's the, hiyo ndo kasumbua tuko nayo kwa hii country. Hiyo kitu Richie amecheza hapo hivyo. First of all, MP should never have any money to do anything. The constitution is very straight. If you read the constitution and you look at it, the MP anafaa ku make laws. CDF, and the reason one man is called Raila Odinga and the people that were behind him and the people were behind him, with him, they brought the, what we call the ile ugatuzi, was to do that. That's the job of ugatuzi, the governors and everything. MPs, they are lawmakers. That is what the constitution says. Stone, if you want, thank you for contributing that 1 minute for me. But niambie ukweli, which MP anafaa kuwa na pesa ya sijui kwenda kufanya nini maendeleo na nini and all that? Is that their job? Or is their job supposed to be law making or twitching and doing whatever the law has to be? Stone, please, I want you to tell me if CDF is real constitutional and if they really did have to fight for it, because that's, for me, I believe that's where Pondo inaanziaga. That's where people go for MP, because of the CDF, because they get a cap, money yenye inatoka kwa gava, and they have to do it. And then hence comes the mheshimiwa and not the public servant.
Sawa Mato. Stone PK, take it.
Thank you, bro. Richie, Mato, Nigel Black, Mary Wainaina. And there's a gentleman, Red Panther Amanda. He was talking so well. Things are really, I don't want to use the same phrase, that things are bad. I think things are elephant. That's what we used to say in town. Things are elephant. And also when I hear Kenyans asking which way to go, the way is obvious. The way is obvious. Kenyans wanauliza tunaenda wapi na njia already iko. When somebody has pushed you mpaka kwa cliff, once you are pushed up to the cliff, na the enemy anakuzuia usigeuke, what does the enemy want you to do? It has to drop. And which way? Once you drop off the cliff, you're finished. You're dead. And what I mean is, we've seen countries being pushed the way Kenya is. And the formula is the same, ndugu zangu. There is nothing unique that is happening with Kenya. It is typical of most African countries and some of the Asian countries. Okay? It is typical. Corruption goes haywire because once corruption supersedes everything, supersedes God even, people stop believing in faith. People become, devil commandants. Watu wanaanza kila kitu mtu akiongea anaongea shetani, lakini anakudanganya anaongea mambo ya Mungu. When everyone starts thinking money evil, then a country is gone. The day Kenya tulianza, wizi yetu ilipofika, wizi ilikuwa ni B. Tuli move from M. We moved away from M. It is in this world, Kenya keeps records of everything. Inasetigi marekodi ya mbio, tulikuwa na set record tumeseti ya bangi, tumeseti record ya M-Pesa, we now have tumeseti record ya kwamba you can decide man solo when you utakuwa president. We had thought at the US ndio walijaribu na Trump, okay? But I think Trump na nani, they are guys of the same mother but different fathers. Mmoja sijui alikuwa white, mwingine akakuwa mweusi. Mmoja akakuwa Sugoi na Trump sijui kwao ni wapi. Because we have set a record. We have overthrown the will of the people. Kenya now, you can't elect anybody. We didn't care about Uganda the way they are running there, whatever, because we've seen that's how they've been doing it. How ilikuwa tu system, from those days of Bote, Amin and all that. So that watu walikuja wakazoea ndio uniform Uganda. That is how they are made. In fact, when I was working there, people used to say, I don't know whether anybody understands Uganda here. They were saying, Muganda hawezi kumuongoza bila kiboko, wanaita chiboko. Chiboko pande hii na bunduki hapa nyuma. Okay? Kwanza unamtandika chiboko, akikataa kusikia ndio unamtolea bunduki. I mean, that is what some of those citizens say. And that's why they believe in that kind of whatever. Hata ukisikia watu wana complain, those are a few people akina Bobby Wine and all that who have no clue of what to do. All right? So that suit we know fits Uganda. DRC the same. We know they cannot make it. They can never have peace. They can't not have peace at all. Because what is nini natawala? Greed, corruption. Okay? Mtu anataka hiyo madini. Sasa ukipewa madini ya DRC Congo ukiwa peke yako, what will you do? Hata ukiwachia hiyo DRC peke yako, where will you go? That greed, which has now encompassed every other leader of KK in Kenya. And this is where we were crying when we were talking that, please, we were crying, please. If you make a mistake of having Ruto as a president, then we are doomed. Okay? I still don't blame Kenyans because I don't think Kenyans voted for Ruto. Yeah. So I blame Kenyans for not reacting to stop Ruto from forcing himself. The day he pronounced himself as leader, Kenyans should have walked into the streets. We should have ignored Baba. We should have ignored Jeshi. We should have ignored everybody because right now we are crying. Wanajeshi wanakula, they are just being fattened in their camps. Wanajeshi wa Kenya, they are so fat. They are healthy. Wanajeshi wa Kenya wanaendesha ma V8. So even them, I mean, you cannot trust them at all. For them, they want peace, they want money.
Stone, let me interrupt you just kidogo.
Yes, Nigel.
You see, the same way you've said, Kenyans should not be blamed for Ruto being president. That's true, but just realize that it is the same for all the other countries, all the other African countries. Dictators are imposed on them. So whoever is imposing these dictators on Africans is whoever is the person we should question. You know what I'm saying? So it's true. Kenyans did not vote for Ruto. Same way Museveni imposed himself in Uganda. Same way those people in DRC, they always experience war throughout their existence because somebody is imposed on them, you know? So I just wanted to correct that because I feel like there is a lot of misconception when it comes to how Africans in general experience hardship through their governments that are not responsive to their needs. No. So, and it's because somebody is imposing dictators on Africans. That point is kind of out of a lot of people don't understand it, especially people in Kenya, because they usually think that if this tribe connects with this tribe and select this leader, then we're going to win the presidency. But that is not how it ever works, because at the end of the day, leaders in Africa are chosen by somebody other than the citizens of that country. And what you're saying, that Kenyans should have reacted to Ruto declaring himself president, that's correct too. So I will just leave it at that. Mato, you can proceed, or Stone PK. Thanks.
Mato, you want me to cede a minute to you, okay? Through the chair, through Richie.
No, I would want you first of all to, I think, to finish your submission.
Yeah,
I'm sure you can lose your point if you get that delay.
Yeah.
So endelea.
Thank you. Yeah, Mato atafanya ni kweli derail. Thank you, Nigel, for that. I was actually moving to when I first of all began by kind of apportioning the blame and slowness in reacting. I was going now to talk about which is this power, or who is this God, like a God somewhere that Ruto acted so confidently in broad daylight. There must be kuna kitu, na ako kakitu is what now Kenyans should say no to. I mean, we can say no to whichever country that is playing these games, and we know. Okay, Kenyans can decide, to tokelezea. Akina Sri Lanka wametokelezea na everybody else. We can decide to say no. Kagame has said no. I don't know why people don't like emulating Kagame. I only hear people saying, kwanza wa Afrika tu wanasema Kagame ni dictator. Some Kenyans saying Kagame is a dictator. As a Kenyan, how do you know Kagame is a dictator? And some of you Kenyans have not even gone to Kigali. Hata hawajapita border hapo kwenda kufika Busia, thinking of how to cross Uganda and waingie Rwanda. And then we are seated there, tukikula mandazi hii sasa imekuwa expensive hata inunuliki, then tunasema Kagame ni dictator. Kagame is a dictator. Is accused as a dictator by the crocodile and the thugs that wanted to kill and finish Rwanda. The political mnawaita mabwenyenye, because they were stopped from eating, and then they ran into those other countries because they were in partnership with what now Niger you are talking about. They were the agents of those foreigners. IMF is one of them. IMF can never help you at all. They like there is no bank that helps anybody. Hakuna bank inasaidianga mtu. The bank wants you to help them make money. They lie to you that they're helping you grow. You don't grow. You become a slave to the bank permanently. All right. So like, that brings me to whereby when we talk of these big loans, the research projects and all that, that is Moi style. That is the African corrupt people style. That is the formula of how getting money to eat. You go for mega projects so that you get mega, what we call it, mega cards. It is so simple. It's a nursery school kid formula. Yeah, you go for mega so that you get mega keki, yeah, wheezy. SGR, you go into billions so that when whatever you cut, hiyo kitu kidogo, in some countries they call it cold water. You have big. You can't go for $1 million, 1 million project, because your 10% or your 50% or whatever you want to steal will be small. So that's why we are there. And it is the same thing that Ruto is following. It's the same book. Okay? Start these mega projects all over the country. Oh, research centers. Oh, you start whatever. What do we call them? What do we call these things? Exporting soldiers. Exporting soldiers for peacekeeping. That is one way of corruption. African countries earn a lot of money. Money is paid per soldier, per equipment. Every equipment, hata hiyo bunduki hiyo soldier anabeba. In the region, I'm sure you can attest to that. There is a lot of money that is paid per soldier, and I know the figure, but I don't want to reveal that. Nobody tells anybody to account for that money. That is the money that the government of today is looking for. Ndio waweze kukula. Watu watakamuliwa left, right, and center. Okay? So basically, nikimalizia, I'll come later. When we talk of these things like Gachagua, they are being released, Sasa they are clean, all the cases are being withdrawn. I think Kenyans, we should stop talking about it, because we knew that is what was going to happen. Okay? And all of a sudden, mtu ni mwizi leo, then the chorus now is that, in fact, even that judge, he can't feel ashamed. ati akisema the way ati evidence was not gathered enough and all this kind of really. Kwani watu Richi, kwani watu wameona Wakenya tumekuwa nini? Wallahi billahi. Yaani tumekuwa wajinga kiasi. Yaani ile tunadanganywa tu mchana. I think the only answer we have, my granny alikuwa ananiambia, when a fool is playing with you, hauwezi kumkaisha chini umueleze. Alikuwa anasema unachukua rungu unampiga. Yaani mjinga haelevushwagi, ni kutandika mtu utandika. And that's why you realize the old-fashioned people, they are sorting issues na ngumi. Jufala, kama mtu ni fala, hata ukijaribu kumletea theory za Karl Marx, sijui na nini. Ati Bible inasema usiibe. A fool is a fool. You can only, discipline a fool by hitting a fool very hard. Mwizi na yeye pia uwezi kumwambia unajua usiibe mali ya Richi, usiibe mali ya mtu. Mwizi ni either kushika, uchome, ama ushike ufunge. Ndio hata iba, but not at so and so. There is a thief I grew, see, from when I was a child in the village, hapo mtaani, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, mtu anagurua anamea ndevu, anatoa mbue, bado ni mwizi. Juu watu wa mtaani wanasema ati hapana, ataja change tu. Watu wa kanisa wanasema aombewe. Unaombeanga mwizi namna gani? So Wakenya tusiulizane at which way. I'm happy revolution is cooking. I'm happy the 1 million march. Leo nimepata briefing, hata nimeona it's building up vizuri kabisa. All right. My prayer is that momentum should not be stopped, should not be interfered with in terms of foreigners at interfering, foreign countries selling, nani go talk to the people, because I hear that is what they want. Because you see, if there is turmoil in Kenya, it will be XY. Even if there is turmoil in Kenya, dunia haitasimama. Even if there is war in Kenya, Ruto akitolewa, the world will continue. We are continuing to breathe, and Congo, they are fighting. Everywhere, Somalia, there is no peace. And people, the foreigners and the international community are earning their fertile salaries and all that, claiming to be taking aid there. So Kenyans, kama sisi ni wajinga, we can do a bloodless coup like what used to happen in wherever. We can chase this guy back to Goi very peacefully. Very peacefully. We do 2 million people, we will close State House na tuifunge kabisa. Hapo tunaweza kaa hata 10 years without anybody at the State House. We design our own way. We can decide to have each county wajisimamie wenyewe as we try to build the nation. Let me pause there. I'll come back later. Thank you, Richie.
Yes, sawa. Naona mikono imeinuliwa. Mato nikupatie dakika moja alafu tuende kwa the next person.
Okay, sijui kwa nini ameenda. I wanted to tell huyo jamaa can't remember the name, but na pia hata my brother Stone PK, there is hakuna western country ishaikuja ikafanya country iamue venye inataka kuamua. Why am I saying that? Unajua, since colonialism tumekuwa tukitegemea kila kitu. We want to relay on, we want to say that it's another country that came and did anything. Ni sisi wenyewe tunajimalizaga. When we wanted to get independence, it was us. So let's not blame. Can we get to a point where we become tujielewe si wenyewe and we take responsibility? The country ni yetu. When you start saying that at a western country likuja ikafanya, what were you doing then? Hakuna mtu anaweza kuja kwa nyumba yangu akuja kuniambia this is how you have to leave your house. So does that mean that ile kitu yote tumekuwa the reason we are called third world countries? Does that mean that is real, that we can never make decisions for ourselves and we cannot stop it when it's just not being made? I will never go to Richard's house or Julia's house kwenda kuambia mtu, and then I start saying, oh, unajua kwa nini mtoto wangu hakwenda shule? Ni kwa sababu ule mtu ile nyumba ingine alikuja akakuja akafanya hivi. So who's that person? Why are we even talking about, other countries and Western countries meddling in our own issues? When are we going to be and get out of the third world country? We had a chance. At least we had barabara zinapanda juu, zile za matope zenye mnakwamanga zilikuwa zinafanyika saizi. Zile unajua za kitambo ulikuwa unapita huko mnakwamba huko kwa matope kukinyesha. Now we had overpasses and everything. Now, I mean, I don't think we could do the subway at the time that the president that was there. Lakini alituachia overpass. Kibaki alituachia Thika highway. Huyu ametuachia mabarabara zinapita juu na nini. Where you can run away and run away from the ile inaitwa nini? From the normal traffic jam. That was a moving towards the first world country. But we've been sitting here complaining, crying, babies, crying, talking about blaming our problems, and we're still doing it to Western countries. What did the Western countries do? Who did they come to you and tell you? That the problem is, let's just say, as Africa, not just Kenya, as Africa, and Kenya in particular, because I'm a Kenyan and we're talking Kenyan matters. There comes a time that you actually decide yourself, even in your own houses, you decide where your couch is going to sit, which side is going to sit. And even your neighbor comes and tells you that they think he needs to sit looking east, you tell them, no, I think he would look better looking west. It's time for us as Africa and as Kenya to stop blaming the East and the West and whatever it is, and blame ourselves for what we are doing. And what we are doing, because all the power is in us, the 190. If you want to be ruled by the mafias and keep on complaining, come in here 24/7 saying something, or is this one's fault, is whatever, we will do the same thing. We will keep on there and we will have it for the rest of what we want to do. Now, guys, we do have a constitution. And the problem is most of us don't even read the constitution. Some of us don't know what is in the constitution, including myself. It's just the other day after this, everything happened, that I started really going deep into the constitution to start seeing what clause works with what other clause. Because one clause, you might read one clause, think it works this way, but then you realize that that is supposed to be read with something else. And that was through Otiende Amolo, one of my biggest people that my icon. But when it comes to constitution matters, Kenyans, we are killing ourselves. We have the chance right there to be the hub of what we are trying to do, East African community. But then again, we have so much ile kitu tuliambiwa ujinga that we're not really. There's a saying that says, if you want to hide anything from a Kenyan, put it on writing and hide it. We're not doing that. We're not reading. We talk about constitution, but we don't know. We're here blaming Wazungus. What Wazungus? Are they the military of us? Are they? Who are they? What if we do the right thing and just say, Wazungus, you do whatever you do. Go to Russia, go to Ukraine, go do whatever you want to do, but we will stick by what we are. Guys, tuacheni blame game. The people who need to be blamed is Martin, Ndeto, myself, everyone in this forum right now, the people in the comment section. We are the ones to be blamed, because Our kids know us. They don't know the US. They don't know anything. They don't know whatever it is. Ni sisi wenyewe. We have to take that mantle. That is our country. We cannot keep on here complaining and not doing anything. And there comes the guy. Wachana na vitu za US. Wewe ni Mkenya. What are you doing? That's the guy I was actually going for. And thank you for coming back, brother. I'm telling you, hii kitu yote ni yetu sisi wenye tuko hapa, the smart, that hata tulikuwa smart enough to be in this forum and everything. Ni sisi we start doing and telling off leadership like people kina Moses Kuria, wenye wanaenda kuchokoza Wakamba huko, o mwenye ataenda kuchokoza Wakikuyu, na Wakikuyu wakitaka wakuje Ukambani. It's us. Sisi wenyewe ndio, we are the worst enemies of ourselves. So don't talk about US. Wachana na US wafanye vitu zao. Wakitaka kuweka Trump next year, waeke. Kina nani wakitaka kuweka whoever they want to do, let them be. But us, as we speak here, let's take responsibility and be Kenyans. Thank you.
Can I say one or two things? Your story.
Hold on, Nigel. Hold on. I know Mary wanted to say something. Julia has been here for a while, so let me move on the wheel to Mary, and then Julia, you can make your submission. Nigel, nitakuja kwako just in a minute.
Asante Makiadi. Nasalimia Julia, ameingia sahi. Nataka kusema kitu moja about Moses. Moses, I can only compare him with if you watched this movie, and I believe maybe you have done it, Sarafina from South Africa. Kulikuwa na huyu jamaa mweusi alikuwa kwa upande wa wazungu, na hawa weusi alikuwa ni kama anawauza kwa wao wazungu. Yani ni mtu ambaye angekimbiza mweusi wao, hata aite umbwa, these big dogs, German Shepherd, awashikisha wa Afrika wakuliwe na umbwa, na akipata mmoja anampiga mateke mbaya sana. Anaambiwa na mzungu, endelea. Anasema yes sir, anaendelea na kumpiga mateke. So Moses, he has no boundary, na tena hii mambo yote anafanya, anataka kufurahisha mkubwa wake, which is very sad, kwa sababu sijui kama atarudi kwa wananchi tena kuambia wampatie kura, ama itakuwa namna gani, ama amefika mwisho. So the other point is that kuna mama moja alikuwa anapeana speech to UN, and she was very bitter about Africa. She was talking about France. They have an airstrip somewhere in West Africa. I can't remember the country. They have airstrip where they land, they take mines and take to France. Hiyo nchi imekuwa bure kabisa. Imesakanywa na France, ikamaliziwa madini yote. So now this lady was talking and asking, don't we have a leader in that country? Don't we have leaders who can see what is going on in that country? Remember the other day what Trump called Africa. Africa was called SHIT. I won't say it. Why? Trump alisema ukweli, nilikuwa nimeudhika sana. I was very angry and I felt awful about that word, the name he called Africa. But now I have come to realize he had a point, because he has seen Africa, unless they are guided, they cannot guide themselves. What I have seen in Africa, it's a lot of bad things happening. And those leaders, they are not ashamed of their deeds, of their behavior. And they know each other, and they know where they go wrong, but they don't care. And that's the same thing is happening in Kenya right now. we have got somebody who is there. Though we should blame ourselves because it couldn't have gone that far, we would have stopped it. But it's like people were at a standstill. They didn't know what happened. So they just found themselves in that lineup. And they thought maybe this guy, the way he was talking, he might do better. That is why we are in this situation. Otherwise, I know Kenyans, the way they are acting now, many of them never voted for this guy. And so that is why they are feeling, no, we can't go this way. But maybe in their mind, they had thought the guy, the way he was talking, he might do better, or he might do what he promised. Because those promises, they look genuine. He looked like somebody who is going to do those things. But he has changed. It is an opposite of the person we knew when he was talking. And I can't believe he can promise us all that, those good things that he was talking about, and now turns back and try to do the opposite. It's very ugly, and he doesn't deserve to be on that chair. Thank you, guys.
Asante Mary. Nigel, I think you need to say something. Go ahead and say. I'll speak after you.
Yeah, so the reason why I was introducing this issue of a third party invading into the affairs of Kenya is just so that people can understand. Especially if you listen to like political discourse in Kenya, they never ever talk as if Kenya is a country in a community of nations. They usually talk as if Kenya is in a vacuum, like Kenya is just operating on its own, like everything that's happening within Kenya is just due to the political alignments and this person's views versus the other person's views, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, there is external interference. And until Kenyans are aware of the external interference, if we never talk about it, nobody will ever think about it or even look at it. So like when you see UDA winning without people actually, if you see UDA winning, someone's calling, let me just disconnect this. If you see UDA winning without them being elected by the people, and then someone comes back and tell you, hey, there was external interference, every Kenyan should actually stop and look into it, But it's always easier for people like Mato to say, hey, you forget about America and forget about Britain or France and just focus on Kenya. These are extremely powerful countries. Like even if you look at the GDP of a country like France, is almost bigger than the entire GDP of Africa. So when they decide to come and interfere in the affairs of a country like Kenya, their influence is extremely huge and very important. So you cannot just dismiss it and say that, oh, Kenyans need to just focus on each other. We are our own enemies, blah, blah, blah. It's true there's corrupt Kenyans, and it's true a lot of people are like traitors to the country because they don't care about what happens to mwananchi wa kawaida, and all they care about is their stomach. All those kinds of people are everywhere in the world. If you come here in the US, they're there. If you go to Japan, they're those kind of people. All human beings are the same. But when someone tells you that there's external interference into your affairs, that is something extremely important, and you have to take a minute and look into it. And especially if these countries that people are talking about are as powerful and are as important as the United States of America or United Kingdom or France. You've never thought, even like imagined, why is it that a country like Kenya doesn't have a military base or even a police post in the UK? But it's absolutely normal for the people in the UK, for the government of UK, to maintain a military outpost in Kenya for decades. When those people come into Kenya with their weapons and everything, nobody knows what they bring. You know what I'm saying? They rape women in Kenya. They do all sorts of things. Kenyans, but if you say anything about that, people will tell you, oh, no. Forget about that. Let's just focus on Kenyans. Man, all these things are interconnected. There's a reason why most, if not all, African countries are third world countries, and nothing ever seems to go well in those countries, while in the first world countries, everything seems to be okay. It's not because people in America are angels or they've figured out everything. It's only that one of the most important things, which is external interference of their affairs, is not part of the equation for them. Nobody is here in maybe even like the UK interfering in their elections. I know you guys are might start saying about the Russian thing, but that was just a hoax by Democrats because they lost an election. However, the external interference of countries like the United States, United Kingdom, France, and all these other people in Africa is probably half of the problem. The other half is the corruption and bad governance and all this nonsense that goes on in Africa or Kenya, for instance, So if we just ignore the very important part that is external interference and you just focus on, hey, Gachagua, everybody knows Gachagua is a corrupt dude, but how come he's in power? Ruto used to be called Arap Mashamba or something like that. How comes he's the president right now? Is it that everybody in Kenya is sleeping? Because
but bro, you're answering yourself right there. You're answering yourself. Those are the questions that I'm saying.
Those are rhetorical questions I'm actually asking. I'm asking a rhetorical question. How come they're in power? They're in power because of something more than Kenyans taking charge of things, because Kenyans took charge by going to vote. But because their voices don't matter, the people they did not vote for are in power. So how come that happened? If somebody tells you it's because of another external power, that's a very important thing that people must look into. That's what I meant. Let me mute my mic real quick.
Makiadi, you want me to speak now?
If you're ready, you can go for it.
Okay. I came to see. I watched something you played about Moses Kuria, your clip in ulicheza, and I thought that it's a wake up time for the Kenya Kwanza government. You saw that woman was addressing Moses Kuria face to face. Let him do his worst. And I think Kenya Kwanza government did not expect this. Makiadi, I don't understand where these people are living. I mean, did they try to imagine their wildest dreams that we were going to dance to the tune when the way people did in the days of Moi? Well, I don't know. PK, I need someone to help me understand these people. Because when Moses Kuria began that talk, he thought he was going to get away with it. Then we saw Wavinya Ndeti, confronting him. Na akamwambia asimlete. So then I'm seeing that clip you played. I was so pleased with that, Makiadi. And I think it's a wake-up call for the Kenya Kwanza government, but I don't think they're going to wake up from it. They think they're in their own world. So what I need to say that this thing of squatters, okay, I don't agree with people invading private property, but I think that there's more that meets the eye about that squatter thing with Moses Kuria. And if they don't address such issues carefully, we are going to see what PK is talking about, the 1 million march. And really, PK, I'm on that 1 million march. Is it 2 million or how many millions? Even we can go 3. I'm thinking that we should prepare our people and ask them, wapeleke watoto nyumbani. We prepare them. Biashara zinafungwa. The country is coming to a halt. At least we're going to do that until we see a change. So because these people, now you see Gachagua is off the hook, the 7.3 billion Graft case. Now the dangers of the judiciary getting in bed with the executive. Actually, by Mother Kome upholding the 2022 elections, she simply upheld impunity. So I was asking people the other day, so what next? When they were PK, we can't go to court. So what next? What do people do? You people, I keep saying in 1990, Kenneth Matiba asked a question that if people are chased from Kanu, where do they go? That is what he asked. And he said,
Julia.
Yes, Matu.
Paul, I support you in everything that you say, but unajua kuna ukiongea pia nataka unisaidia hapa hivi, because kuna constitution inasema land yako ili kuko hivyo Kegoya. I'm just saying example, nikakaa hivyo for 12 years, the constitution inasema hauwezi nitoa kwa
Your mic is very bad.
I don't know, Matu, about that. I don't know that.
Matu, there's something wrong with your audio. So
something wrong with your audio, Matu, but I don't know what to say.
Okay, can you hear me now better? It's very important. Okay, can you hear me now?
There's still echo with your microphone. So what
okay, Rishi, can you send me privately? Then let me.
No, it's okay. I can drop the link. It's okay. Go ahead, Julia.
Okay, I really don't know. I don't want to interpret that law because I still also believe in the school of thought. We cannot be in a banana republic where people just invade private property. But still, there are ways to address these scorers. Nobody wants to be a scorer. That's what I said last night. Nobody enjoys being a scorer. So I think there must be a better way to address that. So I'm looking at a government that is bound to fail. Now, first Matiba asked in 1990. Now, if I am chased from Kanu, where do I go? And he said this, nimefukuzwa Kanu. And he said, from today henceforth, this minute, I declare Kenya to be a multi-party state. So if judiciary cannot listen to us and we don't trust the judiciary, because judiciary is the last place that we need to go. So what next should we do? Makeri uko on. So I see where we are heading to. Now, I saw something. So after watching that lady confronting Kuria, I was very pleased with that. And I think that is where we are going. Now, Kenya, I love that. I love that lady. I think that is where we are. Had to taki ujinga. I'm like, Wavinya Ndeti. Had to taki ujinga tena. So, Makedi, allow me to play Kai Kickers. I saw something about his addressing the police. I mean, the issue of the police. You people, have you been seeing this circulation on the media that there is a lot of insecurity in Nairobi? You people, you need to talk to your people in Nairobi. People are being mugged and killed and hurt in Nairobi on the street in broad daylight. Now, those things used to happen a long time ago when I was growing up. And then when Kibaki came in, and I think I was already working, the mugging disappeared and you'd feel safe walking in Nairobi with your phone and your handbag. And for a long time, we have been feeling safe walking on those streets. Now, the story is back. The question is, what has happened? The police feel intimidated. You know, if you're working in the Kenya police right now, you'll be very careful with what you do because you may be the next target. Those police are like, mind your nijipe shughuli. Kama sijaitiwa kazi, I'll not bother. I see no evil, I hear no evil. So I saw something from Kaikai, and I thought we can look at it. I don't know. I'll stop in Makiani if it's too long. I look at it. Can I go ahead and play it?
How long is it?
I don't know. It could be 5 minutes or something.
Okay.
Okay, if it's long, I'll cut it.
Jack Calder found a doctor's watch in 20.
On my kicker tonight, I laid all out in defense of every good member of the Kenya Police Service, whether they are the regular GDs on the beat, the Administration Police AP, the General Service Unit GSU, or indeed the much maligned Directorate of Criminal Investigations DCI. In recent weeks and days, the institution of the Kenya Police Service has suffered what could well be the worst season of mob lynching in Kenya's national security history. Now, I think we need to stop and think properly. But first, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the Kenya Police Service is made up of only good people. Far from it. Like all other Kenyan institutions, the Kenya Police Service wears all the stripes of good and bad. Imperfection and fallibility is part of their portion, and indeed, the institution of the police has countless of times been caught on the deep end of horrifying flaws. Yes, this is the institution whose members just a few days ago killed or owned up to killing a Pakistani journalist, Arshad Sharif, in the very safe wilderness of Magadi. Yes, this is the same institution of police whose mindless members killed baby Samantha Pendo, a 6-month-old baby in Kisumu in 2017. Yes, this is the same police people who killed 9-year-old Stephanie Mora in Kariobangi North. Yes, this is the same police service whose overzealous members killed the majority of the 1,000+ victims of post-election violence in the 2007-2008 season. Yes, indeed, this is the same police service whose spokesmen across the years have been capable of churning out unbelievable tales, sometimes just to save their tails. And yes, this is the same police service whose Nairobi senior earlier today denied daylight itself.
So I want to say generally we are well. It's only that these things have been reported or over-reported and overhyped and psyching people's emotions. But there is really nothing for the public to fear in Nairobi. Nairobi is safe.
I felt very sorry, very, very sorry indeed earlier today when watching that police officer denying the self-evident fact of the wave of criminal activities, especially in some of the urban centers around the country. But I was not surprised because it seems to me the Kenya Police Service is currently undergoing a serious confidence crisis. With a national, almost official air of blanket condemnation, coupled with rapid administrative changes, it is only natural that the institution of the police would experience some turbulence, indeed, very serious turbulence. And so tonight, as they go through that rough patch, the good members of the Kenya Police Service must be allowed to keep their honor. Security is a service of ultimate sacrifice. Many Kenyan police families have lost their loved ones serving in the service. A few weeks ago, newly deployed graduates from Kiganjo died in their line of duty fighting cattle rustlers in the hostile northern part of Kenya. This very minute, many good policemen and women under the Police Border Patrol Unit are manning the country's border points to make sure this country is safe. This very minute, a very good member of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, yes, DCI, is chasing some leads of some serious crime somewhere. Walk to any police station right now, and you will find good policemen and women manning the desks overnight instead of cuddling with their families. For the sake of these families that have paid the ultimate price, and for the sake of the many good apples in the Kenya Police Service, the ongoing assault on the police institution should now be stopped. Now, on Friday, long-serving police officer Japhet Koome formally takes over as the new Inspector General of the Police. Let me wish Inspector General Koome good luck and propose that he fixes the apparent confidence crisis within the police service. It starts by ending the ongoing police profiling of the units, particularly the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, which currently suffers such infamy as is only comparable to James Mungai's anti-stock theft unit, ASTU, of the 1970s. To Koome, there's a lot of housekeeping to do and house cleaning. The new IG will also have to carry and clean that skunk of extrajudicial killings. But more importantly, Koome must free the good cops of this burden. And this he can do through his valuable experience gained across many years in the service, and ultimately his very personal knowledge as a police officer of the difficult and dangerous task of fighting serious crimes and keeping law and order. Every good police officer should feel Koome's unwavering support.
Okay, Makiadi, I thought I was asking myself, so where are we going? Look at, did you see that man, the boss in the Nairobi police, how intimidated he looks? Unaona anatetemeka akisema Kenyans have nothing to worry. He's hands off. He's like liwalo liwe. Okay, I need my job, I need my pay. So you Kenyans kill each other on the street. So we have the police. So I don't know what next speaker is coming. Wacha nisimamishe hapo. Maybe people have something to say about that clip.
PK, you want to react to that?
Yeah, thank you, Richie. Quickly, let me first of all thank Nigel for elaborating on that point that Mato was belaboring and trying to dispute and saying that we here in the panel, what are we doing, blaming Kenyans and all that. Thank you for really setting it up, because it is deeper than people think. Those who have managed, there are very few that have managed to really, kind of repulse this retrogressive suppression of the foreign powers. You can never overrule. You can't sit somewhere and say kwamba foreigners are the ones who are in control of Africa. But a few countries that have stood, they have managed. Rwanda is one of them. Ghana is also doing quite well. Talking about the police force, Julie, umesema ukigrow ulikuta watu wakilalishwa chini wanalamba lami and all that. Some of us are victims of that, and it takes a blink of an eye, flip of a coin for you to get it, and that is what we are going to get. I always give one of the episodes that me and my uncle went through. We were coming from dropping one of our friends, Kahawa, not Kahawa, this other road that goes to Kamiti. So we dropped the guy, and then on our way we were accosted. Tukaambiwa msiogope mabro, sisi hatutawahamu lakini tuna mabunde. Si kile tunataka tu ni tuende tu pole pole, kila mtu aende kwa ATM yake, mtutolee do, wanaongea hiyo sheng naongea, mtutolee do na tutawaacha muende. Na bora tu mtu mkijaribu kupiga simu mtakiona. Mnakubali hivyo? Of course we said yes. So they started, wewe una bank gani? That time I was banking with Standard. My uncle was banking with Barclays. So we went. Tunaenda ni kama we are together. Watu wanatuona tu. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Tunapark. Mnatoka ni kama mabeste. After they are talking to you. Then we remove the money. Wanaona, that time, thank God, kama ulikuwa umeweka ile limit mapema, so you can't withdraw a lot. So we did. Na wakatuambia tuachili, turudi kwa gari, lazima mtupeleke tuko job. So inside, my uncle decided to be brave. Akauliza sasa ndugu zangu. Now, thank God mnatu save. You are not going to kill us. But why are you doing this? Sasa akaongea na Kizungu. Akaambia, sasa unajua Kiingereza ndio tunajua. Mmoja akamwambia BSc order. Huyu mwingine akamwambia, they were both graduates. Then they told us, bro, what do you expect us to do? Kama mimi nimetama 3 years. Sina kitu. And I went to college for years or whatever it is. Natoka 7 years sijapata job. What do you expect me to do? Do you know walituambia sasa droppers at beyond Madaraka hapo ukipita ile njia Carnival, somewhere in between there. Siku hizi kuna club moja inaitwa 5 to and something. They said to drop to you, but don't say anything. Why am I saying this? That is what is going to happen jana. People have now a ticket to go to the street. Wale ambao wanalala njaa wataamkia nyinyi ambao mna hela. Nyinyi watu wa KK mlikuwa mnaringa mnasema Azimio wanalia ni cry babies, mutakipata, chuma iko yenyu pia. You will all be carjacked, and these young boys now, they are not like those ones who carjacked us. They are not, you know, as we progress, we have very young graduates, you know, scatter mind, akisha kunywa whisky na afute bangi, hana time ya kutolerate. Ni ile akikuuliza pesa ukikataa unafiatuliwa hapo tu mara moja. That's how they are doing it. Okay? At least those who are there mature, they would reason with you. Say, Buddha, wenda ufanye job, kesho tutakujia. The ones who are here today, ni wale wa Jameson, wa Bangi, alright? So when wakimwagika kwa street, mutaitana. And it is happening right now. In town, people are being robbed during the day. Okay? So personally, I'm not surprised because I saw that and it was so bad that, for example, you would not walk around after Tomboya Street beyond Pandeile, you would not dare do that. All right? And why did it happen? Because the economy ilikuwa ni ya bandits. Economy ilikuwa ni ya the Moses couriers who can stand in front of people and say watu waende. It's not their land. Personally, I hate this issue of saying you own land. You own 1,000 acres for 50 years. You have done nothing to that land. Why una praise ukisema you have land? Where did you give God to own all those kind of pieces of land? Personally, I hate that land policy, you know, because we don't have foreigners in Kenya. Those are Kenyans. Whatever land you have too much. Unajisifu tu niko na eka 10,000, niko na eka 8,000, 9,000 and all that. So that is why I'm calling for an uprising. For me, I'm not mincing my words. At yo sijui watu tukae chini tuzungumze. What do you discuss? What do you discuss when you have Moses Kuria talking the way he's talking to Kenya? When you have Gachagua, anaambiwa hiyo 7 whatever million ameiba is not there, and then he goes anatamp kifua kabisa, anatusi watu. Yani Kenyans, you are being told mutadu. That's what I keep on telling people. And anytime you hear somebody saying nitafanya hivi utafanyaje, sisi mtaani ilikuwa ukishaniambia hivyo navua shati. So Julia, unaniuliza watu wa Kenya watafanya nini? Hamna jibu lingine, ni kuchukua fimbo. Na niliwaambia mjinga hairevushwi. Right now Kenyans should just take arms, whatever arms they want to take, and riot and chase this government away. Hakuna usaidizi. Poor Kome will do nothing. He's just one with very good whatever, lakini hataweza. He can't manage. He can't. I know he's the head of the training. He alikuwa principal wa Kigaji, whatever it is, but he will not manage. He will fail miserably. He will not even do half of what Utiambai has done because it is rotten from top. When you release all those people who have stolen money from Kenyans, how do you expect a policeman aende ashike bana ndugu yangu chaka pale ati amwachilie nini na nini, na mkubwa yule wa mabilioni ashaachiliwa? What do you expect the policemen on the ground here to do? Those of us who are there during Moi's time, you remember the way the police used to say, mimi natafuta cha kwangu. We are gone. So Kenyans, the more you sit laying eggs, ndio mtajua mjui. Thank you very much.
Haya, safi sana Stone PK. I think Julia, wakati umecheza hiyo video, I was even looking at another video before you played that, and I've just seen 2 videos. One was from a CCTV camera in, I think, Runda. Let me see, yeah, from Runda, and people are being mugged live at night. You know what people are doing right now is like, if you walk in Runda alone on foot, what people happen to do is kuna boda boda zinazunguka na vijana huko, they are on pikipikis, and so they can, when they see somebody walking on foot at night, wanakuja kama group, wanaattack huyo mtu, wanamag, wanatoroka. Alafu pia nimeona video ingine town mchana kabisa, jamaa wanapita na hivi wawili, mmoja anakuja napiga mtu ngeta na mwingine anamchomoa mchana. It is, ukiangalia kwa mtandao ziko. So when you when you hear spokesperson, hiyo video hata nilikuwa nataka kuicheza in full, lakini venye Julia amecheza hiyo, there is no need. Ukisikia spokesperson wa polisi anasema ya kwamba watu have nothing to fear in Nairobi, unajua huyu mtu ni kama ameingiza baridi. It's like just like Julia said, watu ni kama wametupa towel.
Did you see his body language? He was so helpless. He was like, that man is beaten, like totally beaten. That man, the way he was speaking, he did not have those things like kusomea watu, don't try this at home.
Yeah, so it's a sad case in Kenya, and this is the same thing we were talking about. You know, these people came into power na kusomea polisi. No, hakuna sijui polisi wanatumia nini, sijui DCI mkae huko Kiambu Road, and now these things are happening. Some people are saying that the SSU unit was the one that dealt with such crimes. I don't know how that happens to be true, but the fact is that I don't know if it's the economic times that are getting harder in Kenya, that people are resorting to crime or what, or maybe the police have just decided, you know what, wacha ikue kwa sababu they were promised money. Hao watu waliambiwa tukichukua serikali tutaongezea mshahara. And now you can see hata hakuna mtu anaongea mambo ya mshahara ya polisi. Gachagua went out campaigning saying that these people have not had an increment to their salaries for the past, I don't know, 10 years or what. And when they came into power, I think maybe the police expected to see something, and it's not happening. Nobody's even talking about money. They are demoralized maybe. And so Kenya ni everybody for himself. Ukitembea town sahi, kwanza there are areas in town. I've heard people talking about hiyo area ya archives hapo. Alafu pia kuna somewhere around Nation Center pale. Nation Center huko nyuma hizo buildings Stone BK, sijui kama unapajua hapo nyuma ya Nation Center, hiyo Twin Towers hizo za Nation Center. Those areas ni mbaya sana. Archives hapo, alafu Tomboya pale. Kama hauko careful, if you don't watch out, kuna vijana wanatembeaga tu hapo, kazi yao ni hiyo, kunyang'anya watu vitu na kutoroka, kunyang'anya watu, na ni mchana, not even at night, and nobody's doing something. Wacha tufanye namna hii kwanza, nipatie Chaka kwa sababu najua alisema yeye ni mtu wa bundles, anaweza drop anytime. Wacha nimpatie nafasi nisimweke hapo for a long time, and then we can move on to Mato. I think ulikuwa unataka kuongea Chaka. Na before ingie Miss M, na kuona uko hapa. I mean, if you don't want to appear on the screen, what we need is light. We can admit you, hata si lazima tukuone uso, lakini wakisha kamera yako, na all we need is light if you don't want to appear on the screen. Sauti tutasikia, lakini we need at least the whole screen here to be what unasemangaje Julia, hatutaki black spots kwa screen, to be lit. Exactly, Stone PK. So Miss M, nimekuona hapo. I don't have anything ya kukataza kuingia studio. Wakisha tu screen yako, and then I can add you on. You can get your chance to speak. We want the quality of the video to be standard. Haya, Chaka, karibu.
Asante sana Makiadi, Julia, Black, Stone PK, Mato. Pale leo nitazungumzia kama, kwanza nikushukuru Bernard kwa yes Makiadi kwa kuweza kukumbuka kwamba Chaka ni ule mnyonge, hasla mnyonge. So kwa kunitetea na kunipa nafasi mapema, I really appreciate. Asante sana brother. Leo nitazungumzia tu mimi upande wa Gachagua peke yake, kwa sababu kuna kitu nimesikiza, nimeingia mahali katika speech zake, nikasikia kuna mahali, so itabidi nizungumzie kwamba what lacks Kenya is leadership. Tulikuwa na leadership mbaya, iliyopita, but this leadership, tuko na leadership ambayo team leader yake yuko chonjo, yuko ngangari. Baada ya hapo tena wakarudi tena wakasema sasa watakaa na kila mtu waangalie mambo ya short term solutions na mid term solution na long term solution. Sasa swali langu likaingia pale kwamba walipoingia walisema hawana haja na short term wala mid term solution. Kile wataangalia hapo ni kuhakikisha wana deal na long solutions. Kama ni njaa wa deal nayo, wapate long lasting solution ya kumalizana na njaa. Sasa leo wamerudi back to where tulikuwa tukizungumzia kwamba they have to have those short term solution. Sasa nashangaa hii ni serikali leo inazungumza hivi, kesho narudi upande huu tena. Yani msimamo wa haswa wa mipango yao iko wapi? Kwa sababu huwezi pinga leo kitu na kesho ushindwe na kutangaza mipango yako urudi tena back kwa lile ambalo umelipinga. So ni kitu ambacho nimekiangalia, nikasikiza speech yake jana, nikakuta sasa wakati wa siasa mnazungumza hili la wenzenu kwamba mnaliponda, mkipata mamlaka mnaregea zile njia ambazo ni za upande wa wenzi wenu, kwa sababu short term na mid term walikuwa ni waangalie katika at a very early stage. By the time they have been sworn in, hapo walikuwa waangalie, kwa sababu without short terms solutions kwa Kenya kuna mahali tunaenda, na ndio maana watu wanayumba, kwa sababu hiyo short term nazungumzia ile pesa ambayo ilikuwa inajaribu at least kukava upande wa mafuta, kukava upande wa chakula, na walikipinga kabisa kwamba hii pesa ni uharibifu, kwa wacha tununue mbolea tuwapelekea wananchi. Now they have come to realize kwamba without short term solutions hakuna mahali wanaenda. Kwa hiyo Gachagua jana nikamsikia kabisa kwamba from now watabidi wakae
ni mimi ama Chaka amepotea,
watengeze short term solution, mid term solution, sawa. So sitaki kuenda mbali zaidi, nitakwamia hapo.
Gachagua anaonea Chaka Makiadi.
Chaka umemaliza ama ni sisi tumekukatishia? Chaka umemaliza ama ni mitambo imeleta shida? Inaonekana Chaka kuna shida ya net, lakini tunakusikia. Yes, Julia.
Okay, I want to connect. You see now what you are saying about Nairobi. PK has said something. Now, if people get away with graft and all that stuff, how do you expect the police to take anyone to court? That is one reason. Makedi, you asked me, why is this happening? Who will arrest who? Haya, Kinoti tumemwingilia kabisa. Now we have reduced his work to nothing. So who will arrest who, will prosecute who? Now you DPP amesema he was being pushed to prosecute people. He doesn't even know his work. Now the next people who are hungry. Stone PK, you're talking about 1 million march. Are you not seeing a situation where people will walk into Nakumat and those supermarkets and just feed themselves bure? Mchana, si usiku. Unajua tunaenda hapo. People walk in there and feed themselves before they go to cook their food in State House. So I think a hungry man is an angry man. So this level of insecurity, somebody is saying that natafutia Ruto makosa. Apana. This a few months ago, you people, these things were not there with Uhuru. I've walked in Nairobi numerous times, and I think for the last 10 years plus, I have felt very safe walking around. When with there were days PK, I think wamama, we didn't have those handbags that we used to hang on our shoulders because you couldn't do that because it would go. But now I think later on, after Kibaki came and then Uhuru, we were okay. We would walk around with those handbags. Nobody ever snatched our handbags. But just a few weeks after these people take over, what do we see? Hakuna mtu anaonea mtu. It is because of this attitude that if the biggest crimes cannot be prosecuted, then leave these small things to do as they will. Then the next thing, people are also very hungry and jobless and desperate. So they are feeling, I mean, I'm not justifying anything. And then tunaingilia police. These people, have you seen that man, how intimidated he is? He's in fear, his body language. He won't say anything. He's like, I won't say anything. I see nothing. I hear nothing. I see no evil. I hear no evil. That's the attitude. Unfortunately, Makiadi. Sijui tunaelekea wapi. Asante.
Yeah, you know when we talk about this slogan that freedom has come, freedom is coming, I also ask myself these the past two, wachana na hizi sarakasi za ministers zenye tumeona za CSS, the past 2 days, is it 2 days or something, nimeona nyumba zikibomolewa, na baadhi ya nyumba ambazo zimebomolewa, moja hapo imekuwa ya mama mwingine hapo Nairobi, ambayo inasemekana sijui shamba imechukuliwa na watu gani. Sijui kama mmeona hii story. You know, these people have been blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for everything. And right now that they have the government, these things are still happening. They are still happening the same way they used to happen. Which means, mimi nikiangalia, and I told here the other day, when you ukichange serikali, it's not like there's anything new in unatarajia, especially with this government that was still, this is the same government yenye ilikuwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. But what did we do? We replaced half of it and left the other half still running, and now the other half has fully made up a government with the same mistakes zenye zilikuwa zinafanyika kule. Huyu mama amenyang'anywa shamba na watu wanajitaga cartels. Now these cartels are people in this government right now. I hear of, you know, names of people I don't want to mention here kwa sababu ya, you know, rights channel, but they are the same people ambao wana walk next to the president of the Republic of Kenya. Wameenda wameng'oa mama wenyewe kwa nyumba, wamemtupa nje, wamebomoa nyumba yake, wamebeba vitu zake, and there's nothing is happening to them. The same cartels. But having said that, Julia, you're making this video interesting, and I have to play it because umongejia hii video, and I want to, let me see.
Nairobi ni kwamba polisi wamekana madai kwamba visa vya uhalifu vimeongezeka maradufu mtaani na vijijini, wakisema ni matangazo ya vyombo vya habari yanayotia kidonda chumvi. Kamanda wa polisi Nairobi James Mugera amesema kwamba japo kuna wahalifu wanawapokonya Wakenya mali na hata kuwaumiza, mkono wa sheria upo na unahakikisha kwamba wahuni hawatawali jiji. Leila Mohamed ana taarifa hiyo kikamilifu.
Wiki hii wakazi wa eneo la Ridgeways waliandamana kuhusiana na mauaji ya kijana mwenye umri wa miaka 24 aliyedungwa kisu na wahuni akiwa barabarani mchana. Katikati ya jiji, visa vya kina mama kupokonywa vibeti na kuumizwa pia vimekithiri.
It's unfortunate that an incident could have happened and maybe it went undetected, or at that time there were no police officers.
Taarifa kwenye mitandao ya kijamii ikiwaonya wakazi wa Nairobi kuhusu usalama wa maeneo kadhaa jijini ilivutia polisi.
Instances are far and wide apart. The only difference is that they have attracted media coverage, and some of them, like we see the posts in social media, people saying avoid this and this place, avoid this and this place. We have seen some of these reports are actually recycled because I've been able to trace them back to incidences reported several months ago. And actually one of the posts was from an incident which happened outside Kenya.
Usiku wa Jumatano, kijana mwenye umri wa miaka 15 alikamatwa ndani ya mbuga ya wanyama ya Nairobi. Alikuwa ameondoka barabara ya Nairobi Southern Bypass.
The victim of the previous crime of seconds happened to be around. He noticed that person. Officers who are on patrol along that road, they saw the struggle. They approached them, and asked them what is happening. In that commotion, the person managed to escape and even jumped and the fence of Nairobi National Park and entered the national park. We were able to work closely with the KWS. The person was arrested, positively identified, and is now facing the law.
Kuripotiwa kwa visa vya wizi jijini Nairobi kumewatia wengi ambao ni wakazi wa eneo hili kuwa na wasiwasi kuhusu hali yao ya usalama kila wanapotoka hadharani.
Going by the reports we have, going by the statistics we have, there is no spike in crime. As a matter of fact,
insecurity ikitokea, kila mtu wako insecure kwa sababu pikipiki zetu zinaibiwa, sisi wenyewe tunauawa.
Tumejitolea kwa dhati kabisa kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunashughulikia masuala ya mambo ya usalama.
Kati ya Septemba na Novemba mwaka huu, polisi wanasema kwamba visa 243 viliripotiwa. Kati ya Julai na Agosti, visa vilikuwa 250. Leila Mohamed, NTV.
Aya, polisi ni kama wametupa tara. Mimi sijui unaona namna gani Stone PK. Hao watu ni kama wameamua ile inazaliwa watanyonyesha ama namna gani.
Makedi, allow me to interrupt you. Let me give you an example. Have you been in a school where a student, mimi nimekuwa mwalimu, I can give you those experiences. Mwanafunzi ana disrespect mwalimu mbaya mbovu. Okay? Then wewe mwalimu unapeleka hiyo kesi kwa principal. At the end of the day, you the teacher, you appear like you are on the wrong. So the next thing, Stone PK, ukienda kwa hiyo class utafanyaje? Utasema mwenye anataka kusoma asome, mwenye hataki akae, mwenye anataka kulala alale juu ya desk. That will be your attitude. So what will happen to that school? At the end of 2-3 years, you'll see the results. So that's the situation, Makedi. Let me ask you, see what Kenoti has gone through. Put yourself in the shoes of the people who, when you are chini yake, wewe kama ungelikuwa ni wewe, what will be your attitude? And then see the other thing, there's a wave of impunity. You steal from Makiadi, it doesn't matter. You'll get away with it because these people are getting away with it. Now, that takes me to what Matt was saying about this quota thing. You see why the squatters should be left to stay there. Unaona, wawache tu hata wajenge kwa sababu hii ni sababu yangu. Kwa nini usumbue hao watu? Those people are desperate, they need homes. People are grabbing land left and right. Wameenda into somebody's house, wamembomolea nyumba, that poor Indian woman. People who are known. And they are getting away. Why unasumbua squatter nini? Squatters are there because they are desperate. If I give them that land for good, wajengea nyumba. So sasa, that is the attitude in Kenya. And you people, when you mko na manyumba, you have homes, don't be surprised when you go back upate jirani yako alisongesha fence. It will be a banana republic. Asante.
Aya, ujumbe inafika Mato, unaambiwa utoe kofia hapo, watu wanataka kukuona. Sasa sisi wote tumevaa kofia, naona watu wana complain. Ati Mato avue kofia, sijui mimi nivue kofia, Naije avue kofia, wanataka kuwaona uso. Hata nyinyi na kama mmeingizwa baridi. Sasa hizi naonanga watu wanakuja kwa studio hapa, kamera inachungulia hapa juu, ni sauti peke yake. Watu Kenya wameingia baridi bana. Mato, sijui kama wewe pia umeingizwa baridi namna hiyo. But I wanted to give you an opportunity, a minute, and then I think tutaenda kwa Niger. If you want... yeah, go ahead.
Story ya kofia, waambia watu watulie bwana. Ni nini? Unajua kuna wengine wacha sisi tunakuja na kofia, masaa zingine na glasses. Actually coming soon, huyo mwenye amekwambia hivyo mwambie tutafanya, what do you call this? We'll do a plastic surgery because tunaogopa bwana. Unajua sisi ni watu hapa hivi, we are very wanted because we've been here tukiongea matope, alafu tuko mahali pabaya saizi. Kuna wengine siku hizi wanakujanga wanaweka screen, hakuna kitu mtu anaona. But for the people that are asking that's fine. I'm just home relaxing. Richie, today I was listening. I don't know this guy, and actually you have the same voice, Ukione. And that's why I've always said that you need to actually host a podcast. I don't know what his name is, but I was listening today, and he was talking. They were talking about the lawlessness of what is happening in Kenya. They had a conversation about it. I think you saw that thing kama bado kwa group yetu ya the Mutembe or whatever group that we have on the side, your WhatsApp. They had this conversation, and then somebody called in, and he was very funny, lakini ilinishika, because even though I laughed as I was driving on my lunch break, I laughed so hard that I had to park my car. Kwanza nicheke. Alisema Lin Jiru was the press conference. He called in. That was somebody calling into the show. And then he said, Lin Jiru, at one point, was the press conference of the presidential press media, or whatever they call. And at one point, Lin Jiru gave his wife the pickup truck that had the camera that inachukuaga president akiwa anatembea. And so apparently she went and parked somewhere. I don't believe if the street is Luduli, but I'm just gonna use Luduli because I can't remember exactly what street alikuwa akisema. Akasema the wife went and parked somewhere. Luduli, let's talk Luduli. And then when she came back, the camera was gone. Ilikuwa imeibiwa. So guess what? That's the press conference. I mean, the presidential press camera imeenda. So now, Lin Jiru called the OCPD and called people and told them this camera has to come back, because by the time the president finishes this, it has lazima ikuje hapa, lazima ikue hapa. So the OCS of Central Police Station actually just went inside Central, akasema wapi ile wakora wa Luduli, akawaita kujeni hapa. Sasa mimi nataka kuacha nyinyi muende nyumbani. Sio ni kitu mzuri? Yes. Ile kitu tutafanya, there's only one catch. Hiyo kamera lazima ikuje. Kama mtaenda nyumbani, mkienda, kama mtalala nyumbani leo, hiyo kamera lazima irudi. Kuna kamera imepotea na ni ya presidential press service. Wakamwambia tuachilie tu, sawa, tutafanya. And they went. I heard the story a long time. I'm not telling it the right way it's supposed to be told, but I had heard that story a long time ago. Nakwambia hiyo kamera ilirudi. Ilifika na ilirudishwa. It's a true story. It's not just something that has been there. And because I know the story, I was laughing my A out while I was driving my car that I had to park the car somewhere. Kwanza nicheke. Because I have heard the story na hiyo kitu yote. Now, what is this that I'm talking about? What I'm talking about, the lawlessness that is happening in Kenya also comes with the public policing. We have to be a society of policing people. Now, you could easily say that, okay, these people send wale wahalifu waende wakapate. You send a thief to go get a thief. But again, what does it tell you? It tells you that the intel is there. The intel of everything. And that's why we used to have CIDs and somebody that you would live with for a long time and they would come and arrest you. Themselves, you didn't even know them. The intel is there with the government. what is really happening, the reason right now we are having that lawlessness, and Richie, I just wanted to address the lawlessness and why people are being mugged right and left now, is because of the things like, you know, the Gachaguas that come and say, you know, watu warudi Kiambu Road, you know, DCI warudi Kiambu Road, and you see, you know, all the charges are falling and everything is just going down. People who have billions of cases of, you know, and we already know nobody has a business so that makes $1 billion in Kenya. Please stop. No one. You cannot do you cannot do $1 billion, you know, thing in Kenya. But now that you're the president, you're using the government. And one thing, Richie, you know, sometimes when I'm nikiamua kwenda on that route, but I'm being easy now. But you know, in this show, Garuto, I've never called him my president. I always called him a mafia. And I always compare him to Pablo Escobar. The reason these cases are falling down, zinaanguka. Today we just said the Gachagua's one go, the 7 something billion go down, and no one is charged about it. We have CSs. I'll talk about Aisha Jumwa, and even us, hata sisi Azimio, Obado, people with murder charges. But again, it's so dominant on the other side because all the charges have gone down. You have people like Moses Kuria. You have people like, so many people there that have charges. Just charges zinaanguka. Vitu zinaanguka too, you don't understand what is happening. And these are charges that have been there. And people, actually, by the time the charges were going down, these are people when you're washapelekwa koti na wakashindwa kujitetea. And then all of a sudden now the DPP or the DCI, whoever you want to say, they don't have a charge for them. Ladies and gentlemen, if you allow yourself to be led by a mafia, just like I always go back to I don't know if people have ever understood what I say when I say RICO law. I wish people can go read the RICO law. Those people who are the mafias, the John Gaddies of the days, they were revered people who were in big communities and all that. But everybody loved them. Bonnie and Clyde, kila mtu alikuwa anawapenda, but you know what? By the end of the day, they were musketeers. They were people who would put a society, they were criminals, but they even have books written about them and that actually make money today. Here in Kenya, guys, what we're doing, we've brought a mafia. And watch him, look at him when he walks around, the people around him, and how things work around him. And for the first time since independence, since Nyanze Kufuata politics, since I was grown enough to start looking at politics, nimeona watu wakishindwa. Moi alikuwa anatushinda hands down, lakini hata hajashinda alikuwa anacheza, you know, he used to call himself the professor of politics. Alikuwa anaweka tu parties hapo hivi, party pale, by the time unapata KANU ilibaki na nini yake na you know na numbers zake, na hizo numbers ugezi count. Hii ni huku, hii ni ya Ukambani, ile ni ya Watamu, ile ni ya Mtwapa, ile ni ya sijui wapi. This one, I've asked this question so many times. Richie, ask it again. Ask anyone, where did Ruto get votes? Na mtu akipita Rift Valley na Central, come and tell me, nitambaia chakula, because there was nowhere else. Na hata hizo zote haikuwa half. of it, because kuna watu wengi sasa hapa hivi tuko nao hapa hivi hata tunaongeanga nao, and people that we talk and they tell you no, Ruto angepata kitu huko kwetu Nandi sijui nini and all that. Sugoi, forget about it, kila mtu atapiga mtu yake. All I'm saying is that is the first time since I started following politics, and I started a long time when I couldn't even vote, but I voted in Kenya and I'm a registered voter. Richie, this is the first time that I sit somewhere and I hear people and I sit with Kalenjins, including this group, Kikuyus, all tribes of our country. And we are talking like nobody voted for Ruto. Other than Mise and Duke. In a forum like this, and you see the whole thing and you see a problem there. And that's what I see. Probability. I'm a mathematician. I do those things. I do maths. You look at the probability, even sometimes I don't even come into the show. I sit behind and just look and I see the. Now I've wondered where there's that UDA Kenya Kwanza group. So niende nifanye the same thing that I do over here to do the probability. And actually there's a problem, and that is gonna bring our country down. Please, can someone tell me, what are we doing in Congo? Who are we fighting? What did we go to do? Who is in Congo? What was the problem there? Can somebody tell me, please, if you can, I will respect you. Tulienda Congo kufanya nini? Congo wametuchapa. At least Somalia, tukienda Somalia, walikuwa wameanza kuchukua watalii wetu, and we went there, but we didn't go as Kenya, we went as AMISOM. What is it that we're going to fight in Congo? Eventually, we ended up hearing kulikuwaga Kisimayo, we were doing charcoal. Funded by who? One of Aden Duale. Guess who's under Aden Duale today? Aden Duale is security. PS. Now we are going to Congo. When did Congo walitugongea wapi? Walituchapalini. They are coming into the East African community. They're the last people, they're our last brothers to come into the East African, even after Rwanda and everything. To be pigana na Congo dini. Sasa, what are we going to Congo to do? And while you're answering me that, remember the gold wash ya Kilimani. Ile ilifanya, what's her name, the lady that died, mwenye aliuliwa na kina Rubadiri, what's her name, the Richie, remind me, the guy that went to jail and alikuwa na presenter, the presenter disappeared. So huyo na alikuwa nafanya business na Congo. Na pale Kilimani ama that area, this wash, the reason we changed our currency to go to something else, na pesa zikaanza kupatikana kwa barabara. Guys, what are we doing in Congo? Hii mchezo tuachane nayo. It's not a money-making thing. We have a country to run. Richie, answer me those questions. I think nimeka questions mob, but nimezieka nikijua kitu nafanya venye nazieka, so that Kenyans start thinking about what is happening, and actually even the UDA guys start thinking what Willie Mutunga told us. It's a bandit economy, and that is what is happening. So if anybody can answer me a couple of those questions, I think there's a couple of them. Richie, I'm still here. I'm listening. Kama kuna mtu anataka kunijibu hizo maswali, because some of those questions are rhetorical, for you to think for yourself and what you're doing, and why even some people cannot be in ICC, because all the witnesses disappear, and while they are disappearing, people are getting killed and disappearing.
Aya, sawa Mato. I think what people will address those issues. I also want to do this final video and then at least we can answer those questions za Mato, na kama kuna mtu akona kitu ya kuongezea in 2 minutes as we close the show. And then kesho I think tutakuwa na masafa marefu kwa sababu it's going to be a Friday. So there's a last video I wanted to play here and then yeah.
Raila Odinga has slammed the judiciary for what he terms as its willingness to dance to the tune of the executive. Raila points at the Director of Public Prosecution's move to drop charges against government officials and the unlawful demolition of a home in Westlands as indicative of a country flirting with lawlessness. In a statement, Raila says there is need for actions that affirm that political patronage shall not be a substitute for the rule of law. Chemtai Goin breaks it all down.
Azimio leader Raila Odinga's statement came hours after the anti-corruption court dropped corruption charges leveled against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Raila says the handling of cases against senior government officials by the Director of Public Prosecutions raises issue with the application of the rule of law for everyone, stating, quote, recent developments in which the Director of Public Prosecutions has moved fast to drop cases against government officials and the willingness of the judiciary to dance to the tunes of the executive point to the fact that as a country we are flirting with lawlessness, end quote. Against the backdrop of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's harsh criticism of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, where he repeatedly claimed officers were being used to harass government officers and settle political scores, Raila points out what he terms as profiling of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and Division of the National Police Service into good and bad police officers. On the Westlands demolition, where a marauding gang hired by an auctioneer looted from and destroyed a house belonging to Niraj and Avani Shah under the guise of repossession, Odinga said this was evidence of the return of lawlessness and political patronage, where people taking advantage of their close proximity to power harassed citizens and foreigners and took their property. He warns the new administration against presiding over the return of a dark past where lawlessness and impunity was the order of the day. He called on the authorities to ensure all those linked to the demolition that has left a family homeless face the law, proposing, quote, that the gang that descended on the Westlands home must be made to pay by reconstructing the house and compensating the owner for the damages and the inconvenience. The opposition leader warning that this is the easiest way to lose a country to criminals who will get bolder and terrorize communities and even security officers. Chemutai.
And I think with that we are going to wrap up. I'll start with Nigel. Within 2 minutes, your closing remarks, and then we go to Stone PK, Mato, and then Julia. Karibu.
Okay, so when it comes to lawlessness in Kenya, I think this is a very endemic problem that has been there for many, many years. It just did not start with this new administration of Ruto, and it's just something that's like Kenya as a system is fundamentally flawed. Earlier on, there's somebody that referred to Kenya as a failed state, and I think if you look at a lot of matrices that can be used to determine if a country is a failed state or not, Kenya is ticking almost every one of them. And it will be a little bit disingenuous to try and say that this new administration of Ruto is responsible for almost all of these things. I know they're making things worse by acting the way they do, and pretty much just all I can say is, even regarding police, like the what do you call this? The group that has been disbanded by the president, if it's true they were killing people, I guess the president is doing the right thing there. So earlier on, Julia shared a video of Linus Kaikai trying to claim that the police is being picked on, but it has been many years having the police misbehaving. You know what I'm saying? They've been misbehaving for so many years, and if something is being done about it, even just a little bit of something, I think it's a step in the right direction. So all we can do is to encourage Ruto and Gachagua, which is it's kind of crazy that we are even in that position where we are encouraging them to do more, especially to reform the police, not just deal with one unit. But at the end of the day, the police force has been rotten in Kenya for many years. So if he's going to do something to try and fix it, that is good. But as we all know, all those things he's doing is just politically motivated, So I guess maybe we are gonna wait and see what is gonna happen about that. But that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Nigel, for keeping it brief and to the point. Thank you for your contributions, Don PK.
Yeah, thank you, Richie, Julie, Nigel, I see, and Mato. I see now we are drawing the curtains. Let me talk on 2 things. One, I think as a country, we are fond of, it's something I've observed over the years. In Kenya, we it's like when you're going into a bush and then you see a leaf, ama grass ikitingika, then you start avoiding where you are seeing the grass ikitingika. You start looking at the other side, opposite, You're avoiding where the trouble is, Unajua kidonda kinanuka, kimeoza, na dawa ya kidonda kikiwa kimeoza, it is cleaning it hard, kukigwaruza, and then ukitie dawa. In Kenya, we don't do that. We don't treat the wound. Now, when you hear the police, even the press, walikuwa wanaongea, they are reporting, they are saying, oh, yeah, in fact, polisi wanasema ni kidonda wanakitia chumvi. So which means the kidonda is there. Let's accept. And I like what Nigel Black is saying. The problem has been there. But remember, there was a time that problem was handled. It's only that this government they have no clue of how to do that. And the best way to handle insecurity in any country and lawlessness in any country, who are supposed to be triggered, is the populace, the mwananchi. Because this lawlessness is being caused by who? By animals from the bush. Animals will not come out of Masai Mara to come and terrorize human beings. It will never happen, and it has never happened. It is human beings. Some of them turn into animals, into wild against the other. Inakuwa man eat man. And they eat each other because of what the president has been said. So, Ruto government imenyang'anya mwananchi power. Imemwambia mwananchi you are useless. Okay? Ni kama kufuga nyuki. Unafuga nyuki na ujui hizo nyuki zikienda hewa zitakuuma. Wananchi wameambua you are on your own. So out of these wananchi, you will have the rotten police, you will have the bodaboda guys. Kwanza hizo ndio nyuki zile zitauma Ruto. Because this bodaboda, thank God, umeanza kusema Richie, they are using bodaboda to nyang'anya people. That is what has been happening in Uganda for very many years. Even the biggest robbery, the biggest gangsters, they move in bodaboda, in pikipiki. Like one of the police, there was a murder that was there when I was there 2017, 2016, when they killed their IGP, actually. He was murdered in the morning when dropping his kids to school, right? The people, those guys came in boda, were really from this side, two from this side, and there was fire there. He was sprayed with bullets in his car, and off they went. That is what happened. That is what happens in West Africa. Because you should contain these nyuki ambazo unalea. Hawa bodaboda walikuwa wanasema Ruto wakiambua watapewa pesa. Saa hii ndio wamegeuka ni nyuki ile hata uwezi kuizuia ikume. And I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that because the police can do nothing. The police can do nothing once mwananchi give up. It has been proved during Kibaki's time. That's how he reversed the situation. He gave wananchi power and protected mwananchi. That's why wananchi were able to arrest policemen who are corrupt. Mpaka polisi ilikuwa akikusimamisha na kusalimia, bro, niaje, ikiwa wewe anaona wewe ni mzee kumuliko, anakwambia anko vipi? Nilikuwa mko sawa ndani ya gari hapa tu ni ile jua imetupiga sana na naona una maji hapo. That is the language they had started talking. Unampatia chupa ya maji hapo juu, unajua sasa watu walikuwa wanaenda wanatembea na maji. Why? Because the government, Kibaki's government, had empowered mwananchi, na mwananchi akaambiwa ukishika mtu polisi hata kwa matatu wakichukua hiyo bribe, quickly raise. Kulikuwa hata numbers that were being circulated. Sorry, I'm taking more than 1 minute. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is Ruto has amenyang'anya mwananchi uwezo, so mwananchi is desperate and is a loose cannon. Sasa wacha Ruto deal na hiyo hali yake na itakuwa mbaya. Lastly, let me mention this case of when people say that Kayole, I mean, like if you try to go to Kayole, uanze kuelezea watu juu ya wizi, juu ya magangs, juu ya nini na nini, and you are not telling them what should get them out of that. Yeah, you go there, you start scolding them, unawatusi, unawaambia ni wezi, and you are not giving them a solution. Unatoka tu hivi na wanarudi job, wanasema wako job. All right, so that is where we are going, and unfortunately it is now time that this country has reached where we really had tried to avoid to reach, because once it breaks, once this camelback breaks, it will not be able to connect. Na tutakuwa tunaongea hapa kwa TV, tutakuwa tukiongea kwa TV, wengine wakiwa wakimbizi, hata saa hii wengine ni self exiled tu, tukienda kutafuta namna. Wakimbizi wakishua wataingia hivi karibuni. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Stone PK. Let me move over to Mato. Closing remarks. Mato ame drop. Julia, nimeambiwa nikuchezee hii video kabla uongee, ndio nikuchafue roho.
Mimi sitaki niharibu hii mkutano, lakini mimi nauliza swali moja. Ama niwache nitaharibu? Niulize. Mtanijibu? Sasa nyinyi, surely, even if you believed that we are useless, the way you had been told, na hiyo uongo yote na vitina na propaganda, ati sisi tutaharibu biashara, tutapeleka mahasula nini, wale walikuwa namwambia, the alternative they were giving you, tuseme ukweli, hao wangeweza kuamuka mapema kuja kwa hii mkutano? Tuambiane ukweli. Surely, you know, let's be truthful. So hata nyinyi mlituangusha, because surely the way the economy of this country is, you need somebody even with energy, leave alone other things, energy to do the right thing and to make sure that we get moving. So another day, join the people of Kenya in making the right decision.
Aya, riji utafanya tutoroke tena.
Nyinyi mnaenda huyo ni jamaa ako mkutano. Leo ni tarehe ngapi bana? Leo ni tarehe 10 mwezi wa 11. Huyo jamaa aliapishwa tarehe tarehe 13 ama ngapi September, Tuesday, September, bado anaongea mambo ya campaign. Hiyo ilikuwa leo. So this guy bado anaongea mambo ya campaign, so anauliza alternative hiyo ingine. I mean, unaweza compare Rigathi Gachagua na mtu kama Martha Karua, to be honest, but that's a story for another day. Julia, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm asking myself, he needs energy to do what? You know, he's behaving like mwizi wa bibi za watu. Umeona hiyo body language? A man who is intending to steal somebody's wife, that is how he behaves. Are you seeing that he's shaking his hand? I mean, that body language ni chafu. Akona body language yenye ni chafu. And then he's saying that you need energy to wake up early. Energy to do what? The work is in the brains, not what he's saying. In fact, I don't know what he's saying, Makiadi. That man is dumb, I'm telling you. Kenyans, you have a dumb deputy president.
You know, Julia, I hate to interfere with your submission, but I mean, if wanasemanga you can take a man out of the village, but you cannot take the village out of the man. Yes. This is a polished villager. Mimi hata muniambie ni hata kama mumesema atakuja kuwa president. Huyu ni president kama ule wenye alitoka America, ule mwingine, the former guy, ni ushamba lakini amepakwa rangi na shine, but akifungua mdomo tu hivi kuongea, hapo ndio utajua hakuna mtu. Haya, endelea.
Yani huyu jamaa ako na ushamba wa hali ya juu. Yani that guy, he's so primitive, barbaric. Energy for doing what? You know, I began interpreting. Ni energy kwa bibi yake ama kwa bibi za watu? What energy is he talking about? I mean, Kenyans, it's very sad that that's your deputy president. Now, about the police issue, I just want to help Niger. Niger, I think what you need to do, try and follow the events of Kenyans, what has been happening. I totally agree with you. We have had issues with the police, starting from corruption, especially on the road. Ukisimama barabara za Kenya, utaudhika sana. You'll be so mad about what the scenes you'll see, policemen picking money from the drivers and all that. I mean, bribes. But at the same time, now the situation is worse. Why we feel it is worse? Okay, I have been in Kenya in Kibaki's time, and I think Uhuru's time, and I didn't experience this kind of insecurity like mugging at the city center. It wasn't there. Because I think the police had some confidence to arrest the thieves, the petty thieves and all that. Now, but with the coming of this government, there seems to be people losing confidence. I mean, the police losing confidence in themselves and maybe feeling like, I don't have to do this because I don't know how far I can go in doing this. Then there's this attitude coming with Kenyans. If somebody with such big corruption scandals can be set free, what else? Who else? Nimesikia watu leo wakiteta, anaitwa Waluke, awachiliwe. And I don't blame them. You see, when that man was arrested, you know, Makedipo, you remember before the elections, we were arguing here that he should not even vie. You remember, we were on that point of view. We were feeling that hata kama ako pande ya Azimio ama ako wapi, should not vie for members of parliament because there's a corruption scandal. But then after what has happened to Akina Gachagua's cases and the others, we feel then, I mean, it's just a common man's feeling, then he should be let free. So if people are feeling that those big thieves should be let free, what do you think these desperate Kenyans are feeling? They're hungry, they're going hungry. They are thinking, Niger, they should come to your house and eat your food or take your car by force. I mean, that's the attitude now. Unfortunately, that's a sad attitude, and I don't know where we are going to. So, Makiadi, me, I would like to tell Kenyans, we are going to hard times, and choices have consequences. Now, you people, when I said in serikali ya majambazi, and I was asking you to stop voting for my team Majambazi. Now, I was not trying to be disrespectful when I used to say this. It's because I used to look at somebody like Ruto. He had all the cases following him. We were questioning what belongs to him. We were questioning that he has land in Laikipia, Western Hotel, blah, blah, blah. We even know that he had a case with Muteshi. He took somebody's land. A poor Kenyan called Muteshi was taken to court. the court ruled in the favor of Muteshi and asked Ruto to return the land to Muteshi. I mean, we followed all those cases. We followed Gachagua's cases. When Gachagua went for the debate, he couldn't defend the money he has in the bank. And he couldn't explain where he got the money from. He began by saying that he got the money from the county governments, that he was doing business with county governments. And then he was informed by the people in the panel that by then we didn't have county governments. Now, then we see the people around these people. Those people have, the people like Aisha Jumwa. I mean, the list is long. So that discourages every other Kenyan. But you people, we warned you. And the people like Fall Mouth Kuria, you can see his behavior now. We warned you, mukasema tunawaonea. Now, you facilitated, those of you who voted for this government, you facilitated their stealing of the election. Muliwasaidia waibe uchaguzi, because you made them think they have support. You see, if we had behaved like 2202 when we voted for Kibaki, these people would not have had room to steal the elections. Now, we remember, Niger, you get a chance. You remember that in 2002 we had Moi in power, and people keep saying that the election was fair. But I really think Moi didn't want to interfere for several reasons. First, I think he felt safe with Kibaki. And you can see how Kibaki treated Moi after retirement. The other thing, for the common man, even the people in Mount Kenya region, it was a win-win situation. And I think Uhuru was not dying to become president. There is somebody, I think it was Francis talking earlier here, saying Moi did not make somebody great leaders, but Uhuru is Moi's project. Uhuru was Moi's project. You people, you can see how Moi worked with Uhuru. Hata alijaribu kumfanya member of parliament and he didn't make it. But Moi worked very hard to make Uhuru. Now, so when Uhuru and Kibaki vied for presidency, it was a win-win situation for Mount Kenya region. And really, I don't think the Uhurus were really zealous for that presidency. So there was, I think, minimal interference with the election of 2002. But now this time, you people, we have two people whose difference is like day and night. Now we have Baba and Ruto. Really, tukubali tu kweli. Baba hana any scandals, Mason Sanders. He doesn't have scandals. We just have to call a spade a spade. And anything that made people of Mount Kenya not vote for Baba, they don't have a good, reasonable reasons. Even in the days of Uhuru, if you ask Mount Kenya region, the only reason why they didn't vote for Baba is because their son was vying for presidency. They do not have a good, reasonable reasons not to support Baba. Now, so if you look at Baba and Mother, and then you see Baba and Mother fighting, they were vying on an anti-corruption platform. That is one. Now, those two people have no scandals. They are clean. You can keep talking, but they are clean. You can talk about morality. That's a creation of some people. Mother doesn't have any scandal. She said she's worth 156 million. And she's only worth 156 million because of the land that she owns. I mean, the properties that she owns, and that property has appreciated in value. And she said she doesn't want to be rich or be called wealthy. Now, on the other hand, we have William Samoei Ruto with all the questions that we question about what he owns and his friend Gachagua. And not forgetting that we don't even trust our security in the hands of Ruto. We can go back to all the things around. If you want to know what Ruto has done, ask Jirongo or search Jirongo's clips. Jirongo has clips that he implicates Ruto with things that we don't want to discuss here again. And Ruto did not come out to fight what Jirongo said, nor did he sue him. Because if I were in Ruto's shoes, I would have sued Jirongo. William Samoei did not sue Jirongo. That tells us penye moshi pana moto. Penye moshi pana moto. So the things Jirongo said, there's some truth about what Jirongo said about Ruto. Now you people, we warned you, we talked to you, we spoke, mukajifanya mabubu ama tugeges. Huko kwetu tunawaita tugege. Mukajibaba mabubu ama you played dumb. At you are excited, you have a young president. That is ignorance of the highest order. Ati hamtaki mzee. So now we are here. This guy have picked a fight with the police, and now the police wamerusha mikono, wamesema we ain't care no more. Kenyans are seeing people with big corruption scandals be set free. So Kenyans are asking themselves, if me, I've never stolen anything that belongs to somebody, na amewachiliwa, na mimi niko na njaa. Let me tell you, it is going to be a lawless society. It is going to be a very sad situation. And on top of that, we have a drought situation, okay, which the government is not handling the way we'd prefer them to handle. Now we have issues of Kenya Airways. Let me say this. Makeni Kenya Airways is going to collapse for good. You will not hear this airline again. I am telling you. Inaanguka kabisa. The next thing you're gonna hear is Safaricom. Safaricom is gonna withdraw from Kenya. Mtasikia nyinyi watu mtajionea. I'm not a prophet of doom. Lakini nimesema penye moshi pana moto. Na siku jema yaonekana asubuhi. We can't lie. We can't turn blind eye. I mean, you don't expect to get mangoes from an apple tree. Kama mtu ni mwizi, ni mwizi. Hii ni sikari ya wakora, ya wezi. Kama mtu ni mwizi, ni mwizi. We cannot, they cannot change. Hata yule mwizi wenyu, uko kwenyu pike, yule mwizi family ya wezi na warogi. Hawajabadilika. They have been bewitching people since from their great grandmother to now. They never change. These people never change. These guys aren't gonna change. I'm telling you, these guys are not changing. You're not expecting results. These people came to the government expecting to steal, and unfortunately, these jambazis vandalized Kenyatta's government. They vandalized that government. They're talking about cartels. They own those cartels, and that is why they stopped the food subsidy, because for them, the food subsidy was being given to some other cartels. So they created their own cartels to give the subsidy for some fertilizers. You see, they own those cartels. They vandalized this government. They're talking about SGR. SGR what? They are part and parcel of the SGR scandal. Now, they can't repair what they damaged. Now, they got to ask Kenyans for more tax. They asking Kenyans to pay more money in NSSF. Kenyans musitoe pesa yenyu kwa NSSF. Iyo pesa yenyu itaporwa. And if need be, we are going to ask you to stop paying tax. I mean, something got to be done. So my message to Kenyans, times are hard, but tumetoka mbali. Kenyans fought for independence. Kenyans fought for multipartyism. Kenyans brought in the Constitution 2010. A luta continua. The struggle continues. Asante Makiadi.
Haya, asante Julia for your remarks. Mato nimeona umekuja kufunga, lakini I'll give you a minute. Miss M, you've been here for a while. I know you are late, but I give you an opportunity within 3 minutes just to give your remarks and then tufunge na Mato.
Okay, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sauti juu kidogo. Tafadhali.
Okay. So, mi nilikuwa nataka tu kuchangia eti I heard you guys saying that the Western don't take any role in African politics. Really meaning given up but like I feel like that's a lie, because I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen how immediately when you understand Ruto ni mtu mwenye like he's not a straightforward guy, and that's what the Westerners be like. Kutoka like America, like I believe they play a big role in our country, because I don't know venye Ruto ameingia sasa mambo ya GMO imeingia, you know, I mean hizo mambo za kupigana. Mi mwenyewe natoka Mombasa, you know, I don't like inaitwa this Sonko, like drugs is in a move Mombasa now that Ruto has gone into the government is ridiculous. I mean, that's why you had the Joseph Camargo guy, and I feel like the country that Toka, they signed a treaty. Like I feel like Ruto has signed a treaty with the Westerners to just bring us down because of greed. You know, maybe wanampatia pesa, and then so now he's like signing all these treaties, and like Africa is becoming down, and that's what the Westerners countries want. They want to rule over Africa. They want to enslave us, but in a modest way, you know, like that's my feeling. So mtu akisema like the Westerners don't play a big role, they do play a big role, you know. Piki alikuwa anasema ati he feels like we should go out and protest. That's what I feel like, because like if we go out and protest, it's going to be beyond Ruto, it's going to be beyond all these people, so the whole world will see, and then maybe they'll give us a chance to pick up like president when you sit in Ataka, because then they put the guy in because Ruto is so easy to manipulate with money. It's so easy to manipulate because he's a greedy guy. He's not gonna he's not there to benefit the country. He's there to benefit the Western countries and benefit himself, you know. So I just feel like this, like tunafaa tuzidi tukiongea, you know, we need to put our voices there. I usually join in Tembe, you know. I'm listening, you know. It's also a platform where people are learning a lot of things, because I'm a young person. I hate the fact that right now watu na hizo mambo za gangs zimerudi, you know. Maybe it's because our young people don't have jobs, you know. They like maybe they're on drugs, and because I don't understand, you know. I feel like I just don't know, like tunafaa tuzidi tukiongea, and kuongea kwetu kukiacha if it doesn't make any progress, or if they don't listen to us, I feel like we should go to the kwenye streets, tunafanya maandamano mpaka huyu mtu atolewe kwenye kiti. That's my opinion. Thank you guys.
Lovely, Miss M. Asante sana for your contribution. Next time, if you feel not very comfortable, just have your lights on. I mean, that's just the policy. So thank you for your contribution. Sometimes we have people who want to contribute here, but because of the sensitive nature of their job, they don't want to have their faces on the camera, so we can give that exception. But si kila mtu kama mimi siku ile utaona nimekuja hapa na nimezima kamera. Julia, you have the chance to throw me out. Na Stone
I know nitajua penye
na Stone PK na Martin Deto, ukiona Mato amezima kamera, tupa nje.
Wewe uzizima kamera, tutakutupa nje immediately with immediate effect.
Mimi niko hapa kila siku, wakati nakuja hapa I want to make sure wananisikia na wananiona, ndio wajue ni mimi nilisema. Okay, Mato, your closing remarks, alafu tusonge next phase.
All right, me hata leo sitaharibu vitu mingi. Me, I will just say I'm very happy over this situation, that situation or debacle that we found ourselves in. I'm very happy because one thing, like I said, I don't think there's one time that I know that you know, politics has ever brought us together to where we're not talking about Kikuyus, we're not talking about anything. Like when I come to this political kind of forum or talk show, I find all the people here. You can look at the group right here, when you walk already, you will find all the tribes. And I don't believe there's any time that I've ever seen, Julia, I am so sorry, that you've ever seen Kikuyus defend Aluo. It's never happened. But you know what? We're here. And we're talking together as all languages. I find Kalenjins here talking, and it's one of theirs. And I believe this is where the liberation actually, because I always said that we never got independence. We moved from white colonialism to black colonialism. But right now, as an Africa and as a Kenya, we're starting to realize that it doesn't matter if you're a Kikuyu, if you're a Jaluo, if you're a Kamba like I am proudly, if you're a Kalenjin, we are here and we are talking about this, and you will find a Kalenjin here talking, and you will find Leah here talking and saying that what is happening is not right, and even going against one of their own. When it's not right, it's not right. And Kenyans, That's where we need to be. And I think when they were doing that, the Sabasaba Day, this is us now. This is the Wahenga of the future. Because we come here and talk of what is right, and we don't care of who is who and who is what. So personally, Kenyans, I believe we need to let go of hot hair, according to Mama Kome, hot hair politics, and do this due diligent politics of what makes us go together. That when I see a Kikuyu moving forward, I feel good. When I see a Luo going forward, I feel good. When I see a Kalenjin going forward, I feel good. It doesn't matter who's up there. If he's not the right person, he's not the right person. Let's just say it. That's it. Thank you.
Haya, maridadi. Nigel komeno mkono, but unfortunately saa zingine tukishafanya closing remarks we don't allow people, but because it's your first day here, I'll give you 30 seconds to do your remark alafu tufunge in 30 seconds.
Actually, at the time when I wanted to talk about those people that were being accused of corruption and were still allowed to run for office, I just wanted to ask Julia that the system in Kenya was already rotten and corrupt. That's why they should have worked hard to maybe prosecute and convict people like Gachagua and Ruto, because they have been having cases for many years. So if they did their job how they were supposed to do it, those people would have not even been allowed to run for office. But because the incompetence has been there even before Ruto and Gachagua ran for office, they were the courts just dilly-dallied with their cases and allowed them to run for office. And eventually, this is what we have in our hands. So that's what I wanted to say when Julia was doing her submission, and I feel like it could have made more sense at that time. But that's all I wanted to say. But thanks.
Okay, maridadi. Julia, Stone PK, Nigel, Mato and Miss M, ningependa kuwashukuru sana kwa sababu ya kuungana nasi pamoja kwa show ya siku ya leo. Kwa wale ambao wamefika hapa kwa mara ya kwanza, Nigel na Miss M, it's a great honor to have you here, and we always welcome new participants to the show. This is an open forum where you just come in, as long as you have something to say, you'll be given an opportunity to say it. We are not an Azimio channel, and we are not a UDO channel. We give every Kenyan an opportunity to speak their mind. So karibuni tena sana kwa mara nyingine. And let me just appreciate those who join us in the comment section. Birian, nimekuona hapo. Black, nimekuona Yufin AO, nimekuona, asante sana. Na wale wengine wote, Rafael Masua, Haritesa, nimeona message yako, lakini hiyo video sina. Alikuwa nataka nicheze video moja ambayo sina saa hii hapa, nitaitafuta, pengine kesho nitakuwa nayo na nitacheza. Unanisumbua, nimekuona Dush. Asante sana Mason Sanders. Nani mwingine hapo? Nadhani nimewataja. Jojo Nyulo, nimekuona. Father Danny Darius, asante sana kutoka Texas. Kama kuna mwingine, lakini ningependa kuwakumbusha, Julia, unakumbuka on Saturday tutakuwa na show yetu na lawyer wetu Mise. Hiyo siku hatutapiga siasa baada ya saa ngapi? Saa 2 ya usiku ama saa ngapi?
I think saa 2. Do you have his contact? You can remind him.
I do. I speak to him so often. So we just want to remind our viewers that on Saturday we will do a little bit of politics in the evening, and then we want to give Mise an opportunity to speak about the opportunities that you have as an immigrant moving to Canada.
Did you see how many millions applied for green card?
Yeah.
How many millions?
They said, Jalango said it's about 30 million Kenyans have applied for green card. And so we want sisi wengine tuko hapa, we understand what is going on, and we will give everybody an opportunity to to talk about opportunities that they know about. Julia alifungulia watu wengi sana hapa mlango wa kuja kuwa walimu hapa Amerika, na ni kitu ambacho kilikuwa hakijulikani na watu. Julia akapewa nafasi kama hiyo, na kusema ukweli watu wengi sana wamefaidika, wamepata nafasi ya kuja kuwa walimu.
In fact, now Makedi, they are now my district is employing teachers directly from Kenya without using the agencies.
Wow.
After they are interviewing them on Zoom, and then they are leading them how to apply for certification. They are actually employing them directly.
Is it science, STEM subjects, or just
mostly math, languages, and science?
Okay, so we are going to begin. Yes,
what district is that? What district is that?
It's called Colleton County.
Where?
And Makiadi, if you remember, I had also offered.
All right.
If you remember, I'd also offered, like, if anybody wants to, has done the sciences right, to get them where they need to do with the engineering part. I'd also offered to kind of get somebody in a couple of engineering places that I've been in.
Okay, so Mato, that's a good point. And Nigel, I think what Julia is talking about is, sorry, Mohamed Ege, pole, kuna mtu ametokea hapo mbele yako. Pole. There's this spam imetokea mbele ya jina ya Mohamed, nikafinya na ikasonga. Julia, unaiona? Umeiblock, eh? Pole. Mohamed Ege, we will rectify that. Siku kublock kwa nini. Kuna spam inashinda imeturushia hapa vitu za ajabu. Tutatengeneza pole ndugu yangu. Julia, so we are beginning with the Mise on Saturday. He's going to talk about opportunities that are available in Canada, and we want to welcome all our viewers that want to listen in, and the comment section will be open. Probably you will not come into the studio as such, but you can always ask from the comment section, and then we will forward your question to Mise. He'll address all those questions on Saturday, and then we want to move on to the next chapter. Maybe the next Saturday ingine hiyo itakuwa ni Julia, alafu Mato kama kuna kuongezea utaongezea hapo. So we want to do that. We'll be talking about just a couple of hours. We talk about the opportunities. Mtu kama uko Australia na unaona uko na kitu ambayo inaweza saidia Mkenya hapa kwa show, just get in touch with us. You can always get an opportunity to speak about that. Julia, you have something to add on that?
Yes. Can you ask Mise whether he was able to get in touch with Joyce K, Canada?
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'll send him a text, and I know he's listening. Mise, kama umetusikia, hebu utatuambia kama you'll text me, Mise. I know you're listening. So Kenyans, just prepare. Kuna moja anasema, Brian Richard anasema, I'm happy to do a UK session. Sasa Brian, that is what we want to hear. That is what we want to hear. There are so many opportunities uko nje na watu wengi hawajui. You don't have to, wait for the visa, lottery visa ndio ubadilishe nini yako, citizenship, not citizen, makao yako. Kuna nafasi mingi sana, so tutawapatia nafasi. Hata kama uko Uarabuni huko na unajua kuna mahali mzuri ambao Mkenya mwenzako anaweza faidika, we kuja tueleze hapa, ndio nafasi ikipatikana tukupatie uweze kuongea juu ya zile opportunities ziko huko. And we are not only talking about employment opportunities, we also want to dive into education opportunities, scholarships for those who want to do their bachelor's degree, for those who want to do their master's degree. There are so many schools that can sponsor you from day one. Ukikanyaga kwa hiyo nchi mpaka mwisho wa kulipia school fees, all you need to do ni kujileta, and we will talk about these opportunities. There are so many. There are so many. So Saturday, tafadhali wale ambao mnakujanga night session, just prepare yourself. Kama uko na swali, we will give Missy an opportunity. Hiyo siku hatutakuwa na mambo ya UDA sijui Kenya Kwanza, hiyo upuzi tutaweka kando kwanza, kwa sababu tumepiga siasa hapa kuanzia sijui ngapi tarehe, ilikuwa April ama ilikuwa sijui June ama uko almost 8 months tukiongea mambo ya Kenya hapa, Kenya Kwanza sijui Azimio nini. We want to put that aside on Saturday so that we address things that will help you kuweza kutafuta unga. Stone PK, uko na kitu unaweza ongeza kwa hiyo kweli ama?
Hiyo ni mzuri sana. Tuliongea sana juu ya Kenya na sasa imekwisha. Wacha sasa tujaribu kuokoa wananchi wale wazuri.
Okay, maridadi. So thank you so much panelists. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Na wale ambao umetujoin kwa comment section.
We Richie.
Yes, please.
Mimi nataka kumonolize the new monos, watuambie national anthem first answer. One of them.
Hiyo unajua akina Nigel, wacha tuwapatie benefit of doubt leo. Tumekaa bila kurusha hiyo, lakini Nigel watu tunafunga na wimbo wa taifa tukiwa wengi saa ingine, lakini sitakubali mmonoliziwe leo. Next time ukipata nafasi hapa tutakupatia nafasi ya kukariri wimbo wa taifa kwa Kiswahili. That's what we do, but it's been a while.
And it's nice, Makiadi, it's really nice to hear young people talk sense. And
yeah, I think Julia, you are impressed with Niger here and Miss M.
Miss M, I'm really impressed. It's really nice to hear young people getting engaged in what is happening in Kenya, and they're informed and they're talking sense. It's really nice because this is the kind of generation we want to bring up, right, Makiadi?
Yes, that's true. In fact, let me tell you something. There are people who don't care about what's happening in Kenya just because they are outside. But people like us, especially mimi nikiamka asubuhi kitu ya kwanza ni kuangalia ni nini imefanyika. I collect all those videos zenye unaona ninacheza hapa. So always try to make sure that you understand what is happening in Kenya, because siku moja, this is like a volcano, inanyamazanga siku mingi. If you're outside the country, it's just like sitting on a volcano. Unanyamaza siku mingi, inatulia siku moja, kitu inaumana na kinalipuka, and you have to go back to your country. So wherever you are, that's not your home. Umesaidiwa, umekaribishwa kwa wengine, na nyumbani ni nyumbani. Kwa hivyo we'll always strive to make our homes better. So I have spoken a lot. I normally don't speak a lot when we are almost closing. So I just want to remind you, make sure Saturday umekuja tafadhali na ukuje na maswali. Tutakuwa hapa na his LLM, anaitwa Miss LM JD, akitueleza maneno ya opportunities za Canada. And then kama uko na swali na unataka kusikia mambo ya teaching, Julia is here. She has helped very many people. She will take another opportunity the next Saturday. And we are going to do this as we move forward, so that at least ukikuja hapa usisikie siasa tu peke yake ya UDA na Gachagua hapa akisema wale wengine hawangekuja juu ya nini. Tutakupatia nafasi ya kujifunza pia opportunities zenye ziko kule nje. Na kwa hayo machache, asanteni sana ladies and gentlemen for joining us tonight. We hope to see you tomorrow. Sato sangapi? Tulisema Kenyan time itakuwa sijui sangapi, Julia. I know we lost an hour. So
I don't know.
Sambili matoa hapa, Sambili ukiwa Central time, Sambili itakuwa sangapi Kenya?
Mimi nakwaga area hata kama sionekani hata kwa comment section nakwaga area.
No, nauliza time. Nauliza time. Uki convert time, Central time Sambili.
8 plus. No, we lost, right? So 8 minus 1, so 7 hours.
No, we gained. No, we lost 1 hour, so we are 9 hours back. We are 9 hours back. I think, Julia, you are 10 hours back.
No, we are 7.
Really?
So add 8 for me.
So we are ni nani? We are where?
Ndio na Central.
No, mtu mwenye ako Kenya ana add 7 now.
Yeah.
Depending on where you are from.
So for us, they're adding 7.
East Coast in 8. East Coast is 8 hours.
Sisi tuna minus 7 whatever time we are. Right now, mine is telling me 11:27. So minus 7, that would be...
Add 7, Matu.
No, minus.
Add, Matu. Add.
For Africa, you add.
No, I'm in the US, so in the US, I minus.
So I think hey, are you talking about 8 p.m. Central Time or 8 a.m.?
Yeah, Central Time.
So a.m. or p.m.?
PM hapa.
Kama ni PM in Kenya itakuwa like 7 in the morning.
7 in the morning. Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa, juu nimeangalia time sahi, Kenyan time it's 8:27 a.m. So we are trying to make it 8 p.m. 8 p.m. American time, si ndio? So 8 p.m. American time, ongeza 9 hours from Central
17
MT.
minus 12.
Unatumia tu app ya.
Oh,
unatumia
okay.
tu app ya nini?
Aya, safi. Sawa, tutakuwa ni mapema sana, lakini kama utachelewa ni sawa tu, we understand. Joyo Besa, najua we uko unasema 12:27. So we will try to make sure that at least ukichelewa, we will still give an opportunity to you to ask your questions kwa comment section. But let's hope to have a fruitful event. We hope it will be a learning session for many, and hapo baadaye I hope ukiwa na swali utakuwa umejibiwa na utasaidika kutoka hapo. So wacha ni Julia, sijui kama kuna kitu nimesahau. Nothing. All right. So kwa hayo machache, wacha tufunge show, tuonane kesho majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Asanteni sana. Love you all. Bye.